Challenge 101. Good luck go, we miss him. Buhari go, we miss him. If Tinubu go, we miss him. Our own don't finish.
I swear!
If person wan buy data now, e go use like 15 minutes look option. That time, when I say Tinubu dey shake. Now who dey shake?
Me and you!
To buy crates of egg for this era go be like careless spending.
As in...
With 300, we fit buy mineral and egg roll. But now, 300 no fit buy egg, talk less of roll.
Bro!
To chop single sausage shawarma now, person go dey do 2 weeks of planning.
God abeg!
Country dey spoil dey go. One person dey one side dey shout, my father is the best president.
Better shut up!
Garri wey be poor man food don turn gold.
No be lie!
President Tinubu, abeg, do something before something do us, abeg. Tinubu.
5 soldiers were killed in a recent ambush on a base in Borno. The attack was blamed on Boko Haram and Islamic State, West African province. Despite years of military action, insecurity persists. Analysts say corruption, poor funding, and weak border control continue to cripple counter-terror efforts.
Our border is very porous. Very, very porous. Those who are strategizing, they are doing a lot. But the saboteurs are also doing a lot. That is why a lot, not more, needs to be done so that these things can be stopped.
Most of these funds, when we get budgets, they are not released. They are not commensurate with what you have on paper. And the little you have, corruption is a bane in our society. Some of them also divert this fund.
Borno remains ground zero in Nigeria's fight against terrorism, where tens of thousands have died and millions have been displaced. Recent attacks across Borno, Plateau, and Benue states have forced a new approach. Authorities are now leaning on local intelligence and boosting the civilian joint task force. But there are concerns over letting former militants into security systems.
Another thing the government should try and the military should try to avoid this Boko Haram terrorists that claim they are repentant Boko Haram, and you are bringing them into the system. No.
If we establish state police, the bulk of the people who are going to form the state police are people from the area, very familiar with the environment. They will also be able to provide necessary intelligence. We also need to deploy more technology because, especially, I don't see the involvement of the Air Force in all this. They come and attack a community with over 200 motorcycles, and they just go like that without trace by the Air Force. So the Air Force needs to do more.
The government is now counting on grassroots alerts and community volunteers, but experts say a lasting fix needs more economic support, local policing, and high-tech surveillance. Without that, they say Nigeria risks staying locked in a war it should have already won. Kelechi Emekalam, CGT and Abuja, Nigeria.
Office, South Africans are rallying behind their President Cyril Ramaphosa in refuting the white genocide claims that were made by the American President Donald Trump.
The humiliation that he received from Donald Trump wasn't necessary, or we would say that it wasn't the right thing, because South Africa is an independent country. It's a sovereign nation. He's also leading his own people. People, they can always decide on what to do based on the policies and their constitution. So the fact that Donald Trump wanted to humiliate him in front of the cameras, pulling even the videos, playing videos of the CIC, of the EFF, Julius Selo Malema, playing the chants of kill the Boer, kill the farmer. That was not right.
Now, amidst the defense, Ramaphosa's popularity has spiked in South Africa. Many South Africans are now praising the way that he handled the situation.
Even though I feel like he didn't give enough information about the white genocide in South Africa. So I think by the end of the situation very well, and I think he should have told him that we have a very ugly history, and songs like "Kill the Poor, Kill the Farmer" are just struggle songs, struggle chants, and it's not like people are gonna go out and kill anyone. They're in the farm.
Earlier this week, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa had sought a meeting with Trump in an attempt to reset relations between the two nations and to negotiate critical new trade deals.
So we want to advance more trade between the two of us, two countries, and our people now have been empowered by yourself and by myself to start engaging. And we hope that we will be able to fuel that engagement during our talks. And we also want to discuss issues that have to do with how we promote further investments in both countries.
Backs one-party system, says nothing wrong with single-party holding sway, looks forward to APC receiving more decampees, seeks National Assembly approval for 1.481 trillion Rivers 2025 budget. Federal government files criminal charges against Senator Akpoti Uduaghan. 2027 gale of endorsements for Tinubu by APC governors and lawmakers. Enugu Governor Mba inaugurates Committee on Ease of Doing Business. PNID, federal government recovers $200 million bond and $10 million award. Cash transfer, federal government supports 6 million Nigerians in 6 months. This is according to the minister. And alleged terrorism, DSS declares ESN an illegal organization. What stories do we have in the Daily Sun?
I have the one that says the student loan disbursement has hit 54.2 billion. That's from NEL Fund. And this loans is to be disbursed within 5 working days. And this is saying that the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NEL Fund, has disclosed that the student loan disbursement for the current cycle has hit 54.2 billion. The breakdown of the figures indicated that institutional fees paid to the institutions as of April 29, 2025 stood at 30,179,797,649 naira 20 kobo.
These numbers do not confuse you.
I'm trying. See, I'm trying to get the headlines out because some of all these things are important to hear. Good news and bad news. Because this student loan one is good news now. That at least it's a start. It's not a lot of money, but it's a start.
I'm telling you. Go ahead.
While upkeep allowance paid stood at 24 billion and 36,160,000, totaling 54,215,957,64920. The data which was obtained from NEL Fund further reveals that 596,061 students have registered for the loan, while 546,511 students have applied for the loan, indicating that 91% of the registrants successfully applied for the loan. And meanwhile, the Managing Director of Monitoring and Evaluation, Aliyu Mohammed, said that NEL Fund has been consistent in improving its system for overall efficiency and effective service delivery. He said, except for the unexpected changes and challenges or errors from the school, disbursement of loan, including tuition fees and schools, would take place within 5 working days. So I think it's good because we have a lot of deficits for students who want to go to the university, but they do not have funds. So, well, it's laudable.
All right, for me, good news for everybody because this one says that petrol now 875 naira per litre as Dangote slashes price by 15 naira. Now, following the latest price adjustment, petrol from the refinery will now retail at 875 naira per litre in Lagos, 885 naira in the southwest, and 895 naira in both the northwest and north central regions. Now, consumers in the southeast, south-south, and northeast will purchase the product at 905 naira per litre. Now, these new prices will be reflected across all the refineries distribution partners, including MRS, Hayden, Optima Energy, and the rest of them. Now, in a statement released yesterday, the refinery encouraged other marketers to align with its growing network as a show of commitment to President Bola Tinubu's Nigeria's first policy, which promotes prioritizing locally produced goods and services. Now, it's good for us to note that since the start of its operation, the Dangote refinery has implemented a series of price cuts aimed at delivering cost savings to Nigeria. Now, in February 2025, it reduced petrol prices twice, amounting to a total cut of 125 naira per liter. This was followed by the further reduction of approximately 45 naira per liter just in April. And now 15 naira is out of it, 875 naira per liter. You see, there was one time we were predicting that fuel will get to like 1,500, but you see now it's actually going down, which is good, which we want to see. I like.
Okay. I think I'll move on from that one. I think there are quite a lot of headlines to cover. So, but I know that we, James, we're having a conversation before we ended the previous live stream. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me. And I've been off for 2 weeks. Apologies for not being consistent for the last 2 weeks. There was a kind of loss in the family, so I had to, and I had other things that I needed to sort out. So I just thought I should, have those time off. But there are quite a few things that have been going on since then. From all the governors and all the, politicians in Nigeria rushing to APC, to Trump trying to waylay Ramaphosa, which that conversation has not ended. We're still going to, finish that conversation before we move on to national security issues. Naval head saying that we need a spiritual intervention. Dangote refinery is cutting petrol price down. Tuition fees is moving forward. Those are good things. Tuition fees is that of this government. Dangote refinery is not of this government. Subsidy removal is not of this government, but tuition fees is of this government. You have to give them credit for that. They did that. What else is on the headline? Okay, there was this young man that was shot. I think maybe if we have time, we'll go through it during the discussion. And I also thought I should highlight the issue with Israel. Israel seems to be, it's something that I predicted a while ago, that Israel sooner or later will be a problem for the West, and it's becoming that now. And they are going too far. They want to basically genocide the Palestinians out of there, and majority of Israelis support it, that they should kill everybody and transfer everybody away from there. And that is becoming a problem for the West. And we have 3 nations in the West now threatening to sanction this in Israel because of it. Let me see if I can just share that headline there so you guys can see what I think it's supposed to be here still. Let me see what I still here. But I'm okay. Yeah, that's it there. Let me just share that quickly. So yeah, that's it. The UK, France, and Canada threatening action against Israel over Gaza offensive. You see, this threatening action, they are still giving them weapons. So while they are threatening action, they are still giving them weapons to go and kill. So these people are playing a game here, because if they are serious, they would have started stopping weapons transfer. That's the first thing you stop. You don't keep giving them weapons when they are going to kill people. So, but that is that anyway. But Israel is becoming quite isolated right now, and I think it's overdue, to be fair. Those guys have been killing innocents for quite a long time, and they've been getting away with it. And we also heard about the loss of life of Israeli diplomats in America. I don't even know who the guy was that went and killed them. Some other person can share that information. Somebody decided that he was going to gun them down. I don't even know where all these people show up from. Just go and start killing people on the street, as if that is going to solve any problem. If anything, Netanyahu just hog that one and use that to accuse UK, Canada, and France of supporting people like that. So I don't know why all these people do all these things that they do. It doesn't even solve any problem. You go and kill innocent people as if that's going to stop Netanyahu. He actually encourages him to do it more. So that is that anyway. So let's get back to our conversation regarding South Africa, because this conversation is about when is it appropriate for a people to decide that, you know what, we are going to go through the discomfort, but we are going to do the right thing. In my mind, Ramaphosa did relatively well. He made Trump and his team look like ill-informed people. Really, he did that very well, and I think that comes from practice. This guy he leads a country that is in BRICS. He talks to Xi Jinping. He talks to Putin. This thing of this in India. I've forgotten the name of the Indian leader, and so he belongs to a big club, and Trump thought he was going to face him. He didn't. He knew what he was doing, and this same group again, this Ramaphosa government were the ones that took Israel to International Criminal Court, International Court of Justice. I mean, that is quite an achievement. This guy's government is punching above his weight. I have to give him credit for that. But the question still remains whether the way South Africans are playing it right now is going to benefit them in the future. I hear the argument that James made about that you have to, have a listen, you have to have South Africans that can do the job. It's been 30 years. If South Africans were going to be doing the job, they will be controlling the economy right now, but they are still not controlling the economy. And because those people are not stupid, there's no vacancy. They're not going to leave them. That's my take. They are not going to leave them to take over their power. Nobody concedes power peacefully. They won't until they feel they must. That's when they will concede it. But that's my own opinion. That's my take on it. So, James, please go ahead and give us your take on my suggestion that they are not going to surrender those lands. And if they are not going to surrender it, what are you going to do? Are you going to leave them with the land? What do you think? What do you make of it, James? Welcome. You're muted. Still muted.
It's okay. Thank you.
All right.
Land redistribution program is not a problem that can be solved even in a generation, because this problem we are grappling with started 400 years ago, and they gained their independence in 1995. How many years now? About 30 or so years. A problem that has been lingering for 400 years. I think 30 years is just too small. You see, we should treat our problem as a problem of the people of Africa, not of our generation. We live in a world we never made. Our ancestors made this world for us, which we inherited. We should prepare the ground for coming generation. But from what I'm seeing in Africa today, people want immediate results. If it's not benefiting us now, it's of no use. That is what I'm saying. I think, anyway, that's how I see it, because Zimbabwe...
But there was transfer, but there is no transfer. And also, if you say the stuff was going on for 400 years, it's not part of the constitution. The constitution says they have to carry these things out. No. They didn't say you should wait for 30 years.
It's a negotiated settlement. You get what I mean? It was a negotiated settlement, just like that of Zimbabwe.
In the constitution.
The constitution says South Africa, the land belongs to those who work it. That is what the constitution says. So if a white man is a South African and is working the land also belongs to the white man. But the problem now is that it's not equitably distributed. Because when I was there, I noticed that you see a man growing maybe sunflower. How big is his farm? The farm is almost as big as half of Benin City, just growing sunflower alone. Exactly. You get the point? Those growing maize is the same thing. The cattle, they own the land. There's no doubt about it. And when we talk of land, we're not just talking of agricultural land. What about the gold mine in Odendastros in the Free State? The gold mine in what we call Krugersdorp. And the land is loaded with minerals. So if whatever is in your land belongs to you, that is the situation they find themselves now. So it's not just
what they should never have agreed to that. And that's a concession that they agreed to. And
they
yet
agreed to
it's not good enough.
The issue is this. How do I put it? In the case of Zimbabwe, for example, they agreed that the land should be sold to, should be given to the blacks. that they should compensate them. Then the Zimbabwean delegates at Lancaster House said that this land belonged to us. We were forcibly dispossessed of the land, so we cannot buy what belonged to us. Then Margaret Thatcher's government agreed that they will fund the land redistribution program in Zimbabwe, then Rhodesia. Now, they brought the first set of money. They sold land to, they took the land from the whites, compensated them, then gave the land to the blacks. The first 2-3 years, it was bumper harvest in the whole of Zimbabwe. That probably annoyed Britain that these guys are succeeding. And when it was time to bring the second round, they refused. So it was then Mugabe introduced what they call the fast-track land redistribution program. They forcibly took the land from the whites and told them to go to hell. That was the Zimbabwean approach. So you see, the whites have been very mischievous. In the case of Zimbabwe, for example, there's a school in a city called Bulawayo. I think it's called Luvivi College. Luvivi. It's an Ndebele word, I can't pronounce it. Luvivi College. It was a technical school during the apartheid era to train African artisans. When they discovered that these artisans were excelling so much so that even the whites were losing their jobs, they decided to close the school. Luvivi College in Bulawayo. There's another college like that in a place they call High Place in Harare. I mean, there were a lot of instances. They were just trying to pull the blacks down in Zimbabwe. They are the same people. My fear is if South Africa should collapse, that it becomes another Zimbabwe, are we capable of handling the problem? Because Nigeria would have been able to come to their rescue the way they rescued them during apartheid, war against apartheid. The money we spent would have been able to cushion the effect of a collapsed South Africa. But the present Nigerian government, I must admit, is grossly irresponsible. They will not be able to embark on such gigantic projects anymore. The corruption level in Nigeria is very frightening.
Yeah, but by using the term collapse, don't you think that you are buying into the narrative of the West that says if Africans try to stand up for themselves, oh, we collapse?
No, we stood for ourselves during apartheid. With bare hands, we were able to demolish apartheid in South Africa, in Zimbabwe, Angola, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau. We did not use any ballistic missile. We used our brains and money. You get the point?
Yeah, but maybe the reason why they considered that one to us was because they knew we were not going to take the land back. This is 30, 35 years.
In the case
The
of
land
Zimbabwe,
is still in their control.
In the case of Zimbabwe, they made it clear that we are fighting for land, not equal rights and justice. South Africa made it clear that we are fighting for equal rights and justice, be you white or black. So these are somehow different situations. That is how it was.
But they still went on to negotiate the land. The way the narrative you are painting is not fair because they still talked about the land and put it inside their constitution. Yes, it says that the white people they own their property, there's property rights, but the government still has the right to expropriate land. And where there is a willing seller and willing buyer, it should happen. But now they are preventing all those things from happening.
No, not willing seller, willing buyer. The issue is Britain agreed to fund the land redistribution program.
No, I'm talking about South Africa's one, not that of Zimbabwe.
Sorry.
Zimbabwe one has already happened. They are coming out of it now. That one has passed. It's South Africa one now, the one that Trump is trying to waylay. Because what that thing is about is don't touch our white brothers. Don't touch their wealth.
Excuse me. They have to touch them because South Africa belongs to all South Africans, be you white or black. The black people themselves, if he is saying that they are killing the whites, what about the blacks? If you look at the root
care about that, that's not his problem.
Okay, now look at the root cause of the problem. I think we need to give other people the chance to also talk. Look at the root cause of the problem. During apartheid, the whites were allowed to carry guns, licensed guns. The blacks were barred from carrying guns. So the blacks were having illegal guns. That's why they fought the apartheid. Now, when the apartheid system, Nelson Mandela came, when he got there, he said, we cannot dispossess the whites of their guns, while the blacks were unable to dispossess them because their guns are not licensed. So the whites must carry their guns, And you black people, please come and register your guns. If you are up to 18 years old and you prove responsible, we can issue you gun license. That's how guns, infiltrated the whole society. Right now, the society is extremely violent. There are some guns they are still looking for. Since apartheid era, they've not been able to discover them because there are ballisticians there. If you use a gun to shoot somebody, the ballistician can tell you the gun that fired that shot. So it will be on the watch list. They'll be looking for thousands of guns in South Africa, and they are still there. We're unable to find them because the owners refuse to register them. Because if you go and register them, they will tell you killed Mr. John Smith 35 years ago. So you come and account for the death. So because of that, they are unable. This problem of crime in South Africa is a fallout of apartheid. And the white man caused the apartheid problem, not the blacks.
But the blacks are ruling, So, but I'll leave it at that anyway, because I think, Ramaphosa did okay, and he's been I think maybe amongst all the black countries, he's been the best leader we've had so far by international geopolitical standard.
But what are we trying
Masca, that's
to?
my own judgment. Masca, thank you for joining us. Yeah, your this thing is looking very fresh today. Uh, you came well fresh today. So what do you make of this
Nah,
Ramaphosa
I
this
just
thing?
came back from a tutorial, so obviously
Ah,
you
that's
can't go
why
to an
now.
official place. Look with normally most I join with Jalabia.
Yeah, okay. Nice one.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. James. Good evening, Mr. Tony, and is it Solar K?
I don't know what I know Solar even. Okay, Solar, welcome. Yeah, please go ahead. What do you make of this South
Oh,
African
no,
this thing?
no. I've been listening. Actually, I joined because of the South African discussion, uh, and also because I had Mr. Rudolph realizing that what some of us have been saying for long is really important. He's conceding to the fact that look, following the news, technically speaking, is following the distraction. You have to make out time, look at issues that you believe are true issues, and discuss them in depth. That, in my opinion, is the way forward. You take every issue on top of it, you scratch it up, you move on, you scratch it up, you move on. You're not going to go anywhere. So I was happy when I heard him say that at some point, probably that should be
Yeah,
a
I
room
heard him say that too.
for something like that. But more importantly for me, I like the South African discussion because that I believe also is the level we should be talking about. It's a marked departure from talking about Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba. When we all look at ourselves as Black people, even across countries, and say, look, a South African problem is my problem, I think that is the first step for the Black man to move forward. I've always said when I come on this platform that for me, what is really, really important is for the Black man to realize that, yes, it's good to acknowledge how you see yourself, but it's very, very important for you to be conscious of how the world looks at you, how they see you. Do they see you as a Nigerian? Most people, when they tell you, they see Africa as just a continent or a country. It's like Africa is there. Anybody from Africa is one and the same. So it's good that we are having this South African discussion, even though we are predominantly Nigerians. My take for fathers is there's a very important point in what Mr. James is saying. It's easy to say out what you wish, what you pray, what you think you want to happen. But the reality is that it's always wiser to be circumspect, to take your steps gingerly, carefully, think through. If you listen to what Mr. James said, like when Nelson Mandela was saying, oh, this country is bought for blacks and whites, it's not just for pure love of the white person. it's out of an elderly wisdom to know that if I push these people away out of this place, there's going to be a catastrophe. And I used to work for an international company. Our headquarters in Africa was domiciled in South Africa. But what had always been curious for me is that at the top echelon, there's never any South African that is really a leader. It's either Kenyan or South African. Even though the headquarters, if you go to our headquarters in South Africa, it's mostly either Nigerian, Kenyan, so somebody from Cote d'Ivoire or Senegal, or you get what I'm saying. And but when Mr. James really made it, it's very clear. Okay, these people were not going to school. You can't just wake up, even if it's just a commercial company that just does buying and selling. You need to have to understand how to manage inventory. You can't just come because you're Black South African and then you're head of inventory management. It's not going to work. There's going to be problems. The point I think Mr. James is making, and I think you need to understand, is, look, you're right. They should take the land. But the question even I'm asking myself in this 21st century, honestly, okay, take the land and divide it to all South Africans. Then what happens? Are you not taking the country back? Because agriculture today should be commercial in nature, not the subsistence agriculture that we've been doing. So I think we should move away from the fixation of land. Look, if you ask me, if I'm the president of South Africa today, I'm not going to go and start redistributing this land. But if you are a white South African, you have a very big farm, you should be ready for the kind of tax I will tax you. Produce, be very commercial, be very profitable, but I'm going to tax you. I'm going to come with very stringent requirements in terms of the way it would benefit the larger society, so that you won't just be taking profits and probably be siphoning it out. In fact, if you have a South African farm, everything must remain in South Africa in terms of profit. No single kobo should go out of the country.
Yeah, but let me ask though, you are willing for a European to control the land without considering the implication that if a black person doesn't have control of all these things, they don't gain expertise.
No, what you are missing, the point you are missing, forefathers, is, look, blacks are now holding the control of the whole country itself. Yes, if you are on top of the country and you're really on top of your game, that it is, if the whole of South Africa is white people working, you should find a way of milking them out.
I hear what you are saying. I'm actually going directly to the core issue, where the expertise of the land itself, knowing how to farm the land and all the rest, you are leaving it in the hands of a minority that could decide in any direction that they want to do with you, with your people. And there is the food of the country, actually. How do you know what they are putting in the food?
What are you saying now? So are you suggesting that the country as South Africa should not have any sort of regulation? There's no oversight in terms of farms. There is nothing like a NAFDAC. What are you suggesting?
What I'm suggesting is that large corporations, large institutions tend to have more power than smaller ones. And if you leave expertise in the hands of only certain people, especially expertise that can be shared, like farming, if you're just continuing what your ancestors lost. You're just continuing it, saying that you don't want to change it. You have to power.
I don't think
There are
Mr.
certain
James,
things that are
no,
beyond.
hold on, forefather, so that the discussion can be very profitable. I don't think Mr. James is suggesting that South Africans should not look into what these white people have been doing. What Mr. James have said, that if you are a serious-minded leader and you are a serious-minded country, there is what is called a transition process. There's always a lag time. When today you are the leader as far as political leadership is concerned, to when probably you would be the administrative leaders, and then subsequently when you would be the industrial leaders. All these things would not come at the same time. I think that's what Mr. James is simply saying. That
Yeah,
even at
I
this
hear what
stage,
you are saying,
I remember
but
you
it
should
sounds, it
listen,
smacks of just
no,
let the
listen,
colonization carry on.
I remember what Mr. James also said very clearly, that we should move away from this idea that everything we want must happen now and we must see it now. Some of these things we should plant the fruit so that it's only generations after us that will come and repeat. And I totally agree with that mentality.
You see, I was going to stay away and just listen, but we find ourselves in that place again where, whilst I fully appreciate and understand the clarity that Mr. James gave in understanding some of the transitions that took place between apartheid and people like Mr. Smith in Zimbabwe, and when independence took place. You see, when we speak about 90% of the people being black and owning 6% of the economy, and the alternative is the actual reality for the whites, I think then we have to understand that for the 253, 400 years, 500 years maybe, that South Africa was predominantly white organized. Then over that period of time, I'm afraid that we all understand, as people who have come from colonial driven societies, that the land is very, very important. You can't say it's not important. I don't gather that. There's a whole swathe of the Western Cape that the white people would like to break and take their portion and leave South Africa with the rest. Now, if that was ever to take place, that would just be awful. That is anti-African, as far as I'm concerned. The land is of strict importance. The transition point that I spoke about earlier was that in Africa and in the diaspora, and just in the world, just
Jack,
in
try
terms
to
of,
be brief because there
it just fits in with what we're saying. Please understand me. With what we have in terms of, you maybe push it there, or in what we have in terms of the diaspora and foreign nationals that we could bring into South Africa to take care of that transition period, we shouldn't take more than 20 full years, and coming into a 10-year period, making it 30 years, where this transaction has actually taken place and people are now entering into their right positions. You see, where the decolonization of Africa is contained, is understood. Unfortunately, we as Africans could have helped each other away from this decolonization process. But unfortunately, we did it in such a higgledy-piggledy way. Even South Africa, that comes at the very end of it, we couldn't help them along. And I think that's a bit of a shame.
No, see,
All right,
well,
thank you.
Drago, sorry, forefathers. Let me just push back on that. I don't know much about South Africa, but I would say that Nigeria truly has done a lot for a lot of the African countries. I personally, within my life, when I was in the university, we contributed money to send to South Africa. Even as we speak, there's what is called, I can't remember the program, but Nigeria sends technical people, technical aid corps. It's still a big thing. We still send people to African countries to help them with technical functionalities that we believe they are not capable of doing. I know we've had judges, chief judges of some countries, I think it's Botswana or some other country. I know a lot of people, even as at today, that troop out of Nigeria to go and work for other African countries.
You're very correct. You're very correct.
Yeah.
So that's not a pushback. I agree with that. I read that. I saw that. Yes, indeed.
Black South Africans were quite low in terms of engineering at first, but my point is that it's 30, 35 years now, and things should have moved on. And implementing this land reform should have started a while ago, so that at least because from the data indicates, which I'm a little bit skeptical of, but the data that is out there says 5% of household wealth is controlled by the black population. 5%. For a population that makes up about 80% of the population of the country.
It's actually 4%. It's actually 4%. Not
You
5.
see, it's even worse. It's even worse. That's a collapse. It's already collapsed. And
In fact,
what we are worried about losing was the white. We are worried about losing the white people's resources. The white people's resources that are present there is a threat to the Black South Africans that have nothing. That is what it is. You are enabling them there to oppress you.
forefathers, you see, first of all, let me welcome you. We missed you, and condolences for your loss. Sorry about it.
Appreciate.
Yeah. You see, we can't just pretend that we don't understand how emotional the issue of land is in South Africa. Even before the white people came, land has always been, there's always been land hunger in South Africa if you go to history. Basically because of what land was used to do, agrarian grazing and some other thing. But the point is that South Africa happened to be one country that saw 2 colonial invasions almost about the same time, the Dutch first, and then the British. Okay, and because the part of the country was very clement, was favorable to very much like Europe, so that it was quite for the white people it was good for them. And then of course the mineral wealth that South Africa has, gold and stuff like that, with other things. But you see, the issues here is that the issue of land is that white South Africans make up just about 8% of the total population, and they control about 72% of the agricultural land, while Black Africans, own about 4%, and they form about over 90% of the population. So right from that situation, you see that there's unjust distribution of land. In fact, the land, as we know, were just acquired and seized by the white people, and even the 4% that the blacks have, are not one of the best lands, in the country. So that's an issue. Now, land is needed for quite a lot of things. It's not just for agriculture. Land is needed for settlement because they were uprooted from their various settlements, and some of them just sent to impoverished lands and stuff like that. So, we cannot dismiss the importance of land in the politics of South Africa today. And every government, when the ANC government came, one of the things that they promised to do was to ensure that there's an equitable distribution of land. Okay, and the initial promise was that at least since 1994, they should be able to redistribute about 30% to the Black population. But so far, what they have done is that they have just achieved minimally about 8 to 10%. So, and the people are restive; they are angry, and fair is fair. When apartheid was going on in South Africa, we know the history. We know how the whites kept a blind eye and all they did. And even when the struggle for independence came, thank God for Nigeria and some other, frontline state, that did everything, to help South Africa, host them, sent, supported them militarily, housed some of them, Mandela and Co. and Sisulu, so the issue is one that is very, very emotional, very sensitive. And you don't think that the people who took those land by force would willingly give up that land. They won't. So there's a struggle. And so every government measure to legally take land from and redistribute has been resisted. So even the expropriation, that is being done, is also seen by the white people as unfair. So the challenge before the government. So the challenge before the.
Sorry, Tommy, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. Sorry, forefathers as well, and the rest of the panel. If I could just say, if this thing was turned around, there are enough examples where the whites claim compensation, reparations for all they have been through. It was just the other day that England had finished paying off the reparations for slavery to those who own slaves in this country. We paid them reparations from our tax money. Now, if South Africa was wanting to turn this thing on its head and say, listen, based on the fact that you have owned this land for X amount of years, you took it from us forcibly, and these were this is what happened to us due to loss of our land and terrain. This is how we're going to take it back in very much that same way, which is that you are paying. If you can't pay it all back right now, but you're going to pay it back, you people are going to pay it back. So if it's 50% of the land that they're taking straight away, and then the rest on some kind of regular installments of monies that are paid to the government in order to spread the wealth around, the problem that I think we have a lot of the times is we know the problems, but we are not good at negotiating the solution. And we have to start getting our minds around what is it that we need in recompense, because we have to be paid. Everyone else in the world is being paid. Why not?
Jagun, I think there are two issues. I acknowledge your point of negotiation. But for me, I think the more important point, and which is Mr. James' point, is that whatever it is that you want to do, you should think through it. I mean, today it's easy for somebody like Julius Malema to go into government and say, look, every white man, bring your land. It will happen. What would be the repercussions? Will it be in the best interest of the Black South Africans themselves? Will it be the best?
You see that point you made. Let's run that point down. Whether it will be in the interest of Black South Africans. Let's game it out. What would happen? What are the things that are going to happen that is not happening to them now?
Can I finish my point? Can I finish?
The point is already made. They've forgotten about you. They moved on there.
No. It's Jagun that took words out of my mouth. I haven't landed actually. You let me
I'm
land.
sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that, Tony.
We are going to come back to you.
I'm sorry.
It's not good to lose the
point. Okay, no problem.
Yeah, that Masker just made just now, because I think that is the point James raised too about consequences, collapse. Keep using the term collapse, and that collapse is what puts the fear of God in South Africans in terms of trying to take their land back, actually doing what is in the constitution, something they negotiated. They are so scared of this. So the question is, what is going to happen? Let's game it out and see, okay, what is happening to the Black South Africans today that will happen, that is going to happen. I mean, that is going to be different from the consequences of actually executing this thing. What is in the constitution in terms of getting the land back? So let's game it out. What do you think is going to happen, Masker?
Well, for one, I've said it. If you take the land and distribute it piecemeal among people, from an agricultural perspective, you're going to turn South Africa back centuries.
That's not what's going to happen. That's not what's going to happen. I mean, come on. I don't believe that.
Sorry, Jago.
Wait. Let's be progressive.
Let
me just say this small thing. Let me just say this. I think we need to be progressive. Wait, let me say this small thing. Calm down.
15 seconds then.
It's okay. Just calm down. Masker, don't be business. Let's drive this conversation in the right way. What you're speaking about is not the way it would happen, ever. The way it would happen, as I said, when we're speaking, we should speak towards real solutions.
Jagun, they asked me a question. My opinion, I've just responded.
That's easy to negate now. That's not how things will happen. Piecemeal. You're making a negative point.
You have your
So
chance
what do
to
you think
report
will
it.
happen? No, what do you think will happen, Jagun?
Seriously, my brother, I really seriously think that it's all down to the way we negotiate. It is easy to come from a point of view that says that we should be cautious. Yes, we should think. Obviously, we should take our time. Absolutely. However, you must know to where it is you're trying to get to. And if you don't have that as a picture, then making your way from here to there becomes very difficult. But if you have an understanding that this is where I want to go, because I want recompensation for the X, Y, Z, and W, and I want it back as fast as possible. Given the fact that we've had 400 or 500 years of madness bestowed upon our people. So I'm not doing things for you. I'm doing things for our people. So my thought process is completely different than where you're coming from. Where I'm going over there. What's the easiest way to get there? How long would it reasonably take? And who do I need within me as a team that's going to get us to that point? That's how to think about solutions, and that's how to come with a team that can negotiate these articulate reasonings that we need to succeed. We can't come from I'm afraid.
I totally agree with you. The only difference between you and me is that me, I'm not fixated on land. I'm fixated on probably, let me say, per capita income of an average South African. It doesn't matter who owns the land, but I ultimately will suggest that they should sit and design.
Can I put this to you? Can I put this to you then, my brother? Your counterpart in Europe, who doesn't think like you, as you know, he cares a lot about land. He owns so much land that's not even near his country. So when negotiating with you that doesn't care about land, who do you think will be the winner out of the negotiation between you and him, given where he's coming from, and given where you're coming from?
James on, please.
No, here
James
there's
wants
still
to say
question.
something because he was the one that Tony. Don't worry, we are going to go back to you, Tony. Because
thank you. You see, South Africa is a non-racial society. If you are saying that it's a non-racial society, equality of all races.
The data indicates that it's very, very racist.
No. What I mean, their policies, their laws. They fought
it's
apart.
A rainbow country.
Yeah, on paper.
Yeah, no. You see, at the end of apartheid, discrimination was abolished. Nobody officially cared to know if you are white or black. Even places like Sandton, that used to be white neighborhood, rich black men were not allowed to go there to stay. Now, if you are saying that the white farmers should pay X amount of tax, the black farmers will also pay the same amount of tax. Remember, they have a policy they call Black Economic Empowerment, BEE. They're empowering the blacks, but you need the capability to be empowered. Most blacks have not attained enough capability to benefit from the empowerment program. Those who have attained some amount of empowerment, they have to pay the same amount of tax as the white people. That is their law. And
okay, so, but today, do you know that black South Africans still make up 13% of the engineering disciplines? This is after 30 straight years.
Look at it this way.
13% of engineers in black South Africa, South Africa is black.
Look at it this way. The United States and South Africa, they were almost at the same level during apartheid. It's a very, very advanced society. Now, assuming the whites in in the United States happen to quit and ask the blacks in the US to run the system, in 30 years' time, do you think they can sustain this level of economic development in the United States?
Depends on interference. There's a lot of variables there, so I can't necessarily go there.
These are some of the problems.
We know that, sorry, let me add that we know that we've seen countries that are less developed. If you look at Singapore when they emerged, even China was an agrarian society that didn't have a lot of, highly educated people. But look at where they are today. So it's not impossible. If people are truly free, you will be able to train yourself. You'll be able to educate your people. If after 30 years you cannot get 6,000 black engineers.
No,
there's something wrong with that system.
The number of engineers that matters. You can go and read nuclear physics, for example, or nuclear engineering. That does not mean that you can run a nuclear power station. In a nuclear power station, there are a lot of, there's serious division of labor. And you just have to be a specialist in each of the area. In Nigeria, despite our level of education, our nuclear physicists are very few, nuclear engineers. If we set up a nuclear power station today, we don't have enough Nigerians to run the whole show.
How long do you think it will take?
Well, I cannot say because that is not my area of specialization.
Because it took China from 1959 to I think 50s.
Well, I hope you're aware that We
to
have a
build
facility
their
like
nuclear
that in
weapons.
Nigeria.
10 years it took them to build their nuclear weapons. And that was Russians coming in teaching them how to do it. And when the Russians refused to teach them again, they kicked them out and say, we are building it ourselves. And they went on to build it themselves.
No,
So
I
it's
agree
not,
with
some
you.
of this knowledge is not impossible to attain.
Iran started 1979. I just left high school that time when the
Yeah.
Iranians started their own. Today, as I always say, Iran is a country to be feared by the United States because they
Exactly.
got themselves organized. Now, in the case of South Africa, you have some people like Jacob Zuma and the Indians. I don't know why his affinity with Indians is very disturbing. Like Shabi Sheikh, the Gupta brothers and others. And what's his name? Mark Maharaj and all these Indian people. Now, the issue is this man ruined the country. When we say ruin, he ruined the country beyond recognition. He looted the treasury. There's a company they call Tails in France. They awarded billions of rands to them to supply weapons, and it was all corruption. The period that man spent in office as vice president under Thabo Mbeki and as president on his own, there are years of backwardness. We have to subtract it from the years of independence. So
No, I hear that this in what's his name? The consumer was not a very good leader for his country, but the people like him. The
No,
people like him for some reason.
he has a problem, a peculiar problem. Jacob Zuma never went to school, not even primary school.
Imagine.
His father died, I think, during the war. So the mother was a domestic servant. So the mother brought him up. He joined this ANC Bohala, moving up and down. So he was declared wanted. Then he ran to Swaziland, Babani. King Sobuza, the father of the present Swazi king, admitted him into his palace. That was where they taught him how to read and write. Now, while he was there, the apartheid government was breathing heavily on the Swazi government. So they asked him to leave. So he left for Zambia. From Zambia he was just roaming the whole world till 1994 when he returned. Jacob Zuma has no alma mater. I will not be surprised to hear that he has not read a novel all his life. He has no form of
I'm really shocked about the numbers of like engineer scientists in South Africa that are South African. These will have a lot of money. They have billions of dollars in their stock market and everything. They can't take 6,000 South Africans and send them overseas to go and learn. 4 or 5 years, they come back with expertise. For the life of me, I don't know what is wrong with those people.
Excuse me. We have engineers in Nigeria.
Sorry, I'm talking about why are South Africa? Why is it that South Africa doesn't have more? They should have more.
We should have more. You know how much we have in Nigeria.
No, it's not. You see, forefather, one of the biggest mistakes you're also making. You can't take somebody from the street and start training him as an engineer. That guy must have gone through primary school, get all the basics in when he comes to secondary school, must have gone through good calculus, all these things. These things has to go way back. This is how proper
but
society.
I accept that now. My take is
that even the China you are talking
you saying
about,
that they don't have secondary school graduates in South Africa that
in terms of
6,000.
percentage, yes, I can tell you for free that I don't believe that South Africans were predominantly going to school during the apartheid.
No, I mean now, or 10 years ago.
Now that you're talking about is when?
No, I'm saying 10 years ago, they should have gotten that. They should have more graduates that are engineers by now. You can't have a population like that, have only 1,600 engineers in the country. It's just too much. It's too bad.
Look at it this way. During apartheid, there was Ministry of Education taking care of white education. The black people were under the Department of Ministry in charge of Bantu affairs. That is black people's problems and how they organize themselves. That's why they put black education. So the kind of education they were receiving, it was just worlds apart. And not only that,
an engineering education, you can go to school, you can go to secondary school, but to be an engineer, you have to have the basics. Not just that you go to
but
primary.
But Masker, if you go to secondary school, generally, if you do science, you can go and do engineering. Generally,
holding a degree in
that South Africans don't do science in secondary school too.
Generally, if that school is in the UK.
Okay, let me put it this way. Point is, if you're about to run a country, you just came out of apartheid, like the way Nigerians did, if you just came out of apartheid and you know you need these engineers, right from the period of apartheid, you should have sent maybe 10,000 South Africans overseas to go and study, even if it's from secondary school level, that they go and study and return back. But they didn't do anything like that.
No,
Let me quickly interrupt you guys. You see, forefather, the unfortunate place you're coming from, although you're right, you are coming from a point where you are complaining about what is. I think it's better you accept what is. What is where we are now, and this is why we are feeling frustrated, weak politically, globally. Why I was frustrated myself with Ramaphosa performance in the White House. I didn't like it, which is opposed to the way
I'm coming
I
from
wait,
the point of
wait.
view.
Let me land. I find it very weak. But where you're coming from is again whereby what do you call it when you look back on things, which
No, that's
needs
not
to be
what I'm
done.
doing. I'm
It
trying
needs
to
to be
say that
done.
the
It needs to be
system right now is
wait.
weak. It's not working.
Yes, wait, it needs to be done. But where we actually have to speak from is where we are now, because we are aware it is not working. Where we are now is that for what all James has said, Baba James has said, he's accurate in telling us how we got here in so many different ways, which me personally, I have a lot of the similar information as he has, and I tend to agree with how he positions South Africa in this case particularly. What you need to do is to understand, yes, this is taking place. Where from here? Because in the African politics, in the African diaspora as a whole, when we look, as we are in the diaspora, we can see that there are patterns forming. And I want to analyze these patterns and see if we're getting any level of understanding with how these building blocks are now put together over the next 3 to 4 years. Let's test.
Yeah,
Because
but you see the
talking
point.
about the past
I
or
hear
talking
what you're
about
saying. Let me
the
add to what
status
you're
quo.
saying. Let me add to what you're saying. At the core of it is the fact that yes, this we know how we got here. My problem is that they are not advocating that we should shift because the situation is not good. They are saying remain there because the thing is going to collapse if you try to do
Who is
anything about
saying
it.
that?
That's what you're saying now. You have to leave the land for
No,
them and
no.
tax them. As if
No,
that's going to work.
no.
You're not going
See,
to tax
look,
them.
maybe what we should do what for what his name, Mr. Rudolph suggested. Maybe I think South Africa is a big topic for Africa and especially for Nigerians. Maybe what we should do the right thing. Get all the facts. I know South Africa is doing a lot for their people. Now the issue is there are
But they
major
still control
roads.
less than 5% of wealth.
No, but yes,
Wait, oh,
what
Father,
can
wait now.
you are complaining about where we
No,
are.
but you are using the term that they are doing a lot. That a
Yes.
lot amounts to 5% of wealth.
No, look,
Which is
forefather.
understandable, forefather. But listen to
Let
where
me
he was
cite
trying to go now.
Let me cite an example with Nigerian military. At independence in 1960, the white military officers started leaving. Some remained, but the Nigerian government felt that the military should be Nigerianized. So a lot of military officers of Nigerian extraction were given responsibilities, military responsibilities they could not shoulder. They do not know where to draw the line between their official work and politics. They got themselves mixed up with politicians. And that is one of the causes of the Nigerian Civil War. They attended good military institutions in Britain, what called Sandhurst, Aldershot, West Point. Some went to what's it called, Pakistan, like Tunde Diagbon and others. Acquiring the knowledge is one thing, but putting the knowledge into practice is a different thing. I remember when I was in Israel, I went to a workshop to look for a job. The man asked me, okay, what can you do? I've never worked in workshop in my life. So I told him, well, at school I was taught calculus. We did some differential equations, real analysis. He said, look, my boy, that is not how we work here. What can you do with your hands? That's what I'm interested in. That was, so he reluctantly gave me manual job to do. So in the course of doing the manual job, he discovered that there are some knowledge I had which was of use to him in his factory, because he was using some crude methods. So I taught him some elementary mathematical manipulations So he started giving me higher responsibilities. So the point I'm making is acquiring university degrees is one thing. Mastering the job, the way it should be practically, is a completely different thing. And it's possible for an engineer to be trained in the finest university in the world. When he gets to a factory, he cannot perform. He just have to understand certain people, know the intricacies of what is going on in the factory before he will take off and rise slowly to attain managerial position. That is how it is.
Forefathers, can I do
Yeah,
some intervention here?
It's your this thing. I think why a lot of people have joined. So Solar was here and he went out. So after you, he needs to speak. So that yeah, please go ahead, Tony. Welcome and not welcome.
Yeah,
Carry on.
yeah. I think we are probably underestimating the complex problem that South Africa has or is going through. First of all, like we said, I talked about the colonial history. You can't compare it with that of any country in Africa, not even Congo. So that's one. And then the extent of segregation and the policies that were instituted, still the relics of those policies and so on are still there. It's not been broken down. When Mandela came, if you remember, the white man, the Boers didn't give up power because they felt it was right to do so. No, when they found out that it was almost becoming that they were losing power and that it wasn't difficult for them to sustain appetite and to sustain their hegemony over the people, so they just had to, they just had to, concede to majority rule. It wasn't independence. It was just that a change over from white minority rule to majority rule. So when Mandela took over, basically what he tried to do was, this was a divided nation. This was a nation that was segregated. So there was a need for him at that time. The principal policy that he wanted is to make sure that there's reconciliation. So he set up commissions and so on and so forth to make sure that the blacks, for instance, forgave, if that's possible, I put it in quote, would just, forget the things, reconciliation, and accept the white people and so on and so forth for what they have done. So Mandela didn't do much in terms of development. But so what he did was, to see South Africa as a rainbow nation and to reconcile, all the bitterness, the frustration, over apartheid and what the whites have done over a period of time. So then you had the subsequent leaders that you had after him, now had to grapple with the problems of actual development. And one of the things was land distribution, because that was what everybody had. Land, those whose lands were taken, those who were driven away and put, in places in lands and confined to areas that were strictly, poverty-stricken, people who were living in shanties and so on and so forth. So there was a need to address the land question first, and then housing. Those are the critical issues that needed, to be addressed at that time. And over the period, the only person that has tried to address this problem is the current president. ANC, when they came up in 1994, they promised that, for land, they will try and ensure that there's a land distribution at least up to 30% to the black population. But up till now, they haven't been able to do that. And the people are restive. They want their land. Not just for, like I said, not just the commercial lands only, land for housing, land, because land is South Africa. If you go and look at the history, land is critical to everybody. So it was a critical issue, not to talk about, the factories and all that. So what you had was that people would, out of frustration, would go into white land, kill the person and, attack, in an attempt to drive them away from those possessions, because they were restive. They just felt that the government wasn't doing much, even though the government was trying. So the critical issue that we have in South Africa, the apartheid policy, totally dehumanized the black population. And so the building effort, the effort that is being made by subsequent governments to build. There are people like Malema who feel that the government is not doing enough. Like the government should be more forceful in grappling with the problem. Just like we have here in Nigeria, where some people are thinking that no, listen, you have to, revolution, break down, and so on and so forth. So that is the critical issue right now in South Africa. How do you deal? And the bad thing is now that you now have some international connection. People are now beginning to look at South Africa. They didn't look at it when these problems were there. They're looking, no, the policies you are implementing, is against the white and so on and so forth, which is for me is nonsense.
Tony, can I put this to you? Can I put this question to you, Tony?
This
well,
in,
let me
Jago,
allow me to put it to him, please.
Jago, see, try to be.
It's going to be very small. It's a question.
I know that your questions are quite incisive and useful, but there are people here that need to.
Yeah, I honestly appreciate that, and I just want to say this.
I just summarize. I just summarize. Jago, no, I'm not. Jago, no, I'm not going to let you, stop me this time. So
it's okay.
There are people waiting. So the problem right now is, looking at South Africa, I think all those international Trump and all those people who are looking at South Africa and saying their policies are against the white people, they should leave the people, they should leave the government to deal with those issues in line with the constitution and in line with policies that is set out for himself, and not sensationalize this thing and make it look like it's a racial thing. That is the problem.
Thank you. Sola, thank you for joining us. It's been a while. Yeah. So, what do you make of this business? Because I think somebody said we have to think carefully. I think it was Mascot said, think carefully about this thing. Look at the issue closely before you make decision. Personally, I'm looking at it closely. I'm saying the Black South Africans right now, they are experiencing catastrophe. After how many years, they still have just about 1,000 something engineers, and they control 5% of wealth of the country. They are experiencing catastrophe already. I'm looking at it deeper. I'm not just looking at it at the surface that they have fancy economy, fancy big stuff. You have to look at the people that you are arguing for. Those ones, they are not seeing that wealth. It's just the people that you want to displace.
Okay, so I will look at it from a different perspective. And the perspective of the first thing we need to ask us as African is, what is Africa to us? What is South Africa to them? What is Nigeria to us as Nigerians, Kenyans, and the likes of it? And I see Africans, or we Blacks, as a set of people who are not strategists. We are not. We want the honey, but we don't want the bee to sting us. After independence, like few people have said, what has the South African government year on year, and I mean the Black presidents, what have they done to ensure that even if we're going to take this land from these so-called white people and hand it over to the South Africans, how do we know that these guys are going to use it and even better them? Because at the end of the day, look, see, I'll give you an example. And for a Yoruba man like me, if you go to China now, there is a fabric known in a Yoruba land called Adire. Do you know that the Chinese are producing it in mass? In Nigeria, we don't value it because we are not selling ourselves, because we don't see it as something that is valuable to us. But Chinese are they'll come here as sort of, they'll be speaking our Yoruba, we'll be laughing at them, we'll be showing them the stuff, but they are undercover agents to develop things. Now, while the South Africans are in power, while the Black people were in power, or they've been in power for almost like 10, 15 years, what is the line of progression? While I was growing up in the 90s, if you say you travel to China or anything that comes from China, people will say, oh, no, we don't want it. But BYD is taking over the world. Huawei, all of these guys are taking over the world. Where do you think that all this technology is coming from? Because they're able to send people to abroad, paid for their masters and all of those stuffs, and these people learn it, they come back home, they develop it, they build it. So look, in my own take, regardless of if you like we cry foul or nothing, or any way we want to put it, I think the South African have to do it in a strategic way that doesn't look as if they want to take this thing from the white people, but they have to start showing progression. Progression. I give you the land. I see the way you guys are turning it into all those farm owners, those land owners. They need to understand that, look, I'm not going to give you this land if I know that it's not going to be profitable for the country. I'd rather keep it in the hand of the white people and see how I can get more money, more value for money, and boost more production. Why will I give a typical South African person, probably that wants to turn the land to something else? So for me, I think that we need to start building strategy. These white people, they've been at it for a long time.
Okay, let me ask
The-
you now. Let me ask you. So, what if they say take the land back from the white farmers, but rent it to them annually? Because ownership
that is a
matters in
strategy.
something.
That is a
Yeah.
strategy. Like you said, but like Maska said, you're not just going to take everything away just one time and say, oh, this is what we're going to do. Because one,
But that is the
the other
agreement.
people are the
They
upper.
knew.
eh,
But hold on, that was the
See,
agreement. They knew about it when they agreed to it, even when
forefathers,
apartheid regime was still there.
forefathers. See, having an agreement, this is the difference between a white man and a black man. You need to find a way to coin this thing. Look at the way Donald Trump coined it. The pictures he used, some of them are from DRC Congo. What am I saying is that you coin it, you start taking it gradually. You start putting your people, let your people start seeing what they are doing. Then you take it. Then later you start saying, oh, we are taking some part of this, we are using it to do this experiment. Lie
Do you have an
everywhere.
example? Do you have an
Anything,
example of
anybody.
where anybody has played this game and won
Solar
it?
light.
Let me ask you now: do you have an example where some other person has played this game that we like to play? Like we think that the other side is they have blindfold on while you are doing all those things you are doing.
Ghana is an example now.
Thank you.
Because
See,
we think that they have blindfold and you are doing all this strategy.
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. So you will always see the difference between India and Africa. There's a
You
difference.
should start talking about India.
India, at the end of the day,
They are poor.
James,
India,
Jide, please hold on.
yes, they could be poor. Look, see, Jagun,
Nigeria should
you
not be
can
like
say it.
India. I don't want Nigeria to be like India.
Wait. See, Indians can be poor. Anybody can say anything. But today, they are negotiating with them. Have they negotiated with any African countries? India has taken it on their own. India more or less make sure that whatever the white is bringing, yes, we are not saying you are not bringing in, but this is our stuff. We have to find a way to manage it. Now, when it comes to Africa, see,
hold on. You are misunderstanding India.
forefathers.
You are
When
painting
it
India in
comes
the wrong
to
light. No, let's correct the India narrative that you created. The India narrative is
wait,
false that you created. That India
even if you say
now.
even if you say it is false, Modi will not come to the White House and be humiliated
That's
like
right.
any other
Why?
Africa.
Why?
I
That's right, bro.
dare Tinubu to
Why?
go there tomorrow.
I'm asking
Why?
you now.
No, because
Why
at
would
the end
Please,
of
let
the
me just put that.
why would India not be humiliated?
did you see
No.
did you see Starmer going there to negotiate with them? Have they negotiated with any other African countries? The African countries, what are they asking for? Oh, what you've done to our forefathers, we want reparation. We want money from them.
Huh?
We want you to give us money. Look, in which they know they
African
won't do
countries are
anything with
asking
it.
for that too.
Look, that is what they are asking for. Jagun knows. I mean, if you're in UK and you're getting more broadcast,
No,
you
that's
will
African
understand it.
Americans, not the African countries.
Look, no, look, this is what I'm saying. I am saying that we need to find a way in a strategic way to start getting this thing. If you go bombard it once, and you have to understand that
But you don't
most
have
of
any
African
example of people that
products,
have done what you are saying. You are saying Africans should be doing it.
most of our deals, we do it with this West. So if we mess with them, at the end of the day, they shut it all off, just like what Donald Trump is trying to do.
I
So
think
for
what you are
me,
doing,
we need to take the land back.
hold on, Solar. Most of the stuff you are saying just is just full of a lot of fear. because you don't want to. Like I asked you, give me an example of any other people that did something similar. You know, India was a nuclear power that they are begging now. India went through
But
tough
hold on,
times
hold on.
where they were suffering,
Zimbabwe did the same thing.
and we are
Mugabe
using.
did the same thing. Where are they now?
Okay,
He didn't
now,
do
hold
it
on,
well. Where are they now?
hold on. Let me answer you. You see, what you did now is what is completely wrong with our narrative, and that's where I decided disagreeing with James, where he said a collapse, a collapse, a collapse.
Okay. No,
India collapsed once,
no.
but look at them today. They are begging them. India was used to eat from sheep to mouth. They call it sheep to mouth. Where even rich people they were telling their children not to eat 3 times a day. But look at them today. They became.
No,
I played a video there where an Indian was saying all this.
no.
The
Let
point is
me.
that you have to go through this tough period. Why
I'll
is it
move
that we are
over
always
to,
afraid
I'll
of
shift
pain?
it to other guys to talk. Thank you,
No,
guys.
Okay. Now,
Masca, this is serious because
no.
why is
First
it
of
that
all,
we are
Serious,
always
but
afraid of pain?
the question you will ask is that
let me
about
cite.
India, is it overnight?
Let me
The
cite
China
an
we are
example.
talking about, China never came on any TV and boast that we are going to take over the world. They were always very, very clandestine, very, very strategic, quiet, doing
But
it
that is
quietly.
not
That's
the
what
point.
the guy is
The point
saying.
you made was that we are worried that we are going to collapse. India
No,
went through
no,
it. Every
nobody,
nation goes
nobody.
through it.
Look. Let me cite an example. When apartheid ended in 1994, there were a lot of white people who said, over our dead body, we can't stay under a white man and a black man's rule. So they left. Do you know that they left thousands of buildings in Johannesburg? Johannesburg alone, that's where I lived. One of the highest buildings in Africa, they call it anyway, I'll remember the name. A lot of buildings, terribly high buildings, 40 stories, 50 stories. They just walked out and left it. The black people, they moved in. Go to the city of Hillbrow, the neighborhood of Hillbrow in South Africa today. It's like a slum. The buildings are there, very beautiful to look at, but you go inside, they were unable to run it. The lifts are no longer working. Pregnant women cannot live on the top floors because they don't have the strength to climb it. So this is the point I'm making. These things requires experience apart from the academic knowledge. Now, if they give the land, take it from them forcefully and give it to the blacks, the way they messed up the buildings in Hillbrow is precisely what they're going to do to the land.
But what if you are just seeing it in time now? What if in the future, because ownership, this is the example I gave with India. If you look at India during that period when they were suffering, you would think that is the time has frozen. But look at them today. Sometimes there are certain things that are beyond immediate suffering.
India was just like Nigeria. Sorry to say, during the military.
India is not a good example.
The military in Nigeria were well organized. If you know the projects those guys executed for the period they were in office, is marvelous. The Indians, they got themselves together. They had one mind and they worked on policies. If you go to United States today, there is policy on immigration. There's policy on defense. There's policy on everything they do in the United States. Obama came, worked on the policies and left it. The other market, presidents come and go, but their policies remain the same thing. But in the case of Nigeria, tell me one policy that we have, either on immigration, industry, Nigeria has no policy. So how can we be like the Indians?
No, I'm not comparing. I'm talking about South Africa versus India because we are
okay,
saying that South Africa should not feel the pain. We should be careful. We should always be careful. But if you are not ready to feel the pain, why would power concede power to you?
They are making some progress now. Earlier on in the earlier program, I said that before 1994, it was impossible for you to see a black man running a company or heading a government department like post office or whatever it is. Today, almost all the administrative jobs, they are run by blacks. Now, and there is what they call black economic empowerment. It's just like our quota system. If two people are vying for a job, let's say one is white and the other is black, if the black man has the minimum qualification, maybe they need school set, Even if the white man is holding a PhD, they will bypass him because of black economic empowerment, unless there's no black man who is qualified to do that job before they give it to highly qualified white people. I mean, they are doing their best. Take it or leave it. That is my own opinion. But
my take is that their best, if they keep playing this game that Nigerians are playing it too. We want to make nice. We don't want to take any risk. Sooner or later, you'll find out that they too are seeing you. They are not stupid. They are seeing you, and they will come for you, and you will fail. They will get stronger, which they are already getting stronger. Sooner or later, you will fail. We've been here before. When Nigeria used to be strong in the 70s. That's my take. That's just my take.
No, my take is that you are not giving these South Africans credit. The people that fought for their freedom and got it under such a very draconian rule. What
this is 30 years. No, excuse me. They have identified one of their limitations, and that limitation is corruption. Look at the way they handled Jacob Zuma, his financial advisor Shabi Sheikh, the case of Bulanali Nuka, and so many other cases. They don't play with God. Even Winnie Mandela, the wife of Nelson Mandela, was kicked out of parliament because of corruption. Who in Nigeria or in any African country can do that? If you, if you kill a human being, shoot a man dead in South Africa, do you know that they will grant you bail?
Yeah, I got that.
If a minister should shoot a man dead, he's done. I mean, let him just forget everything about freedom. They descend heavily on those in power. Unlike
but maybe there's a reason though, because is that the same for every other country? You have to ask yourself, why is South Africa that unique?
It's unique because the laws they inherited from the whites, the law, most of them are still intact. Excuse me. During apartheid, it was not an offense as such to kill a black man. So if the whites were doing it, that was nothing. But if a white man should kill a white man during apartheid, you can be, you can be the prime minister. Nobody cares. That is the law they inherited, which they find it necessary to maintain the laws. This is why Jacob Zuma went to jail. Tell me any Nigerian president who has been to jail for corruption.
Personally, the way I hear this thing, the more I hear about it, the more I think that many of these things need to be jettisoned. They need to jettison all these things, because this is a problem. We are not going to get anywhere if we keep using their things constantly. You're not going to get anywhere because they don't intend. If they wanted to enable South African, black South African, it would have happened before now. That's my thing. Let me bring who is next?
Let me ask a question. Do you know the number of black South Africans who are on scholarship?
Pardon?
The number of black South Africans enjoying university scholarships throughout the country and all over the world at the expense of government.
I don't know the number. Who is it? What's the number?
It's substantial. The university education is almost free because the government is formed by, there's what they call tripartite alliance, the ANC, South African Congress of Trade Union, COSATU, and Communist Party. These three parties form what they call tripartite alliance, with which they rule the country. Recently, they co-opted the DA because of their performance during the election. Now, they have some socialist policies, capitalist. A lot of things are working concurrently in South Africa. It's not a socialist state. Neither is it a communist state, nor a capitalist state. They have their own unique system of government.
Father, can I come in?
Yes,
please. I'm the next person.
Okay, you go ahead.
Go ahead. I think it's you next. No, I think it's Loco next. I think you guys are in sequence actually. The way you came in, Loco. No, sorry, I said Loco. Sorry, AY is AY, Paul, and Ike. Okay, thank you for joining us. Jide. So this South African issue, the argument is gradualist approach versus decisive shift from the current paradigm. So I don't know what you make of it.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much, Robert. It's good to see you. It's been a while. Good to see you, and good to see everyone on the panel section. First of all, we need to understand the context of the cost of why the situation in South Africa is what it is now, like the current situation. And we need to understand that after apartheid, I understand that brother I've forgotten his name. I've forgotten his name, but the man that spoke to me before I came in, he said clearly, but he explained clearly about the apartheid regime, the series of negotiations that happened under the apartheid regime that failed, in which those negotiations were not implemented. I really give him kudos for that. But we need to understand that after 1994, after the apartheid in 1994, just like what they did in many African countries, the colonialists, South Africa was evolving into a liberal democratic system, multi-party liberal democratic system, and a neoliberal economic model that was not there under apartheid regime. In the apartheid regime, the whites had a lot of socialist policies that favored them against the blacks. But now, when the blacks took political power, that political power was hijacked by the economic powers, the economic elites in South Africa. This coincided with the multi-party liberal democratic system. At the same time, South Africa was beginning to become deindustrialized into a more financialized economic system. That played a role into why there's a significant economic stagnation in South Africa today. Because the multi-party system did was that the social privilege that the whites had, the blacks did not have it. They failed to have it. The ANC that fought, and other political parties that fought for the liberation of South African people from apartheid, they were hijacked by the economic elites of South Africa. And who were the economic elites? The economic elites were the whites. We need to understand those things. When that happened, subsequently, what you had was they now started to assimilate some blacks into the political class. These were the bourgeoisie, the kind of like the bourgeoisie that you have in many parts of Africa. They assimilated them. Moving forward, what happened was a lot of the expectations and a lot of the negotiations that we agreed, which Mr. James explained, were not implemented. Because we need to understand Europeans. Because these are Europeans that are in South African land. They are Europeans. These whites, they are Europeans, right? Europeans, they are worse when you're negotiating with them than when you go and fight them. I'll repeat it again. Europeans, when they are at the negotiating table, they are the worst than when you actually go head on head fighting them and defeating them. That's a fact. We have many examples of that. Look at what's going on with Russia and Ukraine. Series of negotiations. See what's going on. I don't want to digress. I don't want to go into Russia and Ukraine. So now, the second point I want to make is the Donald Trump game. We all know Donald Trump is a player. We all know him. He's a showman. I've always said about Donald Trump. He's a showman. Right now, there's a genocide going on in Gaza. This genocide that is going on in Gaza, he knows that the US is complicit in that genocide. Now, his hands are tied. Don't forget that when Donald Trump came to power, he promised that there won't be any war under his administration. There won't be any war. That was because Democrats failed. Right now, he is not fulfilling that promise. He has failed. At least currently, he has failed. His hands are tied with the genocide going on in Gaza. Now, he is now using the South African narrative to dissuade from the genocide in Gaza. It's a strategy that Donald Trump does a lot. Where he has failed, he doesn't focus on that. He tries to distract from where he has failed so that people can easily be distracted. So
yeah, but he has always believed in this issue. Even the first time he was talking about it, in the first time, the South African issue. So
yes, but you mentioned, but we need to understand that to put this in context. South Africa is a major country that has actually played a key role in defending the Palestinians, in the diplomatic support for the Palestinians.
Yeah,
it is connected because what's going on in South Africa is not only in South Africa. It's going on in Zimbabwe. is going on in Namibia. Go and look at what everybody, all of us are talking about.
But the question, Jide, is should it be a minimal, a gradual approach or a one-time cut? That is the question.
My own answer is not this thing about gradual. Is if it has been gradual since 1994, nothing has changed. It has to be a swift response, but it doesn't have to be by violence. Look at what's going on in Namibia. Look at what's going on in Namibia. The same thing in Namibia. Look at through a grassroots mobilization political movement, you can take power. That's what's going on in Namibia right now. Everybody should
can you describe briefly, please, for the sake of the viewers and some panelists, what is happening in Namibia in terms of what you are referring to?
Thank you. So currently in Namibia, they have a liberal democratic system like South Africa, right? And we should not forget that their lands were stolen, just like South African land was stolen. And they actually used violence and guerrilla warfare to gain independence in 1990. We need to understand that context, just like South Africa. Now, what you have is that just like the EFF, even though EFF has not achieved what it's supposed to achieve, because I don't want to digress, but EFF, they are beginning that process already. The EFF is a grassroots movement, and they are doing a good job. They are yielding positive results, right? I'm talking to you guys. Maybe you guys don't know about their job, but you guys should go and check what they are doing. They are making positive impacts. That's why the people are there. So now, if you look at what's going on in Namibia right now, the people hijacked that so-called liberal democratic system, even though it has not really worked in Africa. They now started to use a grassroots mobilization movement, and the political party that they are using is a political party that was part of that struggle, and they ensure that they were not compromised by NGOs, Western NGOs, economic elites, Western economic elites. This struggle now coalesced I've forgotten the name of the political party. I need to check it after I stop talking. That political party coalesced with this struggle. It's a leftist political party. I can't remember their name. Under a woman, she's a I can't remember her name as well. I don't know. I keep forgetting people.
But what have they achieved so far?
They've achieved a lot in terms of literacy rates, in terms of acquiring more lands, in terms of literacy rates. They've achieved a lot. In terms of human capital development, they've achieved a lot as well. They are making a lot of great strides.
So regarding the land achievement now, what is the land achievement they've achieved in terms of getting back more land? Because you're using them as an example of people that have gotten land back. Even if they've not gotten the land back, what is the prospect? What is the achievement in land? Let's put it that way.
Yeah, first of all, they actually implemented land reforms. They implemented land reforms. I don't like saying what I don't know, right?
But how long has she been in power, Jide? How long?
She has not been in power for a long time. I think.
So how many months? Because we can't be talking of people.
Yeah, she has not been in power for 30 years. She has not been in power for 20 years.
Jide, she just called me. Zimbabwe, the Germans still have good percentage of the land. I know it's not my turn. But what the problem that why Zimbabwe look more peaceful?
No, not Zimbabwe,
because the population of Zimbabwe cumulatively is just 2.3 million. Sorry, Namibia. I'm making a mistake. The population is just 2.3 million. And the landmarks of Namibia is even bigger than Nigeria. So Namibia is an empty country. You understand? The whole of the country, there is no traffic. It's big, scattered in 3 places. So Namibia is still empty. That's why it's not looking like the Germans own a lot of land. But the Germans actually does. But what Namibia is achieving right now, they are achieving education to empower their people to manage all these things. But the German still owns the land. You get the point. Now, the German still owns the land like South Africa. But because of there is still space, nobody is lacking anything. If black people want land, land is there for them. But who owns good percentage of the land? And the Greek land is owned by the Germans. You understand?
Let me add one more information that seems to be established now. Just one more information. Elites in any country, black or white, it doesn't matter which country you're in, they are very, very hard to displace. If you look at every nation that you have to displace an elite that is entrenched, it tends to lead to a revolution. And the same in the case of Namibia, these elites are the Germans. in the case of this is South Africa, we are talking about a general white population here, and they because of it, how do you shift it? They are an elite. They will not going to
That's
move.
where the problem is actually.
Every nation, just think about it. Try to find out. Think about how you displace any elite. It's always result in massive upheaval in any nation.
Yes, it's false. Even
it doesn't matter what country.
Cuba, look at what happened. I mean, Cuba is another example. They displaced
That's
their
why
elites.
I really am suspicious of this gradualist approach. People are thinking it's going to work. It's not going to. Elites don't. They will never concede power. They never do.
Fofara, I never agree with you like the way I agree with you when it comes to this issue. Look, Obasanjo fought for South Africa to the extent where Obasanjo, who happened to be a military man and active in service, Obasanjo even told Nigerians, say, any juju where you get, Mona bring, mo go use juju, fight these people. That's how Obasanjo fought for them. They come to Nigeria, they school, they do everything. But South Africa gained their freedom. I will use the word freedom, not independent now. 1994. As at 1995 ending stroke 1996, South Africa lost relationship with Nigeria. Ask yourself this question. Nigeria couldn't go to World Cup even when we are the defending champion, Nations Cup. Abacha, we couldn't go 1996 Nations Cup, we are the defending champion. You understand? We couldn't. That's how they plan this thing. They understand this concept as a union person. United we stand, divided we fall. And it has been their mantra. So the only way we can fight it is just two ways. Father, let us go history memorially. Very many wars that America fought, they lost. But very many wars that America fought, they win in terms of the mind of the people. How did they win this war? They spend money on media. Look at what Al Jazeera is doing. Look at what Qatar is doing in a small country. We have to invest more in media. South Africa, knowing fully well that they are coming to the White House, spend money on MSNBC, spend money CBS, the other side of the channel, spend money, go do your own propaganda. You understand? Go enlighten people. Spend money, do your own propaganda. You can't do the media war in this age and time. That is one, because what Trump is using, now they use the media war. The ordinary man who is not deep in politics like you and I, who refuse to watch Netflix that we're doing all this politics here, don't understand all these things. Maybe just few people like you and I that will understand it. So you spend money on media war. Then two, you got to take it by force. They will never give it to black. So father, I agree with you. When you take it by force, then you use the media and everything. These people will never give it to us. See, these Dutch people, they give more privilege to the Indian. You know, there's a lot of Indian in South Africa. More privilege to Indian than black people. Just like they do to us here. You understand? Then they find our faults, then they escalate it, they blow it out of proportion.
I will need to talk about India. That country.
Before you do, because I have to sleep now, man. I've been trying to keep up with you guys. You're racing ahead now. I just want to end like this before I sleep. I'm going as soon as I finish this. You know, there's a story to answer the question that forefathers put between Nyerere of Tanzania and Nkrumah of Ghana as to now or gradual approach. Nyerere won that debate on the gradual approach level, whereas my belief, and when we look back, it tells us that Nkrumah was right, that we need to do these things now before they get a different grip on us, was basically the argument that he was coming from then. So now we are in the same position and we have similar issues to deal with. We really have to take stock of what's happened before, what we are really going through, and being able to identify it accurately, and then make the decisions to a solution. And my thinking is that we've been through it time and time again over the last 60 odd years. And I think that this is our time. The next 10 years, if we have a 10-year stretch of making correct negotiations that profit and tenure the African freedom and development program, as it were. If that's what we do over the next 10 years and we get our decisions correct, we've solved our problem, is my feeling. But thank you, guys. Good night and happy conversations.
Thank you.
So, Forefather, let me touch one small part. Jide, sorry, please, let me touch one small part. Forefather, look at what Burkina Faso is doing with the media today, with artificial intelligence and the likes. So many propaganda. You understand? To you and I, that is vast with what is going on. What has Toure has achieved? Nothing really much, but propaganda with the media. Somebody in America will say, do you know Burkina Faso started building EV cars? Airline is flying. This one is working. This one is working. Now they want to take him down. You understand? When we know that the highest thing he has achieved is just a tomato plantation farm, whatever, just little thing here and there. So Forefather, I'm just telling you the construction thing. But what I'm telling you is that he uses the media for people to now also use it to blackmail the West. You understand? Because they say he achieved this, he achieved that. We must understand how to use the media. That is exactly what that is what Trump used on this guy, make foolish of him and everything. And he couldn't fight back because he's thinking what just happened not so long. We must understand that you take it or you leave it. It's a propaganda war. You understand? But you must equally spend money in that propaganda. That's why Qatar spend that money on Al Jazeera. That's why Qatar is also using another part. We got to bribe these people. Because what is Israel is doing? They use APAC, you understand, to bribe American politicians. And they threaten you to primary you out. They bribe them and they get deals. And they get money. Sometimes the money that the Americans give to them, they use back to this politician and also get deals done. You understand? So the Middle East people, these guys, they look the Saudi Arabia, the Bahrain, Jordan of this world. They're coming up with another strategy. You can see for the first time, Trump can travel those places. Never went to Israel. You understand? And everything never went to Israel. So there are strategies that we can wake up and everything. But first of all, we have to do our homework. Just watch the way the media does. If Britain can be scared of America, anything that America talk, Britain want to follow. You understand? You can see countries like Norway, Denmark, they're not supporting this thing. They started calling genocide and the like. Even when in court, they want to say we're also allied and everything. People have to understand that you got to use all these people. Pick the people who really have voice. Use their voice and everything. But guess what? You have to go ahead and do that thing that you want to do. But if you are waiting for gradual process, Forefather, I agree with you. It will not work and it will never work. Where is the Dutch people that fight for their own people who migrate to South Africa? That America is carrying this fight in their head and everything. Why did they relocate? What Mr. James said. Do you know the numbers of South Africans that left 1994 to Australia? You understand? That's how black people be able to take over all those properties. They went to Australia. Guess what? They came back. The Jolly Ride was not there. They can still do the same farming. The Dutch, the Netherlands of this world, they're also big in farming. Cattle farming and the likes. They're also big in farming. Why did they go back there? The privilege is not there. The profit margin is not there. You know, so the government needs to do, you can do it. Look, America that we're talking about, I live in an Indian state. You understand? One of the biggest tribes, they are also here. Government take land. What the Indians do, they scatter themselves. This land, they bury people there. Whenever government want to take it, they say it's our ancestral home. We've buried our forefather here and everything. But government will still take the land. Since government is not taking the land from the Indian and give to white, we're not a problem. They'll say it's good for the whole country. It's good for the state. So government can take the land and say, government, we need this land. And maybe if it is an agric land, they rent the land to the people. You understand? Then now you create equality and everything. Government can do all those things. But when you still do all those things, you understand, don't do it like a bully. Don't do it like government have the power. Use their strategy back to them. Go back, like I said again. You have to spend money on the media. Don't wait to tell me there is one interview that I watched Sunday. You do documentaries. Do documentaries, spend money, let people watch all these things. Some of them may not be as true as you want it. Some of them may be projection. This is our plan for 2029. This is our plan for 2045. This is our plan for 2060. Draw the roadmap and when will Africa understand how to spend money in media? It's a big business. You understand? Very many wars end with media war, not with the nuclear shield or the nuclear weapons and every other thing. So you still have to do those things. That's my take for now.
Okay, Postman, let me continue.
Sorry, Jide.
No, I have
See,
to talk. I have
forefathers,
to talk. No, I have to talk.
this is
I have
what
to
I
talk. No,
just
I have
told
to talk.
you
No, I
about,
have to
and
talk. I
Paul
have to
has
talk. If
just
I don't talk, please, I have to talk.
he has
I
just
have to talk.
done
I
what
have to
I've
talk.
just said.
No, I have to
Just let
talk.
Sula.
Let
Sula
me
hasn't
talk
said
now.
much.
Postman, I haven't said
Sula
anything.
just
No, I have to talk. I have to talk.
Sula just
I
spoke
have to
once.
talk. I have to talk. I have to talk.
Okay,
This is
okay.
nonsense.
Finish your
This is
submission.
nonsense. This is
Finish your
nonsense. This is nonsense. Okay,
Jesus
so
Christ.
India. I was going to talk about India. So that country is a neo-colonial stooge to the West.
No, but Jide,
Actually,
why do you think we will want to sit down and listen about India?
Listen, let me
What
talk.
is
Let
my
me talk.
interest
I'm
about
going
India?
Let me talk now.
Jide, I think we are
Let
going
me
to have a
talk.
session for
Calm
Jide.
No,
Jide,
no,
calm
no,
down.
no, no,
Jide,
no,
calm
People
no,
down.
are
no, no.
talking
I
about
have
South
to talk.
Africa. You have vibrated
No,
to
you
talk about
interrupted me. Paul
India.
interrupted me. Let me talk.
Anyway, good
This is
night,
nonsense. Let me
everybody.
talk.
Masca, thank you for joining us. Jide, calm down now.
No, you guys are overriding.
Calm
This
down.
unfair.
We are not overriding you. We just wait because sometimes people want to interject. Calm down.
Yeah,
So, what do you want to tell us about India? Go
I
ahead.
didn't even finish what I was saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that currently, I don't know if you guys know about the Pakistan-India war that was about to start 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, we heard about it.
It was about to start, and it was actually it was their ally, the US, that country, just like Nigeria, they're a product of colonialism, and they've not actually broken away from it. See, we need to understand that Pakistan and India, those countries, they hate each other so much. Just like the way in Nigeria, we have so much ethnic rivalries and we hate each other so much. That country currently is still being controlled by the West. I don't want to go into details. Currently, India is the poverty capital of the world. Nigeria and India, they compete for poverty capital of the world as I'm talking. Go and check it. It's still there. Even though they are improving in their GDP, their economic productivity is improving. But the people in the rural areas, and a lot of their people are still very poor. So the point I'm making is that India, that country is still a product of Western imperialism. They are still being controlled by Western imperialists, and they are a traitor to BRICS. India currently, they are actually not in the movement of de-dollarizing their economy as fast as South Africa, Russia, and Britain and the others. Number one. Number two is that they hate their neighbors so much. I don't know why we keep using India as an example. They have all their foreign policy most of their foreign policy is towards Pakistan. It's towards Pakistan
and China.
And China, yes, their Islamic institution is China. And honestly, we can't keep using India as a good example. They are not a good example at all.
India is one of those countries that for some reason they always end up on the wrong end of the ledger all the time. Do you know India supports Israel against Palestine? What is wrong with this country? Is there any evil thing that they don't support? I won't be surprised that they supported Hitler. There's something they don't support. I don't understand why they're always like that. I don't understand those guys. So,
So has Jide finished?
Yeah, I think
sorry, forefathers. I was just
I haven't spoken.
Yeah, sorry, forefathers. I was just buttressing what Paul said. See what, and I think that is what I'm not sure. I think that is what Mr. James is also saying. We need to use their own coin. See, like Paul said, invest more. How many of our news outlets are being seen in international stages?
Yeah.
Do you understand? We carry more of this foreign news that they even carry more of our news. Like in the UK, you see knife crime, gun crime, snatching, and all of those stealing phones on the street. It's never been reported, even in Nigeria. But if there's any evil thing that has happened in Africa or anywhere in South Africa, they will. So we need to. That's why I said that. Look, we have to be strategists. We've used guerrilla warfare and all of those things. Sometimes it doesn't. Most of the time, it doesn't work. You just collect it. What will now happen at the end of the day? The blacks will not be able to utilize it. See our oil at the end of the day. Before Buhari left, just hold on,
I don't know,
please.
man. You
Forefathers,
keep saying black people cannot do something. Why do you keep
no,
doing that?
no. I'm not saying we can't. Okay, look at what Dangote has done. This is an African doing something. See
But the way
what
you sound, you would
Boa
not
is
have agreed
doing.
that Dangote would have been able to do it.
No. Look, okay, let me give you an example of that Dangote that I'm saying. Buhari, before he left, they have already sold oil way forward into the years, even the one where we never use. It's like selling cocoa for the next 5 or 10 years, in which you've not even the seed has not even come up. So what am I saying is that there are strategies. Yes, there are strategies we need to use. That at the end of the day, yes, some of them will look very, very difficult. Hard is a hard line. Some you do it on the ground. So that is just what I'm saying. Just like what Paul said, start pushing propaganda. YouTube pump money. Let people come and do more investigation. Do like Al Jazeera say. When was NTA before Al Jazeera came on? NTA has been in existence even before Al Jazeera. But now look at it now. Everybody knows Al Jazeera. So these are the things that I'm talking about. So we have to more or less be strategists, strategic, so that we can be able to claim these things back, even later, maybe by war or anything. But we need to build a very, very strong strategy so that our people, like the South Africans, they will invest more in their people and see how they can look at things. They can take land back, like Paul said, like Jide said, then say, oh, government is using it, start giving it to their people, So I think that is the way forward, and we'll be able to achieve it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a tight one. It's not that straightforward. I think the reason why it's a tight one. The reason why I felt like, this idea that, if we take it, the country is going to collapse. That's the one I felt like it's not necessary, because to me, they already collapsed. They are suffering. They are suffering like crazy. My goodness. I think it's Dexter, and then after Dexter, okay, Paul, have you? Oh God, I don't know whether Paul came first. Paul, you were last, weren't you?
I already talked, so let it not look like I'm talking. Let's just let
Yeah,
others
okay.
also contribute.
Dexter, welcome. Dexter, this is your pose that you pose every week. You must as well get one picture.
Yeah.
It's just he has that pose every week. So,
Yeah.
what do you make of this gradualist approach, or actually getting on with the constitution? This is the constitution of the nation. It's not like they are breaking the law.
Forefathers, when you see, there's one thing we must know. Let me just to give you a context. Look, the way we must realize something about social construct. The way the social construct is, there's always a large mass of people who are the middle class or who are below the middle class. You will always have in every country, every part of the world, a small set, 20%, even less than 20%, control the wealth of every nation in the world. Less than 20% control. There's no country in the world where you say, oh, everybody, oh, no, it's not true. Even in the Russias of the world you go to today, there's just an oligarchy that controls a big chunk of the resources. But the question is this: is that for the betterment of the people? Whatever they have, is it for the betterment to make sure that you keep the working class, you keep the social amenities going? Is that what it is for? Because there's this idea of always looking at, oh, this person has this thing, and this thing is, oh, now these people collect my money, so I need to get it back, or we collect it back. But the question is, are you actually thinking on, if you're not actually thinking on value addition, what value am I bringing to the table? Even if they give you a gold mine, you will destroy it in 10 years. And that is what Mr. James is talking about here. It's not about whether it's gradualist or actually or take it now. What value will you add if they give it to you today? Let me give you an example. DSC, when DSC was in stream, they had machine shops in DSC. You could make things, you could do every industry, any country that is industrialized. One of the skill sets they must always have is machining shops. Because with machine shops, you can make anything. Once you have people that are good, that can read, that can make drawings and can read them, and you have the machines to make those intricate parts, look, if those countries, that country can do anything. Today, we're talking of nanotechnology. ASML were the first people that were able to crack crack the code to be able to produce nano chips. It took them almost 19 years to crack that code. The company in Netherlands. They are the only one that produced that. That they have the machine they have the blueprint of the machine to produce the chip. They have one in America and they have one in Taiwan. So what is my point? What value they say this problem, I think, with the African race. We don't think of value addition. We just think grab. Let's grab it.
What happened?
Never don't take light. Maybe
my,
maybe he's using his phone and he had a call.
the internet
Maybe a call
disagrees.
comes in and
Internet
every thing.
disagrees
And
with him.
every thing. So, Fofana, talking about this grab it, the way he's talking about this grab it, I quite understand. But sometimes the way we talk and every thing, we should be very, very careful when people already have this strategy of putting you down. You understand everything. But there's a strategy that the Chinese did, and the America is trying to do the same thing back to the Chinese and everything. So, Fofana, if you're working in a factory in Nigeria, the sensitive place and everything, they bring a school dropout or a young man who is smart, but the parents can't send him to school to start learning these things just to fix it on the side and everything. You can't really do much. Why don't you carry somebody, a smart person, probably working in the DMI and everything, smart person, and put that person there to work in the factory to understand what they're doing there, how you can fabricate, how you can design this same thing. That person may be earning some 30,000 naira salary, but the government is actually paying that person some 700,000 naira to go learn that thing, so that over time we can come with our own. That's how China could do what they're doing. I was watching a documentary how China fought America, how the same iPhone happened to be the one that trained so many Chinese people how to make all these phones, the Huawei today. It is the same Apple that trained them. You understand? These are the strategy. What do you do? How do you pay? But for father, what biggest problem we are having in Nigeria? If they send me as a policeman, you understand, to go some training in Israel, to go some training in America. By the time I come back, 1 month, 2 months, if they didn't promote me to say, oh, now I've had this training, they promote me for me to go do an administrative type of work. How am I giving it back? The training and every other thing. But they can still train you and put you in the streets. They can still train you and do certain things. You understand? We don't understand how to empower the vulnerability people, the downtrodden. There are certain knowledge we need to put down on them. Then there are certain type of jobs that we don't really need. So if America, Trump is playing all these politics, we are never having any problem of unemployment in America. We're fighting for all those jobs in China to come back to America. And if America wants to come back to America, build a competition. Why don't you build your own? You understand? Why are you forcing them to bring the job back to your country? Who does that kind of thing? It don't make no
I
sense.
hear what you are saying. I think let's hear from Dexter. Let him finish what he's saying. Dexter, please go ahead.
So I give you a typical example. Nigeria. Shell built refinery. Nigerian government say no, you cannot. Oh no, we can't allow you people. You cannot be producing and then you'll be controlling the downstream sector. So, carry the refinery. Today, ask yourself, you collected the refinery by force. How many years down the line? What value addition have you done? Now, the refinery from 1970, the last refinery that was built in 1983, it is so obsolete. They did not upgrade. No value addition. Refineries have transformed. Technology has changed. Nigeria refinery is still the old one. That is why you cannot actually refine. It is like a blending plant today because it doesn't have catalytic converter. So what are we talking about? This idea of go and grab. You're not thinking of value addition. You have not started thinking, I can add value to this thing. I have the capacity. I have the competency to add value to this product.
Yeah, but what if the people that are grabbing are people with competence?
Forefathers. Look, like I'm telling you, anywhere in the world, look, even if they give everybody today in the world $100 million each, come back in 1 year, the people that add value would be richer.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. Did you hear my question? What if the people that are handling those things to are the people that have this thing?
Very good question. Forefathers, that is why you train your own people to learn the act of value addition. And let me tell you the only way your people can learn the act of value addition. One, you must promote meritocracy. That's the moment you start doing free handout, there will be no those people. They are look the way
Is
the
it
human
free
brain,
handout when you're taking something that the other has got for free handout?
See, forefathers, listen, the way the human brain works, they say necessity is the mother of what? Of all inventions. The moment you have a need and you need to conquer, your human brain will be forced to think on how to overcome. Why do you think that you have a lot of people that tell the stories of how they had nothing before, but today they have become, because they were driven by that force. The moment you have free handouts, the human brain becomes docile. It becomes docile. You don't see the need to push. And that is what is happening in the African race. We are more interested in, and it has happened, look everywhere.
But
We went
see,
to Zimbabwe.
that point that you are making is accurate in some context. If you don't earn, you don't have a lifestyle to sustain a certain skill set, then you're going to lose that whatever value you have. But it's not. It doesn't apply in all cases where, let's say, sorry. Let me give you an example. If somebody is running an industry, let's say, example, Dangote. Yeah, thank you for joining us, Mr. James. Great submissions. Let's say Dangote refinery. Dangote now, he's run a refinery, run cement plant. Then tomorrow they want to hand another refinery over to him. You're not going to say, because he didn't earn this refinery, he cannot run it. You see what I mean? He can run it because he has the skill set to be able to run the refinery. That's my point.
Forefathers, Dangote, if Dangote does not desire to own that refinery, if you hand it over to him, come back 20 years from then, that refinery will be moribund.
But you said if he doesn't desire, but this one, they desire to own it.
But you are not interested in value addition, forefathers. Value addition.
Yeah, but that is
so
the point.
It's not
They are
a matter
interested
of
in it because of value addition.
No, forefathers, value addition comes before you start saying, I want to own.
Dexter. So now you live in the US, which I do. So now when we calculate education, you calculate school districts and everything. Some funny thing that they do, for father, you'll be so amazed. If they want to put a railroad past my area, all of us will protest because it's going to drop the value of my property. But for father, do you know the funny part of it? They put prison near where rich people is. So the prisoners who is living in my place that went to jail, you understand, that is living where rich people is, they count them as residents where they stay as prisoners. Then they use it to calculate that demographic, how many numbers of people that stays there. Then you see where 1,000 people stay, they have like 10, 20 parks. They have like so many libraries. They build more schools for few people to learn. Then in my own poor area, they give them few schools that have less funding. The next 20 years and the next 30 years, that elitist area will still bring more better brain than my place. So sometimes let's not to beat ourselves very well. These people calculate these things that they are doing. So when you say, oh, they give this black man could not operate it very well. See, very many Nigerian doctors did not break record that we celebrate in Nigeria. But once they leave the shores of Nigeria, where they give them all the right tools to work, that's why you hear, oh, one doctor did this in Oklahoma, one doctor did that in London, one doctor did this, and everything, because now they have the opportunities. So sometimes let's not to beat ourselves when we did not give ourselves. Our leaders still need to wake up and understand the strategy that the same British colonized the Qatars of this world, the UAE of this world, but they still find a way of managing themselves. But what I'm saying that is that we cannot beat ourselves too much, but we can re-strategize. You know, just like what Awolowo did, send so many people to the UK to go to school, create free education, did so many things. One mistake that Awolowo did that we will not call mistake, Awolowo sent the British people out. You understand? He sent the British. That's how you hear that white people, there's a lot of white people in Jos. You understand? So we are doing our tradition, we are doing this. They left. And when they left, these are the people that told Gowon, never leave power to these people. Because Awolowo know that they are very informed, they are more educated. That's how Gowon could last 9 years in power. You understand? Because there's a lot of British people who left places like junior officers and senior officers, GRUA, Ikeja, GRUA, Apapa. They all left. You understand? So these are the things. So systematically, what kind of knowledge are we getting before we will blame ourselves? If they didn't give you the right knowledge, I said something about Soludo the other day. You can be a good departmental manager, but you don't have the skill set, you understand, to be an administrative officer, to manage people, not to manage the skills that you know better. You understand? You're a cyber tech, cyber engineer. You can do that thing very well. But you don't want to grow to some extent, say, I own this business, now let me manage people. You may not have that skill set ready for you. You understand? So these are the things that you must understand. So I think in that way, we'll start looking how we can manage people. We can even bring a foreigners and still use this Chinese method. You understand? You must train our people while you are doing what you are doing. We pay you very well, but we are learning.
Let me play this video because this may go to some of the issues we as the people tend to have. Let me play this video about this white woman. I think we all have seen this white lady becoming notorious online. Let me just play that quickly.
If that means forwarding, helping white people achieve freedom of speech, real freedom of speech.
To be clear, you just said to me you use the N word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Well, do you understand that makes you a despicable human being?
I guess so. I don't really care.
So yeah, I mean, she's a certified racist, and she has actually even since doubled down and said that, if it came down to a race war, that black people wouldn't win. Take a look at what she said, and then take a look at this brother who, had a response for her and really broke it down.
I love the blacks being like, "Oh, we're gonna get a race war." If there was a race war, you wouldn't win.
Yes, we would. Now, hear me out. I get it. White people, y'all make up 60 some odd % of the population in this country, right? Even if every single black, Asian, Polynesian, indigenous folk, everybody banded together to take y'all out, by the numbers, we wouldn't be able to. You're right. By the numbers, y'all got it. Think long term, though. After white people wipe out black people from this country, what would you guys have? What culture would you guys have? How would your food taste? How would your music sound like? Who are
Does anyone see the problem there? Is it me, or does anyone see that the mass defense is after we are all dead, you will miss our food. You will miss our
You will miss everything. Father, is that not why they can actually go bring people who are naturally organic races from South Africa? You understand? Who can play that card? Because these people see it just look the story of though they are fired. They are fired. You understand? When you look at Princess Diana and though they are fired thing, you will understand.
Sorry, Paul. The argument he could have made was, if you want to come after us, by the time you finish with us, we'll make sure that China will become superpower, because
that's a good one. I think I agree.
We just start practicing how to learn Chinese language, because by the time we are done with you, China will be the superpower in the world. That's kind of treasure. You see, our people, they are so literally admitted they are going to be wiped out, but in truth, you are not. That is the power of African America. They don't even know their power. But I'll leave it at that anyway. So it's very funny, because he came on live stream to go and say that they are going to die. And then you're going to miss our food. You're going to miss this, as if we didn't exist before without black people. What kind of
yeah, Father, will you blame me? Because when you stay in this culture, when you see the way they embrace our culture, the way they try to do everything, the way we service their lifestyle, the business that they own, the profit that they make, it is we that service their lifestyle. So I think that is where it's coming from. But these white people, they take it to the next level. They don't only do things for today, tomorrow. See, these people understand that Mexicans born like duck. They have kids. Scatter. They know African Americans have kids a lot. But for them to even fight abortion, to talk about abortion, they don't want that one white girl that will go pregnant and choose to abort it freely. No, it will never happen. You understand? They don't want just that one white girl, because That's why continuously you see even from the era of slave trade, they take your name, they take your culture away. You understand? They steal your complete identity. You understand? So that you can think like them. You know, the way my kids will talk, the way my kids will do, the way my kids will talk with their friend. Oh, it's my African parents. Yeah, African parents are so mean like hell. You understand? That's because they don't even understand the impact. What we are trying to say, use that and this together, it give you edge. You know, so they see everything from the future. It is part of them getting scared. That's why they are doing these things. And they know how to throw word on you. Yeah, it's going to mess you up. You understand? Then you know the funny part, we blacks again, if they insult us, one black supports the people who insult us. Then we'll make mistake. Oh, black hate black. We keep fighting ourselves. Like we don't see white people who speak for us. So if black go against what I'm saying and everything, no, we don't really hate ourselves. We must always get those people among us. You understand? We see whites continuously that speak for us, and very many of them that don't speak for us. We must understand that, but continuously we still need to push our narrative. What that lady was doing there is barbaric. But you know the funny part of it, Papa, living in the US is a law. You understand that I cannot cause Jewish people and I cannot criticize Israel, but I can criticize the United States of America. I can call my president that President Obama is corrupt, President Trump is corrupt. I can write it in my car driving that fuck Trump boldly. I can do all type of thing. You understand? You can't see that small thing. You understand? That Jewish small thing in my car. I'm done for it. I'll lose my job. I'll lose everything. You understand? So these are the things.
That guy really embarrassed me. And the funny thing about it, the girl let me see, even the lady too embarrassed me because she didn't even pick up on the fact that what the guy was saying was full of total weakness. Man, it's sad. Let me just finish it.
Okay. Ain't nobody gonna be sagging their pants anymore. And white boys, the little white boys in the suburbs who want to emulate Playboy Cardi and The Weeknd so bad, who are they gonna emulate then? Tom McDonald? You need us. So yeah, by the numbers, sure, wipe us all out of existence, eradicate the black race, and see exactly what's gonna happen to the United States of America. Y'all couldn't even pick your own cotton. Y'all couldn't even raise your own kids without black people. You think this country's gonna function for a century after you wipe us out? Doubt it.
Can we have a round of applause for this brother who broke it down so beautifully? Because
That was beautiful. You see, it's not only the guy, it's not only the guy, it's the enabler too. That is even worse. You are saying that you're going to die, and then if after you dead, they will die. Who told you they will die? That is ridiculous argument. I just can't believe some of the arguments, our mindset, and this is one of the discussion we're having today, where we would like, let's take it easy. No, we human beings. I think the reason why our people sound like it because they don't know what it's like. They don't understand it anymore. What it's like to be free. We really don't know. We just think that when they leave, everything's just going to collapse. It's not that bad. North Korea, 80% of the structure was completely destroyed in that country when Americans fought them. They rebuilt because they were free. Their minds were free. We are not. And because of that, we just think that we cannot do anything. Oh, if they leave, the whole place will collapse. Personally, when you say collapse, you mean the Oyibo money will collapse because the black people have already collapsed. I don't know what they look at the crime rate in South Africa, all those things. It's already happened. What we are supposed to be thinking about is okay. I think the way you should go about it is, I think Paul said it about media. Go with media big. Let everybody know this is the constitution. This is the process, and it's going to be done in a civil manner. And you go about systematically doing the willing seller, willing buyer, and moving those land away from this. Because land is sacred. Land is not something you hand over to other people. Go and try it in Europe now. They will give you lease, but you will never own the land. I think in the UK it's like that. You don't own the land. It's just lease you are going to get. They rarely give you land, so you just take it freehold and you just hold it forever. They rarely do that. So,
Father, just go dig a little bit, touch a little bit. Saudi Arabia owns acres. They lease acres, and I can't remember the numbers of land in Arizona to plant this their corn feed for their goat and everything. In Arizona, that is desert. The people of Arizona come outside started protesting. You understand? I think 1 acre they rent it for whether $25 or something. The people started protesting. Do you know why are they protesting? They say the water that they are taking on the ground to feed the corn feed is their problem. That they are stealing water from us. People are protesting. You see the way these people guide their own. You understand? Why would Saudi Arabia be planting all these things and export them to Saudi Arabia? You understand? They are protesting that if you can take this land there, for father, why will I take land that I will not have water and I'm doing farm? Does that make any sense? You see the way they guide their own jealously and everything. But when it comes to other people, they tell you that you do too much, you ask too much, people ask for this, people on money will talk all type of things. You understand? But what type of negotiation? How they take advantage of us? You understand? So in excess of it, just fight and own this thing and use the media back. They never want you to succeed. It is crystal clear. But you have to fight and fight and fight. The world is changing, no two ways about it. So you have to fight and come up with a new method and everything. Because what they use to destroy us very well, it is the media. We hate to see a white man talk down on us in the media. You understand? You understand? He affects us like doctor just said, oh, I just have cancer right now. You understand?
And
He
I think
hit
we are
me.
buying into the narrative that Zimbabwe has collapsed. Zimbabwe is building back. We buy
It's
into
building
the narrative
back.
that when our people fight back, we
Forefathers,
suffer.
you are misinforming people. Don't
Okay.
say, stop misinforming us.
In what way?
You are saying that Zimbabwe is has look. The Zimbabwe,
Zimbabwe has what?
Where is Zimbabwe coming from? Are you aware that Zimbabwe have offered to pay the people that they sent away? The farmers they sent away, they have offered
Yes,
to pay them. I think
damages.
so why are they offering to pay?
They are offering to pay for the land that they took away from them, so that you can take money. We get our land back.
They are offering to. They are inviting them back. Let me tell you something, forefathers.
No. They are not inviting them to go and take the land. What are you saying? They are inviting them back? No, specify what you mean by that.
The Zimbabwe, it was not about land. The way we are talking of land.
You
It's not about
what you
land.
said now.
It's about the farms. It was not just about land. It's about the farms that are on the land and the products from those farms. Now, Zimbabwe today, look, it's like you're producing something and nobody is buying it. Even the productivity of those lands have gone down. It has gone terribly down. What is so what? So what is so what? So fathers, do you know what you're talking about? You're like somebody. What you're saying is that okay, I want to take this car, but this car that somebody is using to do transport and is giving the person money. Give me the car. They give you the car. The next thing, the car. You run the car down completely. It's not providing any service again. It's not providing any value. Then you say so what?
I say so what? Hold on, let me explain to you.
Sorry, let me land.
You are being dogmatic now. Let's do it two ways. Let's do it
I
two
was
ways.
talking and you interrupted. This is the reason why we in Africa we are having the same problem. How can you be saying they say you're not thinking of value addition? You're just thinking of how I can grab this thing. You're not thinking of how are you going to move it forward. How are you going to break through? Even if you get something, okay, look at all the cars that we have. Many people here. Why are you not driving a 404? Why not driving a car from the 1960? People are improving things. Yeah, that is the problem with the mentality I'm talking about. They're not thinking of, okay, this thing is at this stage. I see a future.
How do you know I'm not thinking that?
But you said so what? You just
I'm saying so what because the way you are talking about those things.
It goes down the drain, so what?
No, because you said the value will come down. I said that is the price you pay sometimes for you to take charge, because then you bring it back up. It doesn't mean that I'm not thinking about taking it up.
Father, since when did Zimbabwe take over the lands and there's no value coming out?
How do you know? Oh my God!
Actually, is it not available? The data is it not there? You grab land
now
from people.
Hold on. Let's compare. Hold on. Let's compare Zimbabwe and Nigeria. You want to do that? Nigeria is not under sanction. Do you want to do that?
What are you comparing with Nigeria?
Okay, now life expectancy. Do we start with that? Let's start with the GDP per capita. Let's go to this in power generation.
Power
Name it.
generation. Forefathers, do you know what power generation is for? Everywhere in the world, power generation is not about providing light for people. It's about driving industries. If you are
Yes.
generating power, so which industries is the look? So when you are telling me what industries is Zimbabwe power, like I told you, the UK is generating power in gigawatts, and the UK population is less than half of Nigeria's population. So how do you justify that?
Have you evaluated the percentage of power generated in Nigeria that is used by industry versus the population?
Forefathers, they are not getting my point. Stop. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Look, a small country like the Gambia can be generating power. It's not about the population. It's about capacity.
Actually, you can use population to kind of evaluate what that population is capable of generating.
Productivity is not about population. It's about value. And your power generation is tied to your industry.
Let me interject. See, productivity is not necessarily all about population, but it can correlate with population too.
Well, forefathers,
the more population you have, you could have generate. Hold on now. See, if you have India now, 1 point something billion people, there's a certain amount of power they definitely need. Otherwise, it will completely be dysfunctional. So if you have 5 million population, there's certain power they definitely need. But in the middle, you will see correlation between population and more power that they get. The more population you have, the more power you need. Generally.
Desta, somebody talk something. This guy that fight these real estate people in Nigeria, I like it very well. The guy say luxury is not expensive, but sometimes we get carried away. We think when we buy expensive thing, it is luxury. So, another way around, America has been fighting Cuba for a very long time now and everything. But in their own way, they may not be succeeding like you want them to succeed, but they are succeeding even with the sanction and everything. Sometimes Zimbabwe might not even release the right thing when it comes to their book, because some of the things that they produce, they can be sending it through black door. You understand? Behind the scene and everything, just like what Russia do. They sell to Indian, you understand, and everything, their crude, they sell to Indian refine, and guess what? Sell back to the Europeans. You understand? Even when the Western Europe have sanctioned Russia, you understand? But Russia will sell to Indian will refine, send this thing back to Europe and everything. So there are strategies you can do behind the scene. So when you do all those type of things, you don't want to release your book, that your book is just fantastic and everything. You don't want them to dig deep inside of you and everything. But a situation where people don't even want you at the first place to succeed. It is not the people you run to. If you are telling me about Africa, how we Africans can fight and understand what EU is trying to do and what they are doing right now, you understand how we can come together and understand what America is doing today that is going to affect America for the next 30 years, give and take. Simply mean, let us not think to say how we continuously want to do business with this West. Because these are our first enemy. These are people that will betray us. These are people that will use one sanction to affect our economy. How about we trade among ourselves very well and we can learn to live with it more? You understand? If we're trading with America, we say 5%.
Amongst ourselves, we are not thinking of our value added trading. We should trade amongst ourselves because
open the country
because they do it better.
It's not
that what you are saying.
We're not saying we can't trade among ourselves. See, so this is what I'm saying. Paul, you cited the example of China. 40 years before, Nigeria was considered to be ahead of China. What did China do?
That is true.
What did China do? Did China just say, oh yeah, everybody, take everything, just the approach? Is this the approach?
Yes, so they did. Actually, they did.
No, China.
You asked the question, I answered it. They did.
Why the Chinese will worship Stalin today?
See,
sorry, you are making me. Do you know? Sorry, Maxidom, I'm go calling Stalin. I'm making mistake. Do you know what they went through when they closed their door? Do you know how many Chinese died when America started this thing to invest in China? Go look what is the minimum wage in America and how much is the minimum wage in China. What they went through. And that thing make them strong. It's like coming to America, working in the factory as an engineer as a lawyer, as a doctor, do you think you can stand for 8 hours? But over time, you just see yourself that slowly, as a doctor, I'm working in America for 5 years. I'm working in factory. You understand? You build yourself to that. That's what I mean.
What did China do? What did China do?
They closed their door. Okay. China closed their door. They suffered. And they enjoy all American advancement.
Paul, what you are doing is that, do you know what you are doing? You are evading a part of it. What did China do?
What did they do?
They built capacity. They learned how to add value. They didn't just close their door and say, oh, well, no. China learned how to add value. They got whatever they were getting from the Western world.
Start with pain.
No. I think you are mixing it up now, because what you no Dexter, don't try to do dribble here. What you are doing is your question was, what did China do? China didn't say, oh, let's compromise with the West, otherwise we are not going to gain the expertise. No, they kicked the West out and built their expertise.
Wait, they kicked the West out and built their expertise?
Yes.
Sorry, Paul, is that what happened? They kicked the West
Currently, America is telling China to come. America is telling China to bring the technology to America to train people to do all these things.
Stop being disingenuous here now. Stop being disingenuous here. For America is not telling China. America is not telling China. America is telling the companies that relocated their factories to China, bring your factories back to America. So
who are they talking to?
So it's not China. Most of those factories are owned by Westerners. They are telling Apple, America is telling Apple, Sam Walsman, don't go and build a factory in India, build it in America. So let us not be disingenuous here. Let us not be disingenuous here. So
you know, one of the greatest problems, a mistake that America made is outsourcing. Because at some point it thought that outsourcing was going to help the American economy, as labor is very, very expensive and so on. So if you take it to a place where you can have raw materials and production will be cheap, and it's really cheap. By the time you put in all the factors of production and then you bring it to America, then it will be competitive. But they didn't look at, well, that's one side of looking at it. But they didn't look at the long-term implication, and that's why America is in this trouble that they're facing now.
Tony,
but Mr. Tony, America is not in trouble. Mr. Tony, you live in America. They don't have problem of unemployment.
Oh my God!
It's just envy and scared of this world power thing. We don't have problem of unemployment.
No, America is in trouble. I mean, hold on, because let's break this down. You see, there is no Trump is telling Apple, for instance.
Oh, yeah, I see you there.
Yeah.
Trump is telling Apple, to come down to dismantle his facilities in China and come and start their production here. Tesla and all those places, But if you put in all the factors of production, if they do that, if they are able to do that, they cannot compete with the same product manufactured in China. They cannot.
Mr. Tony, that is power.
They cannot.
World power. Economy. America is scared of world power. Economic-wise, we don't have problem with unemployment. You understand? How can we break these people down, the level that they are going? Not that it's affecting you, because you still have the knowledge. You have the technology to do it yourself. Do you get my point now? But how can we break these people down because they are going too fast?
Listen, no country depends solely on services as the bane of its economy. None. So America mostly is services. That's where it gets this thing.
So if I quote you and Dexter simultaneously, you understand? If we own the factories in China, then we have the knowledge. We can go anywhere. Do you get my point now? If we own the factory, we have the knowledge. The fear is not about the factory.
You don't have the knowledge. The knowledge that you have. Listen, I listened to, where's my book? I listened to some Indian guru, and he says, listen, that what is keeping America is H-1B visas. Those people who come here, You know, they are the Silicon Valley of America. If they leave,
No, that's a
I mean,
no,
just like
no,
if
no,
they leave
no.
American
That's
president,
Don't
that
believe
is a
that.
lie. The
Tony,
H1B
don't
is a
believe that.
lie.
That's it. Tony, don't
Tony,
because
Mr.
that's not
Tony,
true.
don't believe that.
Don't
H1B that
believe
you are
that.
talking about.
That's not true.
H1B is like that doctor who study in UNN and UI. You understand? Come to America and deliver after more knowledge. H1B is cheap. If you understand Silicon Valley very well, H1B, do you know what they pay you? $30,000 that you can work in factory. And an American citizen is starting nothing less than $120,000. So it's cheap labor for
no,
these greedy guys.
you are looking
Tony,
So
you are looking at it from a
it's cheap
simplistic.
labor for these greedy
You
guys.
are listen. I am talking economics. I'm not talking about. You are looking at
No,
it from a
that's
simplistic
exactly
point of
what I'm
view in terms
talking.
of what you are.
So,
The knowledge.
so when
Excuse
many
me.
Americans
The
fight that, they
knowledge.
don't want to employ them. Do you know why? Because if I have that cyber security knowledge now, say for example, cyber tech knowledge, and I'm starting with 120,000, and you got to go bring somebody from China or Nigeria, and you got to pay that person $30,000 for 5 years before the person will become permanent resident. That is a good, sweet deal. You understand? It's not. They are not having problem with people in America.
Listen. You are talking about. You are talking about. Okay, doctor. Let me listen to you. Doctor, let me listen to you. When you finish, I'll come in.
Yes, let me say something. You know, the way we tend to base our arguments on the now, the economics of the now. So when you say that thing about America doesn't they are dependent on China, and the biggest mistake they made was to send it out, you must realize the global politics always has shifts in different decades. There was a time it was believed that the world was going to end, that global warming, that countries had to cut down their carbon emission. And do you know what the Western world did? One of the reasons that they outsourced, it was not just because they wanted to outsource for cheap labor also. One of the reasons for outsourcing was to outsource your carbon emission. Because by the time you move that factory you move it that is producing a lot of pollution in your environment, you send it to China, you send it to some parts of Asia, you have outsourced your carbon footprint, which is
correct.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Which country in the world today, in terms of depletion of the ozone layer, which one is the highest? Which is the highest culprit? Is it China?
China is
India.
not the highest.
India.
So you can see. So you see that argument doesn't work.
The highest emission.
No, so Tony, you are looking at.
No, we pollute more, but it's affecting India more. The US and China pollute more, but it's affecting India tremendously.
So the question, your question, Tony, let me address it. You know what the question is? What you have done is this. It's like somebody is at 100. I'm emitting 100, okay? And then somebody is emitting 20. Me that is at 100, I'm thinking of cutting down. I cut down from 100 to 60. I give you the 40, maybe you were doing 10. I give you the 40 of my that I have cut. I give you the 40. You now say, but you are still emitting more now. You are still emitting more. That's the argument you are making. These people have outsourced that. That is the argument you've just made.
No. Hold on. The argument I'm making is that you said that the reason is to cut down on environmental degradation and pollution, by America. That's why they are outsourcing. And so I said to you, I said to you, hold on. I said to you, if that is true, then America will not be one of the highest. In fact, I'm not sure they are signatories to that particular protocol. Depletion of ozone layer.
Trump just pull out again. Trump just pull out again.
How many years ago?
Let's bring Ovie in. Ovie has been waiting for a long time. But this argument of we black people, we cannot do anything. We don't have value added manufacturing or instincts at all. When history suggests that if you clear the deck of nonsense, you will be surprised. People will perform magic. We have very intelligent people, and we are not just tapping into them. But I don't know what you make of what you had so far, Ovie. Thank you for your patience, by the way. That was solid patience.
Thank you.
So where are we?
Yeah, we are talking about the South African Ramaphosa experience, whereby the basically the Trump administration were trying to bully South Africans not to go ahead with the land reform. That's basically what all this is all about. Don't tamper with the privilege of the white elite in that country, and when some African people like Dexter and a few others have argued that, oh, maybe we as black people should not do that. We should find a way to do it gradually, so that somehow, even when the constitution has been put in since 1995 that this is supposed to be done in the constitution of the country. And some of our people are still arguing that you have to leave it for a while. That if you take the land from them, it's not going to be productive. Dexter is arguing for value added thinking. You have to do value added thinking. So I don't know what you make of it.
I think you made a very uh, good point by saying that everything is boils around the center around the land redistribution bill that was passed in the January or February this year. But there's another bill too called the Exploration Act that was also passed 2024. So, as you rightly said, it's the people who are going to be quote unquote affected. I don't am fighting back, and you can only fight back with what you have. At this point, they are the top of the world. If you ask me, because the Trump administration is pretty much the South Africans have a very they yield a very good powerful influence. When people are talking about the Israeli lobbies and all that, but at this point, the South Africans are pretty much actually they are hands on talking about Peter Thiel to Elon Musk to David Sachs. These men they are the center of this administration. So, and with that connection, that's what you are seeing fighting back. But the displays that took place in the Oval Office, that is just part of it. That's what Donald Trump was choosing. It's choosing for these moments. It's an information warfare moment. The ability for you to, just distract the whole world, because the whole world is pretty much the Americans are changing the mechanism on how the world works. So they need somebody that can be, a chief distractor that can capture the attention of the world. It's not a coincidence that Donald Trump, a billionaire, before coming into the media, he's been in the media for like 30 years. It used to be the other way around. People come into the media and make money, but he made money and came into the media. And so it is not a coincidence. So the drama, all those things were premeditated. Of course, are you saying that they don't know most of everything that is they portray with the magazine and the videos are all fake? They know. I mean, but it's bigger than that, right? People are going to, 7% of the white people in South Africa, they want to control the economy. You're talking something about freedom. You're right. We don't actually understand what freedom means. Now, your stomach, if you no chop, if you no free chop, doesn't matter whatever they your head, you can't move anything. So the colonizers, anytime they are very colonized, people they get offended. They are not after you. They are not after your women or anything. It's after your resources. It has been like that since 1400 up to this point. It's after the resources. So from the 60s, since after the Second World War, America designed another tactics not to use the British direct getting access to your resources. No, they have designed the next technology, which pretty much revolve around the USAID soft power negotiation, how to manipulate people to put the people who will be their interest in power. So what South Africa is going through is that next step of trying to free themselves economically to really be free. So only when you are economically free, you have enough money to invest in technology, invest in military and all that. I mean, the United Arab Emirates is a classical example. But if you don't control your resources, there's nothing you can do.
Everything, no matter how you govern yourself, democratically, using whatever you choose, it doesn't matter. If you don't have money to actually bring your people outside out of poverty for them to actually be able to think outside the box and go into adventure in exploring and all that. So South Africa, that is at the core of it. Again, they are trying to 100% move, leave dollars control system and going with the BRICS. That's also at the center of it. When Trump comes, said it. If you are in that line of trying to fuck our dollar up, take whatever that is coming to you. He said it from day one. So that is also wrap around what you see that is going on. They don't feel themselves, right? The people are saying the Vietnam people, oh, America went there, they did not win the war. But those people never nationally control their resources, which is what the world is all about. The same thing with Cuba. If you cannot exploit your resources, well, what is existence? Because the whole reason that your people are gathered in that land, it is because there is sustainability in that land. There's the resources that will sustain you. That's why people are gathered there. To go back to the issue of water and gathering. So if they are coming to you, however they come, they are not because you are too cute or handsome. Nobody give a fuck about your thinking ass. They need your resources however they want to do it. So that's what is going on. So I think we should be. Tunanja, you said something about the president Ramaphosa that is you achieved something geopolitical. I totally agree with you because his response at that Oval Office is classic. He could decide to argue and all that. He said no. He said in our country we practice democracy, and in democracy, minority have the right to have their say. It doesn't matter what you say, no count. Majority have the say, and that is what the man said. If you say now, America is leading the world in the name of democracy, but if you cannot understand that, then so it's a very classic gentleman diplomatic answer response to all those drama. I said no. Whatever you see that man is saying, he has the right to say it, even in the parliament. But he's part of the minority. Democracy allow it. You are allowed
Yeah.
to say, right? Talk to the Democrats. Anytime when you say something about yank you up, right? So that was a very classical example. Whenever how you see him, he knows they are going to embarrass him. Sanction has been going on. USA, they don't call he went there to beg. That's another thing, right? So he knows that he's ready to accept anything that is thrown at him because there's pressure. They don't cut the money where they come for him for free. They're there again. So there's pressure everywhere. He knows, right? Sanction is coming because again another sin that they committed is daring to take America towards ICC,
Yeah.
right? I said
Yeah.
America. I mean, people say Israel. I know
Yeah.
that
The ICC
everybody that
almost
participated,
admitted to that.
everybody that took part in that exercise, they don't they feel them now. Even the judge, people that work at that, they don't all of them, they don't pursue them. So that is also so now like three things that he knows they are going to throw at him: the land and those people
Bricks.
that are fighting back, the BRICS angle of it, the economic angle, and the ICC. So he knows. So, but he went there. Say, at least do whatever you want to do, right? But at the end of the day, they still went in, have dinner, and negotiated their business and all that. So it's all drama for a reason. But most importantly, that's power of money. When you say people, the billionaires who are South African extracts are the one pushing that. The role that the likes of Elon Musk plays, the David Sachs today, the role they play in bringing Trump back is not something that anybody can deny. So, in a way, they have influence, and the technology of today, they are also at the forefront. David Sachs is the czar of AI and crypto, which is the engine of tomorrow economy. So there is so much influence that is coming, and it's just the beginning. As I've often said, we are back in the 60s again. Those were the chair Traore and the rest. Give them 5 years. Nigeria was once in this position to look at our 70s. Now the same thing. By the time they finish their putting China for where they belong, because that's what it's about. People they don't say, oh, China go this, China go this. No, America start the fight. There's a reason they start the fight. Everything was programmed to start at this point. So they are
Yeah.
not threatened in any way.
Yeah. That's why
Americans
I
are
was
not
saying
threatened by
that.
China anyway. Let no people to get confused. No way. They don't stand
Are
the
you
chance.
sure? Are you sure?
100%. 100%. They don't stand the chance. What you don't understand is that
Do you know why I think America? No, no. Let me add. Let me add, please. I think America should be worried about China. America has internal problems, demographic issue going on that they have to deal with. And then
No.
China is building very rapidly too. That is two double whammy. And what Trump has done has even done more damage too.
Now let me make you understand what you just said, right? America changed their economic and their socio-economic trajectory every 50 years. And they changed their institutions every 80 years. From 1776 to the second that went led to civil war, which empowered the federal government, lands to the third phase that brought the second world war. So they know what they are doing. What you see happening is not no. They know. When I say China, I know still the chance. They can build anything they want to build. They only have one narrow path. So when it comes to war now, to pack all their ship and everything, only one narrow path. And as we speak today, anywhere they turn, America they look upon their head. 5 minutes is not go last. So they can build whatever they are building today, in America allow them to build them. Just like the Japanese back in the days. They empower you, they know where you go reach before they unplug you. You understand? So that what you are just pay attention is beyond Trump. After Trump go. The next person that will come will continue. It's going to last for the next 10 to 15 years before the demography, the internal rock we are seeing. If you pay attention to the coalition that brought Donald Trump in, they've said it even before they get to power, that this is the second revolution that we are going through. It is upon the Democrat to allow it go through peacefully, or if not gone, they are ready. This is not the clear. They started it. They are ready. So it is a change that is going on.
Yeah, for you, are you for the gradualist approach in South Africa, or just Ramaphosa should go ahead and carry out the land reform?
No, they passed it already now. They don't get choice. Even the only problem now is that their last election, because Mr. James don't go. I think we have that conversation. Their last election was pretty much a rollback to the apartheid era, when they allowed the other party to have more sway, that they have to actually sit down and share the government with them. That is a big setback. You understand?
Zuma,
that was
a walking disaster. That guy.
No,
that is the
Zuma
power of money.
Zuma work against
that power of
Ramaphosa,
money. They infuse a lot of money. So good. Even again, the next 15 years will tell if the BRICS will feel recover from what is coming for them, right? But regardless of what, the next phase of the fight is what Malema represents. His message is very clear. It's all about economy. Either you like him, you don't like him, or it doesn't matter. Like, they know where they are. They know what time is it. Unless they kill him.
It's like Zuma is the article of. But at least Zuma was the president. Zuma is the article of South Africa that's just causing problems in political. He refused to go away.
No,
he just
for the jail case and everything. What do you think?
Pardon?
You understand? Zuma with the corruption case that they leveled on him and everything. He felt betrayed, so he's fighting back. And because of he still believes that he still have influence.
Who has it to be corrupt?
Why I think South Africa deserve every support they need, because in our continent, if there's any country at all that has what it takes to be regional power, to be actually free themselves and regional power within the next 100 years, because the change that is taking place, they will power the next phase of the world where we will live. So if there's any country that's in that position in Africa, it's South Africa and Nigeria. But our own, now only God, our own. Leave our own. We need to fight another civil war before we go get there.
Materials on the ground. South Africa has the materials on the ground.
Yes, South Africa own. It is that economic freedom, right? That is just the last stage. Once they get them, you will see how they will liberate themselves away from poverty within the short period of time. Then whatever that's in about China today, they will replicate them like under 20 years.
That's exactly what I'm saying about the media. When you look white people in South Africa, they never left compared to other places. So if the white people never left, South Africa, the black South Africans can still use it. If you call us racist, how come white people left everywhere, but they didn't live in our country? Because we still welcome them. We still give them privilege. They are 7%. So they can use the media very well, but still achieve their purpose at the end of the day.
Let me round up.
Try to achieve their
with
purpose.
this. Let me round up with this. First of all, Mandela and sell out. That should be. That should be. With time, maybe we
100%.
don't the old. When we don't the old, our children go hear the real story. Now sell out. Let's just put that aside. Then we play one video about if they want wipe out house, where they go fit wipe out house. I was laughing because I see there. I think it boils down to when I hear we black people America to say, oh, now we build America, now we build America, now it's hard for me to actually comprehend that. Not be you build them. The person bring you come, use you build them. It's two different things. He fall employ me or come drag me. They wash your house every day. As soon as I go visit Paul no go here. As soon as I go to say, this will be house clean. No, he go to that Paul house clean. So it troubles me. Like we think you when they carry come do something, you think you get when they carry freedom give you, when they say you are free. You know they question that. We are free of what? So the idea say they won't wipe us out to Nigeria. If we not go reach, I don't know where we go last 24 hours. Might tell you.
But
Go hold on, go back and read about COVID-19 because the revolution that they come and man-made. That one and one. Two, today's world, I did tell you before now tomorrow, today's war, the equipment, the machines are autonomous. As we speak, there's this set missile from Ohio here in America to come take you away you sit down without nobody. The person will do at the sleep. Even the bullets and guns. So when you they talk, they will like I just say even food when we they chop self. If you don't just see how you need to do Nigeria when you reach Nigeria, just sit down, look around your house.
I don't buy that. They can just
hold on to Nigeria. This is what you will do first. When you reach Nigeria, your house, sit down, just look around your house. How many things where they make your life feel so? Una produce one. Then think of what you chop, process what you eat. How many of them una produce?
I think I think things.
To Nigeria, he was rounding off.
Let me
We're
just
gonna make it conversational. Then let me come in and make it
15
conversation.
15 seconds at most.
Okay,
When it comes to
I'm timing.
conflicts, all bets are off. If you don't have yours, you acquire one from the enemy, and you start from there. It's just
you get money,
and
you get money to buy them.
No acquire. You take one. It is war. You take one and you fight back.
See, you know when people come close. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on now.
They will sit down for village, one village for North Dakota.
I told him 15 seconds. I told him 15 seconds.
Hold on. They will sit down for one village for North Dakota.
It's over now. 15 seconds over. What are you doing now?
The reason why America's when America was fighting the British, the French sided with the Americans so that they will frustrate the British. The same thing. There are forces around the world that will just give nudge to the black people, like, you know what? Finish the job for us.
No, hold on. The word is not in secret. Who go there with us? Who will make us win?
They're not going to deal with us. They are going to just support us, saying if
that's what we are saying the same thing. And who's going to support us?
All right.
Russia will support us.
I'm only going to be here a couple of minutes.
It's in their interest for the West to lose.
I'm going to be here a couple of minutes. So
you're a British guy. That's why they talk like that.
No, it's in their interest. Just like the West support militia inside those nations, the same thing can happen to the West. If there is a civil war going on, do you think if America goes
the mistake you are making, you are talking about you are talking about yesterday. I am talking about the weapon of today. Who will come near you? You who know where the bullets will come from?
This is America we are talking about, not Africa.
Hold on. Make I give you one critical example. Hold on. Let me give you one example to Nigeria. Let me give you one example. Let me just give you one example. Russia they fight war. Russia they fight war. Their general was blown up.
Bring him down and pick me up there where he's at.
To Nigeria. To Nigeria, Russia they fight war. Hold on. Russia they fight war.
Bring him down. He can be talking. Bring him down. Break him down.
To Nigeria, you understand the military things. Russia, they fight war. Russia in the middle of war. Their general was blown up in his office, in his house. Their general.
Yes.
Okay.
Now you are in the midst of war. The most protected people in the midst of war are the generals. But they still take them out. Nobody go close to them.
Forefathers.
You think of you, Nigeria.
I hear you. Let me bring Pastor. That Pastor started agitating. I don't want to.
Pastor God,
Let me indulge in the existing protocol.
Has Tony spoken? Tony has his turn. Tony, you've had your turn.
Let Pastor go on. Let's pass. There are two people there, Pastor and some other person. Let them speak.
Thank
you very much.
Yeah.
To Nigeria, everybody, Paul, Tony, my brother there, Dexter, and Ovia, I want to say hello to you. Now, the discussion you guys are having here, of course, you're all over the map, talking about Africa, talking about China, as if one equals the other. China, whatever China did, then Nigeria or Africans can do it. We have to do whatever China has done in the past or better in order to fare the way they do. But the fallacy that I want to tackle is that one of growth. The way a country grows is similar to an adult, a human development, right? So we know that China has been, especially in the 80s, 90s, they were doing like 7 to 10% growth. It doesn't mean they're going to be doing that the whole time, forever, right?
But that is a myth, though. That's not true, though.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
China was never that poor.
That's a fallacy. That's where the mistake comes. When people are calculating when China is going to rival the United States. Right now, they're not right. They're not equal. The United States is light years ahead of China. Now, the way that's calculated will be in things that are not tangible. For example, could measure education. U.S. in the score, the way it's done, U.S. has a score of 2.0 and China has 1.6. I don't believe it, but I'll give it to them. Innovation and technology, United States, the way they have it is 1.9, China 1.8. Competitiveness, U.S. has minus 0.4, China has 1.0. Military, what I'll do, let me post this for you on the private section that you can.
Do you know in the last mathematics competition, US beat China, but the people in US that beat China are Chinese students in America. Chinese students.
The American, any Chinese that's in America. Listen to this. Any Chinese, look, I appreciate it.
Every American is from somewhere. Every American is from somewhere. What do you mean? So what
whatever.
Every American is from somewhere. So what is the big deal?
Especially with that America is over China.
Local P, I want to have order when I'm talking.
Chinese.
By the time I'm done, it's gonna cover whatever it is you're saying, right? So
let me. I think you have shared the link. Let me see if I can make that clear for people to see. Let me move it out of the way. China versus the US. The values are to be read out loud. Okay, China in education. The first one is education, isn't it? US is slightly ahead of China, but if you take into account that the fact that China has more population, China is probably ahead. So be careful. When they are complete, you have to look behind the numbers.
To Nigeria, the only way Pentagon they get money without questionable is for them to downplay them and elevate their enemy. Say they go tell you say Nigeria. Hold on, they go tell you Nigeria want destroy America. They go tell you Nigeria want destroy America.
Okay, I hear you. This one is objective. This one is not. This one is objective. One. Some other person probably put this together. It says, okay,
Nigeria forget objective. Go read books. Forget objective. Now that's the right.
Here's what I want. I'm not gonna be here long.
I'm trying to read your own document that you sent us.
I know, but I want you to read it without people making noise so we can understand it. I need Ovia muted for now. Just mute him permanently. All right, go ahead and read.
All right, I am muted. I am muted.
This is just a data. I'm gonna make a point on this data.
Innovation. This one is innovation. The gap, and this one is the one that should scare you more. The gap is not that big at all. 1.9 by 1.8. America ahead of China, which I think that seems accurate if you ask me. Competitiveness. China is more competitive. Yes, that too is accurate. China is cheaper, and everybody wants to manufacture there. So there are more. America is leading in terms of military. You can argue that's true too. America has a massive footprint all over the world and a lot of military assets. That's true too.
They should fight with China and see the outcome first.
No.
Over the world.
See, when they fight with China, they have to fight with China at China's backyard, and that means China will be far stronger.
Okay,
No,
all right.
America
Let me
is
reclaim.
spread out
Hold
all
on.
over the world.
Let me reclaim my time.
Don't
I
worry.
just want to cite this data here. That's not what I want to talk about.
Trade.
What I want to do.
Oh my God, trade. America
please,
is ahead.
Don't worry. Don't.
The war is already on. Una never knows that the war don't start.
That's enough. Hold on. Now, I brought that data just to cite the data. That's not what I want to talk about. I want to interpret some of the data, right? Like when you talk about technology and you are lauding, extolling the virtues of China, a lot of that innovation is, like somebody pointed out half an hour ago, American enterprises and companies over there, Apple, all kinds of people, right? All they do is to copy what we're doing. Now, let me say to you that in the growth, though, which is the first thing I mentioned, when you look at a human growth, there's prenatal development, infancy, right? The first year. You have childhood. It's marked by a rapid growth, which would say China is either in infancy or in the adolescence, childhood, adolescence. And then when you get to adulthood, then it stops. It doesn't. You don't keep growing, because when you were as a kid, like me, I'm 6'4", right? If I kept growing the way I was growing in adulthood, then you're gonna calculate that I'm gonna be 1,000 foot tall, right? At some point. That's not the way it works. So we have to use our brain when we're here talking. Right now, the United States, there is nobody.
Are you implying that technology gets to an adulthood and stops growing?
No, I'm implying that a country.
Yes, to Nigeria. Yes, you are right. Yes. And I will explain it to you when he finish.
Now,
okay, go ahead.
Even though I appreciate what you're saying, OVA, I don't want your voice louder than mine. It's my turn. Keep it down. It's my turn. So what I'm saying to you basically is, don't be calculating things by taking it to the logical conclusion when you shouldn't. And then when we talk about everything else here about Nigeria, you don't take things to the logical conclusion. When it comes to China, you employ linear thinking, putting China, I don't know where. The way I do things myself is what I look at right now is what is it that China is doing? Because they're, like, according to you, they're almost the same thing as the United States. I don't think you've gone so far as to say they've overtaken the US. Let's say they're very close to US. What are they doing? For example, if Israel
in terms of construction, they are ahead of the US. In terms of shipbuilding, they are ahead of the US.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
To Nigeria, you are wrong again.
If Israel is committing genocide,
the data
right?
is out there. It's not me making it up.
Yeah, if Israel is committing genocide in Palestine, right?
Wait. How many of you in the last 2 years have traveled
what
to China?
does China do to stop that genocide from happening? If no matter what it is right now, because don't wait until they overtake the US. Right now, they're almost the same thing. So how are they stopping the US from doing anything? Right? US is still able to impose their will everywhere, globally, even next to them there. Now, you also have to understand that as China is growing, they're not the only growing country. You have Germany with 4.46 trillion, Japan 4.21 trillion, India 3.55 trillion. Those people are still going to grow. They have room to grow. And they're allied with the United States. The US could tackle China just with Australia, just with Taiwan, right? The US, it's kind of.
Can we come back to the South African situation? With, what happened?
Okay, fine. I just
no, Pastor. Before you go there, since the coming of age of America, every country that grows on their tutelage, on their foundation. So if they want to demolish you, they could just destroy your foundation. Exactly. That's when I say technology, no, they grow. Which about technology they today? Where they know they grow?
Exactly.
That's where they stop growing.
That's exactly
China said don't stop growing. Don't stop growing already with this coming of Trump. It don't stop growing. All those people that they build. The way they make the finishing engineer in America and get that you can build all you want to want. If they don't give you the last thing to put there, you don't move.
China is releasing the most used electric car.
Let my time.
You know, China has released their own
go
operating
China
system
before
like
maybe go something
Microsoft
happen there.
Windows.
You just be talking to a left ear. America will do, America will do, America will do that. You just not
Okay.
so America want to make everybody be like America let China be where it is.
Okay, so let me say that. Let me wrap
up.
up.
The way they debut Japan and they debut China. China is not new. It's not something new. It's just new to you. It's not new to you. And then do Germany too. And then do Germany. So it's not new. It's not new to you.
See,
California alone.
Foundation. Go to China and see.
Let me. Would you just wait until it's your turn? Let me wrap up. I'm not. I don't. Only thing I want to say in growth, even in human growth, there's a hormone that comes in and then cuts it off. You don't grow anymore like that. I don't know.
That's not how technology works.
That's the way it works. I'm talking about every country in the world. Like Britain used to be the hegemony for thousands of years, hundreds of years, right? At some point, then they stop, right? They're no longer the hegemony, right? Then the US come in here. Are we gonna the US gonna last forever? I think so. There's never been a country
they're not
here.
using Gatling gun anymore now. They've moved on from Gatling gun to drones and all the rest. My point is,
I want to get to South Africa issue, but the only point I want to make is on that growth thing. I hate people calculating that growth to be in perpetuity. China going at 7%, 10%. That is not going to happen. They've managed to play that game because of the United States, the administrations. For example, in the 70s, Richard Nixon let him in. They were a poor country, developing country at the best. But Richard Nixon let him in is because of entrepreneurs here in the United States that are going over there to make money with cheap labor. You know how capitalism works, right? If you read Marx's manifesto, he covered that very, very well. That's what's happening.
So where
it's
does
American.
the African part fit in here? Let's know.
It's gonna go to you've been indulging everybody, and every time you talk about China, US, you can't handle the truth, right?
So I don't know anything about South Africa, but you don't want to give up.
No, Ovie, that's a nexus, right? That's a nexus to China and all this stuff we're talking about. When Trump ambushed Ramaphosa here in the White House, Oval Office. He's not the only one. He's done it to others. Did it to a petulant leader of Ukraine. You have to have some prestige for Trump to respect you. Africans don't have that prestige, right? So just because Elon Musk, who was born in South Africa, it's a busybody with Trump. That's what Trump is doing. That's a showman. So if Ramaphosa can try to shake that off, try to rebuild his relationship with Trump, it's still good for him. Okay, it's America is administration by administration. For it wasn't long ago here that Canada was indistinguishable from the United States, even with Biden, right? But when Trump comes in, then he's going to expose the fact that there's Canadians here, our neighbors here, they're not the same thing as the United States, right? They can be a state because we're supporting them there. All they do there is rip us off here every day, you know? They got a king in our hemisphere. They got a king. King Charles is their king. So when Trump says he's gonna try to make him the fifth or fourth state, they say, "Oh wait, how can you talk to us like that? We are a sovereign country." Yeah, you're a sovereign country, but your king is King Charles of England. Here, if it's a black or brown country next to us, would the Americans put up with that? Of course, they won't put up with that. For hundreds of years, we ought to take him, make him the 54th state. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not like they're not used to outsiders being their head of state. So it's not the same thing now. Americans, because of white racism, they put up with Britain, for example. With everything Britain has done, they're not a democracy. They've never, ever picked a head of state. There are a lot of people there who yearn for that. For example, the organization called Republic. They're not supposed to have a bloody monarchy. They're only doing it because they're white. There's no difference between, I'm going to come to South Africa in a minute. There's no difference between Iran and United Kingdom. The only difference is that in Iran, at least the Ayatollah is elected. Right over here.
But Pastor, if you don't know about South Africa, just tell us you don't know about South Africa.
I just look.
This
Listen
kind
to
of
me.
stuff left and right.
Listen to me. There's
I've
nothing
never
I
seen
don't
this.
know. So I said South Africa, Africans, blacks don't have prestige. To deal with an administration like Trump, you have to have that, right? So he comes over here, he brings white people who are in his administration. Now, somebody mentioned earlier that I think it was Uvier, that Nelson Mandela was a sellout and he was no good. He was no good. Now, he was good when he went in there, so he could have been that he acquired something in there. Maybe they gave him a tea or something. So when he came out, it wasn't the same. So we have to.
No be only in go there. No be only in go there.
I know,
So
but only
why are the other people?
Like Abiola, when Abiola go in there, they gave him tea. There were other people in there who they didn't give tea, right? So it could be selective who you give tea. Who's gonna emerge on top if you don't give him tea, right? So yeah, I agree with the thing that Nelson Mandela ended up being no good, but I believe it was acquired when he was in there. He was there for 27 years, for crying out loud. So now all I'm saying is that there's a nexus between Nigerians doing very well. For example, in democracy.
Sorry, Pastor, 27 years compared to the people that died is nothing.
I know. I wasn't contrasting and comparing. I'm saying he was there sufficiently enough to develop mental stuff. Now, listen to what I'm saying, though. The nexus, forefathers and Ovie, is in Nigeria doing very well. Like somebody said, African, Nigeria, South Africa. Yeah, there are others. We have to have democracy in our country. We have to be able to develop.
Also, did you even watch the interaction between Ramaphosa and
yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Because when you are talking, it's like you didn't watch that, or if you want us to play it a little bit.
No. I watched it. You're talking about intangible stuff that doesn't mean anything. I'm going for policy. I'm talking about stuff that matter. Now, if you go back there and Trump tell him to shut up and do all this or do whatever, that's doesn't mean anything.
Well, you've not addressed the point why did Trump do what he did, and is it about not having the white people lose their privilege in South Africa? Is why he's doing it? Because from what Trump is saying, he's telling them not to execute what is already in their constitution. He's considering the form of genocide.
Right, and critics have pointed out that he was wrong about that. I said that South Africa does not have the prestige, right? So he goes there, he gets ambushed and assaulted. I covered that. You are looking at small stuff, right? America has a lot of leverage against South Africa. Now that's political talk, leverage. What does South Africa have? You gotta give him credit for going to repair the weird relationship South Africa has with United States. You gotta give him credit for that. Trump could do it. Trump could tell him to get on his knees there, right? Because America is the hegemon. He could do that. So it's not if he tells him get on your knees if you want me to do something for you. Well, he can, right? He can.
So, but do you think? Okay, let me ask you this last question before we move on. Do you think that if Ramaphosa had decided to take a different tack and defended itself more aggressively and asserted the fact that South Africans needed to get their land back, maybe today Africa will be the hotter state?
No.
Do you think?
Look, I give Ramaphosa credit. He made his point.
Sanctions on South Africa.
No.
Go ahead.
He made his points. Trump were citing things that are inaccurate, incorrect stuff, talking about genocide, and people who have eyes have already fact checked, right? And Ramaphosa made his points. What do you want me to do? Start fighting?
Yeah, but I'm thinking that maybe he should have to use, because personally, one of the reasons why I say Trump should win, because he's going to wake black people up. He's going to wake Africans up. Maybe if he had just decided to defend himself, Trump will even aggravate that thing more. And that is the mistake you need them to make, so that Africans' eyes will wake up to the truth of this situation. Because clearly this is in the constitution, and you won't let them do their job in their own country.
Yeah.
That is supposed to be a democracy. So
right.
if he had gone hard against Trump will go hard against him, and Africans will be will be
It was
complaining right now.
all those things you're talking about.
You see, now for that office, now that they solve problem. That office now for TV show. Nah, just for me and you. The deal is behind this. When they talk,
We know
Trump
that.
have no clue about the
We know
deal.
that part. But this one is out in the open. The one that is out in the open, you can deal with it out
Trump
in the open.
has no
That's very
idea
important.
what the deal is about.
What do you mean go
Trump
hard?
just they act along. He don't know the deal, the policy, he don't know anything. He just they act along. We think things are being made behind the scene. Every deal.
After
They talk of a whole office.
finished my
That's
time,
not
right?
cinema.
This
That's
whole
not
session
theater.
is
Not
about
studio be that.
All right, so let me conclude by saying this.
Go hard. What do you mean by he should have went?
What I mean by go hard is that he should clearly indicate to Trump that issue that black people are more affected, because he didn't come out and say it to his face. He wasn't telling him, "Oh, okay, this thing that you're saying, those people that are saying that."
Let's pretend you're Ramaphosa. Let's give you 60 seconds or 120 seconds.
Yes.
And pretend you're addressing Trump. How would you have answered it?
I would say that video that you're
don't say
playing.
I would say. Tell us in your own words how you.
The video you just played is that of Molema, and he has been taken to court. The court has found him innocent or fined him, whatever. The situation that has come from the court. The point is that he's free now. Then the images that you are showing about farmers getting attacked. That most of our people are the ones suffering the brunt. That in that country that we live in, that the white farmers are actually, in short, the white population there are enjoying far more benefit than even here in the US. Make it blatant, and Trump will challenge you.
So like Zelensky, Abi, like Zelensky did. He act like Zelensky.
Yes. But this remember, this Ukraine, but Trump is going to be dealing with the African continent now. In short, almost all the black people in this thing in the world.
Forefathers, I think Ramaphosa made his point. I mean, he doesn't have to behave like
very loud.
He made his point. He made Trump look like a complete novice who doesn't know what he's talking about. And that's the important thing. He doesn't need to go and be arguing with him.
Ramaphosa also looked very cowardly and very subservient.
Exactly.
Because he went there to beg. You asked why was he there in the first place?
Go there.
He went to beg. I think you are right.
That's a different issue. You are asking. There was an accusation that was levied against him, and he just made Trump look pedestrian. That's the point. That's one.
I don't think so. I think
he did. He did because the information. Hold on. The information that Trump confronted him with was he found out to be a lie, and that's catastrophic for number one leader, world, the greatest power in the world. So that
I speak the truth,
I don't expect Ramaphosa to go there and wearing a glove to box Trump. I mean, that's Trump's territory. I don't expect that. So I think people are prejudging Trump. This is the most powerful country in the world, most powerful man in the world. So you're not just going
and
to
now
go
when
to
somebody's
territory
interrupting me and they come up there and I'm all the way down there, that means
you had completed pastor.
I'm not. That's what I'm saying.
Pastor,
That is unacceptable. Bring me back up there. Let me round up and
But the bill has already been passed, whether they like it or not. The change will take place.
Tony, is that in a
tell
situation in a situation where we had, I agree with you. You don't want to go in the mud and start wrestling with a pig. That is his territory. He's always going to win. He will beat you with experience. But I think he should have held his ground a little bit harder. Not saying he should have.
I speak the truth. I speak the truth.
Could be a little slicker.
If he had, more Africa will be talking about him right now.
Giving him passing that ball to someone like Obama, someone that's slick in the mouth as Obama, someone that thinks on his feet like Obama. He could humiliate him with very, very little words. But he went in there. I think it was a little cowardly.
I speak the truth. I agree with you, but looking from this angle, let me ask you, I speak the truth. Let me ask, I speak the truth. I speak the truth. Let me ask you this, right? Let's put things into context. That is the Oval Office. That is the center of democracy, right? For the sake of conversation. the point Ramaphosa making in response, this is what he said. Because understand that the bill has already been passed to redistribute the land. So regardless of all the drama, it's just tragic. So the point he made there is that he said we are a country of democracy. In other words, it's not about him or what anybody say in that scream. The people of South Africa are spoken through the people house, which is the act of democracy. So it is so that's the point he make, and where he make that point, just factor that into the conversation. It's very important. I understand that you expect him to be more outspoken and all that.
All right, very good point. Let me reclaim my point.
But at that level of diplomacy, right? It just went so
you
it
don't
just
know
made a very coded
when
point.
to quit. Ovie, you made your point.
It's a question. I'm just asking a question.
Let me round up so that others can speak here, right?
Okay.
You know what surprises me is why when I come on a platform and I threaten to leave, everybody is not begging me to stay, because I really bring a lot to the table when I come here.
Yeah,
enlighten everybody. But let me say, you know, to Nigeria, I'm gonna address you, then I'm gonna leave. Here's what I want to say to you, right? Because I appreciate your patriotism and your passion. You want us to rival United States Africans, so you want us to be able to deal with Europe, but you have to walk before you have to crawl before you walk. You have to do the things that are right. You have to start off with our country. For what you want, believe it or not, you cannot achieve it until there's uniform patriotism in Nigeria, where every aspect of Nigeria believes that, okay, let's build this country up. And then South Africa, our neighbors, and Africa in general, that's when we're going to have the kind of respect. If you come to that Oval Office, you want to make sure you didn't bring any white person to come down there from South Africa. How crazy is that? Right? These are people who committed all kinds the genocide that Trump is talking about. Now, remember, I'm
Fanta, I'm so sorry. That person that they bring as an opposition is an opposition, is not even his party member, which means he's playing the game in America that we practice through democracy.
I
You understand? It's a strategy too.
Yeah,
it was a bit cowardice. You understand? When the screen is in your face, it's a bit cowardice. But I think he played politics there.
Aside from the rules of this platform, as an African, you're not supposed to interrupt your elder when I'm talking. You just come in, maybe a little. Let me land.
What kind of rounding up is this?
What I was saying is that we've dealt with that.
Maybe when you stop wearing Puma, if you stop wearing Puma, I will respect you. You understand? Put your Ichie cap, then I'll respect you. So take off that Puma right now.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that
no, he's fighting for Africa. I didn't do that.
I hear you, but listen to this, forefathers. This is to you. There is no way. There's no shortcut, right? Because you talk about population, and all that. Yeah, population, but along with that, it should be low. I mean, we should actually look for low population growth, high life expectancy, right? Things like that. Low poverty and unemployment, strong financial system in our country, democracy, strong societal safety nets, political stability. Once we get it right in Nigeria, it's like the 13 colonies here in the United States. They got it right. Then people start applying to be a part of United States. Like right now, Puerto Rico, all those people are applying to be a part of something that works. We should get it right. Don't go letting, for example, the Southeasterners, Igbos, right? Who should be a bedrock of developing Nigeria.
You end up in Igbo land now.
No, hold on. I'm using an example now.
you need to slow down.
Listen,
you're supposed to wind up. You need to wind up.
This is what I'm talking about. Right?
That you are doing,
I'm saying, in order for us,
15 seconds.
In order for you to get to where you're going, you're gonna have to make use of everything you've got. What are the things you have? Believe it or not, now, Local P, maybe you wax your ear and listen to what I'm telling you now. You have to make use of those people in that Southeast. They're innovators, right? They've got everything. Technology, right? They're going to school. They're fair. Now, we have that. Now, when I say the Igbos, who am I talking about? I'm talking about
thank you, Pansa.
People who go to school, right? They could be
let's let Local P have his say. Let's allow Local P have his say.
Thank you very much.
Is there anybody I'm skipping, just in case I hope I'm not skipping somebody? Yeah. Local P, you saw what happened in this. We probably need to move on from this topic just to talk about Nigeria a little bit, because we've not said much about Nigeria. But you saw what happened in the Oval Office. They are trying to bully South Africans not to carry out the land reform, basically, and I hope they didn't succeed, because this thing, that is the critical thing. So what do you make of the conversation? You know, Ramaphosa, they said his popularity has spiked in South Africa. You know, people really like that he handled himself really relatively well, and so that too is another aspect of the conversation. What do you make of it?
Well, truth be told, I didn't listen to the conversation between both of them, but the snippet I was able to see was the video that Trump was showing playing for Ramaphosa, and I did not hear Malema saying white people. He said whiteists. Listen to that video again. He didn't say white people. He said whiteists.
Now.
So hold on now. And I want to believe, that probably was referring to those racist white people, not everybody that is white in complexion.
No, see, that was a chanting song that they used to do during the days of apartheid. So
yeah,
and
okay.
they took it to
So
court
probably,
for it. I think it got off.
Probably, like I said, like if you say, because I've still seen videos of him not talking, like it's not talking about white people who are really, really, really doing the right thing. Like he's relating to those white races who are really, really drowning black people in South Africa.
Yeah,
so to
but
speak.
that is not what his song says. That's the problem.
The song, hold on, I'm talking about his agenda over the time. But this song is just singing his song before he became who he was. You understand? So it's like you're chanting solidarity song, freedom song. You understand? From that, for the next 100 years, you can sing that freedom song. Doesn't mean the way the freedom song or the what he implies in 100 years ago is what you are standing for right now. You understand? But it's just a freedom song for you to sing. You understand? To be like I said, I didn't watch the back
Yeah,
of
but
the
politically though, that song, you can argue that that song was a vulnerability. He shouldn't have used that song for, because you are inviting unwanted attention. Kill the Boers in a stadium full of thousands of people cheering.
But the funniest thing is, like, you still deny the fact that there are white supremacists there in South Africa who are suffocating blacks out of South Africa, trying to.
But they are not in a.
No, hold on. Will you deny that?
Yeah, no, they are there. They are there, but they are not in the stadium saying.
So he's not doing it because he wants the world to see. He's just trying to fight for his people. And so, look, I'll tell you this. Look, see, I think we've gone far too long. Yeah, where we like, in the name of religion, in the name of modernization, or in the name of civilization. Yeah, there are some things that are happening right now that are offspring of what has happened before. That because of Christianity or religion or civilization, we should, be civil about handling it. Whereas the intensity for what is happening right now is the offshoot, reformed or the same agenda of what has been happening in time past. The same thing. It's just like what you have now in France and Francophones. Yeah. What happened before is still happening now, but they are doing it in a more subtle way that you will not see it, because those people are taking hundreds of years to plan it. But because you are looking for a plan that will fall against you today or tomorrow or next tomorrow, you don't see that the plan they've been planning 50 years ago is not for you. You are looking for the plan that they planned last week. That, I think if I see the plan of last week, they're planning for me. Not knowing that the plan that they're planning for you right now has started like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
You start. So what you are seeing in South Africa, if you see, look, for us, by now, what these dark-skinned people have gone through over the years, by now, and these people are still multiplying, not dying, still trying to survive. By now, they should be worshipped. If by now we are seeing skirmishes of offshoot of what has happened before, and nobody is condemning it 100%. You are using political freedom fighting kind of way or systematic kind of way to no, let's not go aggressive. Forefathers, look, your people are If our people are trying to extinct your people, to put your people where they're supposed to be, or not where they're supposed to be, or where they want them to be, and they are trying it in every way, academically, morally, structurally, religiously, or whatever, and you still don't see it. But the only way that these people have to fight back is not to go through that simple way. They just have to put their feet on the ground. Like, look, enough is enough. The hard way, the only way. But you can't say no because he's singing it. Oh, he's like that. What about the hidden ones that they are passing through in their own states? Do you think Malema is just fighting because of what happened before? No, he's fighting because what he's still seeing right now, what has happened before, is still happening now. But it's in a systematic way. And most African leaders are not seeing it, or they are seeing it, they are pretending to get some chunks from them and help those people to achieve their goal. He is seeing it. That's why he's fighting.
I think African leaders they made one big mistake. They think they can turn Oyibo people into success.
Sorry, what?
I think African leaders they are thinking that they are going to kind of turn Oyibo people to help them succeed. Which is a strange.
Nobody Oyibos put them there as leaders.
Psychology, see, Papa, listen. Psychology is a very big thing here that
for
practice in Africa.
Local people, please, can I just say, just chip in something? I find it difficult to understand sometimes how we look at, we criticize the African leaders and say all kinds of things. You have someone in Burkina Faso who is trying to say, no, we can't do things the old way we're doing. And the Western America is saying no. We have it in Niger. They are saying no. Ramaphosa is trying to address the situation, a problem that's been there, and it's been, a problem because this land issue has been there for a long time. And so he is in his own wisdom, and he's trying to deal with the particular problem that is causing restiveness in his country. And then the outside world that has kept quiet and watched all the apartheid and watched all the paternalism and watched all the fleecing and the exploitation that has gone on and said nothing. And now people are beginning to wake up to say, listen, we can't continue this way. And then and we're supporting them. And we're coming to say they are right to challenge what we do in our country. Somebody comes to my house. I mean, we talk about Fulani and all those sort of things there, and we saw all kinds of things. Somebody comes to my land, imprisons me, takes my land, forcefully over a period of years, and implements the policies that are totally indefensible. Where you elevate even a dog, higher than an African. And now the people are beginning to try to see how they can restructure the country and move their people forward.
But
and we're here discussing and saying
that's the hypocrisy of the West.
What are we talking about?
Today for America and London, dogs are treated better than a black man.
If you look at, for example,
Mr. Ton, with all that you say right now, so how would you now expect a pained African man to react? How would you not expect to react when he sees that, look, this is glaring, it's happening? You are keeping quiet. Like I told people, look, see, when you see white people, like maybe racist people, they'll tell you, no, I don't like the way you're treating black people. But they don't fight against the racist people because they like where that racist scenario
they
is
like
putting
the
them.
structure.
You understand? It's putting them above other persons.
Yeah.
But they may not like the way they are doing it, but they like the goal of a racist person. It's always to put us ahead of other people. They like the formula. But the way you go in the party. So now how do you tell a pained man how to react? When he
Let me
that,
even say something.
Local, simple as ABC. Look at the Aborigines in Australia. Look Canada. Look America. Anywhere you find black. Even look at brown. Go all the way to Argentina. 2%. You understand? They've been doing this thing. It's been a long time. Anywhere you see other color, you see the same thing, the same pattern. Australia to Canada to the US to Argentina to the whole of Africa.
If we're talking about democracy, okay, if we say the goal which Trump was trying to emphasize is the rule of law, democracy, what I haven't heard anybody say, and I don't know if they probably said it before I came, is the fact that this case was actually decided by the South African Supreme Court about a few weeks ago, and there was a final leave of appeal. But actually in 2022, this whole case about kill the Boers or take back the land or whatever the slogan is, was decided by the Equality Court in South Africa. And they said it did not constitute free hate speech, meaning it's fair game, you can say. Now, going to the United States to litigate your point again, and this is why I agree with Tony, like there's no point. Like if it's already in our books, it's in the Constitution, it's by the law, what are we arguing about? There's nothing to argue about. If they say it's not hate speech, you can say, what is Trump saying? And why are we even taking Trump serious? Because like the rest of the world, knowing the kind of person he is, knowing that what a liar and a distorter of the truth he is, what are we arguing over? Let's just focus on how the remaining 70 or 80% of the people are going to get their lands back, distributed however they want to redistribute it, and let's keep it moving. There's nothing else to say.
Exactly.
There's no way. We're not saying anything. What are we saying?
That's exactly how Ramaphosa responded. I agree with you.
Yeah, there's nothing else to say. You can't be 8% of the people.
The people have already decided.
Almost 100% of the
7%.
land,
You're 100%
and then you
right.
complain that we want the land back. Yeah, and you ask a lot of Dutch Boers and these Afrikaners. You speak to them online, they'll be like, "We discovered the land." You discovered the land all the way from freaking the Netherlands. There was nobody living there. Are you freaking nuts?
Hey, don't blame them though. If you are in their you will say the same thing.
If you're not discovering the Niger River, you're discovering the Middle.
I speak the truth. You will say the same thing if you are in their shoes.
Discovering
Columbus.
Africa. Just take the fucking
Christopher
land.
Columbus.
He's speaking the truth. He's speaking the truth. That's why I speak the truth.
Freaking land. What
I speak the truth. You will say the same thing if you are in their shoe. They discover
Christopher Columbus. They discover everything.
Stop all this bullshit.
I speak the truth. They start from Christopher Columbus now.
Right.
They discovered. You discover where human being is living. You discover the human being.
Came all the way from your home.
That means you will not blame them now because if you're in their shoe, you do the same for one night. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. Come, like jungle with you.
No, Ovie. It is simple. Let's use common sense. Christopher Columbus Day in America. Let's use common sense. Christopher Columbus can discover Americans, can discover America for people in Europe. Say, oh, I found another continent, but human beings are already living there. Now it makes sense. You understand?
India.
But what you understand there? Now the same time when Columbus landed for Americas, they call them the Portuguese also land for Africa.
Imagine
so now they get Africa.
Imagine ICE telling Native Americans.
You get your resources. Oh yeah, now you get them.
Imagine ICE telling Native Americans that they are going to deport Native Americans. ICE telling Native Americans, like, are you drunk? Then
loco. Where are the Indians in Canada? Do you know say there's a lot of Indians in Canada?
Are you high?
Yeah, the First Nations.
Guy, are you there? He hasn't said anything for more than 3 hours, and he's gone and come back. I don't know if you are there.
See, to Nigeria, when American they thought say their wealth is over 100 trillion. Where you say those words today? Including your Nigerian oil, DRC Congo. It's all over everywhere.
Let me just check whether Ike is there. Ike, you want to say something regarding this South African president issue? Can you imagine if Tinubu was the one there? I'm not sure whether he was. I worry that his health may.
Leave my president alone.
Forefather no stand hand they shake, leg they shake. Baba we don't fit.
Respect my president, okay? Respect my president.
We start this nonsense that these people are doing here. With Tinubu we started. I wasn't so sure actually.
Tinubu, no could have respect my president. Tinubu will wear suits. Go see Pope. You know now Donald Trump in no visit. Mona free my president. Tinubu will hold his own side. Let's talk another thing anyway. Let's talk something else.
Yeah,
Change
yeah.
the topic now. Change the, change the
Let's
topic.
change the topic. Let's change the topic. I think let's go to one quite serious topic. Either we go Israel or we go national. And if we want to go national, we talk about the naval chief that said that we need spiritual,
So for that, I think I beg you, anything from now on should
So
be
far, I
national.
don't start.
God, I know that. Okay.
Israel is becoming a pariah state. You know, I said it about almost a year ago now. I left it in a comment. I'm trying to find that comment. I can't find it now.
God, to Naija. Now America, we they no come put us for trouble. Okay, then they revoke people visa if you talk anyhow about Israel. Free us for this matter.
That's not true. This is
Leave us
not
for this
true.
matter. I beg.
Ovie,
Free us.
you don't become I speak the truth.
I beg. God, they are not fucking around, man. They are not fucking. They don't talk calm. They don't pass law. Said if you talk anyhow about Israel, you are God.
Now you see as it be now. Hold on. Now you say if you did their shoe, you go do them.
It's a
Now you see
tie
as
that
it
cannot
because
be
it don't hit you now.
reversed.
Now
So
you the
they
fear.
can-
You know they say, huh?
No, I know where my power is. See, those people are speaking from power perspective. For somebody to tell you like that,
are you happy?
It's
Okay, are
a
you happy? Are
tie.
you happy you are at the receiving end? Are you happy at the receiving end? Are
I
you
know
happy?
understand.
I'm
So,
not.
did you listen to my own submission? You listen to my submission.
But you are saying we
I
should
say
not talk
South
about
Africa.
Israel because
I
you're
say South
afraid that you're
Africa
going to get.
need
Ovie spoke
our
well.
help. Need all this one where they give it to the now. South Africa we need to face because they are close in actually getting to that freedom. Now them they close past. They need our help. But in a way,
We
but
can still go back to the Nigerian discussion about the permutation for presidency. What permutation could possibly unseat the current president? One of the permutations I heard somebody mention. We could
Why
talk
we
about.
run? Wait, hold on. Why we?
I'm asking.
Hold on. Listen, let's talk about serious shit, okay? Let's talk about serious issues. What are
That
you
is
talking
serious.
about?
Wow,
What permutation? They're gonna rig the elections. We know that. Why are you running away from the Israeli
No, the
issue?
permutation could be.
They forget about the permutation. We don't care about that. They
Okay,
already know
you want
the
to go to Israel
Talk
because
about serious
Ovie is
It's
stuff.
too
worried
early.
about being
It's too
deported.
early when it comes to permutation.
Talk about serious stuff. What are you talking about Nigerian election for? What are you going to?
Nigerian election
so
is
how Israel is more important than we Nigerians? I don't get it. Which one is more important?
Hey, you decide that yourself, baby. That's only
We are
point.
Nigerians. Don't talk about Nigerian leadership. How are we going to change our leadership? If we talk about Israel, it doesn't make. We're not going to talk about other country. We'll be talking about other countries at the beginning of the show.
We're talking about
Yeah, this is not argument. We'll be talking about other countries at the beginning of the show. Let's talk about Nigeria.
All right, good.
How you go tell us what you go talk about? Like who you be?
All right, good. But
Forefathers, a senator, a serving senator said that they should uproot people who are indigenous
See,
in
Tony, God will
Abuja
bless you.
because
I was waiting since
because
Tony, Mr.
I
Mr.
because
Tony,
they are
Mr. Tony, God will
yes.
bless you. I was waiting for the first session. Those people where they form the Southeast is against us, Nigeria is against the Southeast, Nigeria is against the Southeast. I was waiting for them to say, see, waiting your Southeast man, now they don't say make another people come up for them. I was expecting that topic. Maybe there is that topic here, the first show. They okay, quiet. I was waiting for that. Like, they said, no, let me not come, let me wait. Let me see those people like the CM, the KJ, Ekene, Pastor, they don't say no. Nigeria is against the Southeast, and this support against Southeast. I was waiting for them to say, okay, see your Southeast senator now. See waiting to do that.
Local, what if a village name that the way Ruben Abati called the man's village name? I forgot that village
You
name.
raise a very
The village,
Okay. Let's speak
you
about
raise
mine.
a very serious issue.
it comes from
How do
it
we
comes
change
from
our
a hamlet.
government? It is not too early. Campaign don't start.
It comes
Let's settle what we are going to talk about so that we know we are not talking about Israel. We want to talk about election, or we want to talk about the soldier that is talking about. We need spiritual guidance.
Election is the most important thing. How do we change our government? How do we get it right? How do we stop the rigging? How are we going to rig? That's more important.
Okay, but listen, I really appreciate each time I talk, you have a tendency of you can rewind this video. You keep doing it. I'm not here to argue with you.
Okay,
So
go
let me
ahead.
ask you, forefathers, who's going to be running for this election that you want to start a permutation on in 2027? Who
I
are
think somebody mentioned a potential candidate that
no,
I
forget
didn't.
the potential. So we don't
Soon
even
as
have
just submit your question and let's
Hold on,
go on
let me
and
just
let's
read
go on
this.
debate. I
Let
don't
me just
understand
go
what
about
you
it.
did. I mean,
Let me just
what's
go
all
about it.
this?
Okay, the
so basically,
permutation
we
is.
don't have an idea.
I speak the
who's
truth. Let me
running.
say it now. Let me say it. Somebody said that if somebody like Jonathan comes in against Tinubu, that it might unite the North to support him. But
That
I was
wasn't
like,
what I
but,
asked, though. I said, who? That wasn't my question. I said, who is running for this elections that you guys want to start discussing who's going to win and who's not
oh,
going to
Tinubu
win?
is already running now.
You
Yeah,
wait
we
for the
know that. I
conversation
mean,
to start so
obviously
that you
he
know who's
is.
running and who's not running.
Obviously,
I
he
mean, I
is the
don't get all
How do
this,
you
president.
know?
man.
But I'm
How do you
saying,
Allow
know
the
that?
conversation to start before
How
you
do,
know who is running or
forefathers,
not.
no, no, Tony, let
forefathers,
him
how do
finish.
you know he's running?
Because he
2027
was
is still far off. Are you
because he
God?
was
Forefather,
officially
forefather,
chosen him as the
forefather.
candidate.
It's far off.
Put your topic before the floor. Let's talk about it. I mean, what's the meaning of all this?
Yeah,
If
they've
you want to
officially
know,
chosen.
He's
listen.
fighting
People will talk about it.
Israel. You keep shouting down everybody and talking over
No,
them.
you're asking
And
a question
then,
that doesn't make sense. How will you know who's running if you don't allow people to contribute?
you know, with
I
all
know who
due
is running.
respect,
Tunanda will not know. Somebody else is no.
with all due respect, can you please avoid talking to me? I'd really appreciate that.
That's
Let's
how
try
I
to be
speak.
civil
That's how
now.
I
Let's try to
speak.
be
No, just
I
civil.
don't.
avoid
That's how
talking
I
to me.
speak.
I just really appreciate
I'm
it.
not talking to you. I didn't come here to talk to you. That's what you're not getting. I'm not here to talk to you.
Let's be civil about
I
this.
didn't
Let's
come
try
here
to
Yeah,
because
be
of
if
civil.
you
you.
rewind the tape, each time I talk, he's
I'm
jumping.
not here because
I'm
of
not
you. I
trying to
don't know if
engage
you
you, bro.
existed or not.
Calm down,
I
calm
don't
down,
care about
calm
you.
down,
I
calm
don't know
down.
you.
You,
Please,
gu-
let's just
you
leave it.
guys
Let's
calm down.
leave it.
Okay, Maxi of you, calm down. I speak the two. Please calm down, please, please, please.
This is not personal thing. This is a public floor.
Because
Why
I
would
think
I be
if
talking
now we
because of
start
you?
talking about these
Who is
things, it's
you?
better to be fair.
Okay, forefather, can we revisit this Worry Ishekiri issues, Worry Ishekiri robot the joy issue?
Is there anything going on there?
Yeah, big time,
I
big
didn't
time,
know. It's not part of
big
the
time.
headline at all.
No, it's not part of the headline, but it has been kicking for a very long time. The
Worry.
Shekiri feel shortchanged over the delineation thing and every other thing.
Let's play this quick music and so that people can have time to break up. Because this Ishekiri, I don't know about it. I don't know have a clue what it's all about. I don't know Ishekiri. Does anybody want to talk about Ishekiri? I will just put it as
Tony
headline.
no more. Tony no more.
Let's
You
talk
no
about
more.
Nigeria. We've been talking about geopolitics for all day. Let's talk about Nigeria. We are Nigerians. Let's talk about our issue. Any issue you bring for us is working. Let's talk about our issues. For God's sake. It could be
Okay.
Shakiri, it could be Fulani, it could be anything, but let's talk about Nigeria issue. The leadership issue that you put before was a good thing. Who is running? Everybody knows is
But,
running. Let's
but,
listen to everybody's
but
opinion.
forefathers,
Then we
but,
treat it to move on.
forefathers, forefathers, but Tony said something just now about the senator saying people should be moved, whatever. That is an important Nigerian issue now. How can a senator say a people should be evacuated because you want airports surrounding to be beautiful? I mean, 21st century.
It's not good now. Yeah, there are quite a lot
I
of
mean,
topics
that's
to look into. I think this Ishekiri one too seems to be. It says threatens to shut oil facilities. That's serious. If you want to start shutting oil facilities down, before
To Nigeria,
leave it now. Before they
you
go and
raise a
See,
question.
Loco, you
You
know
raise a
about it. That's
question.
good.
I know.
Tunanja raised the question,
about
how do
that,
we
don't
unseat
worry.
the president? The question is that, is the opponent doing enough to unseat him? I think that should be the question.
I
Are the opponent, the OPs, the articles, the rest, are they doing enough? Or is there anybody new other that are doing enough to unseat him? I think that does cover everything, even in
that
Czech
question is what Dr. Damage had when he was on. I think it's a very, very
Okay.
serious one because this current president seems to be quite domineering in terms of party politics. And to unseat him, it's not impossible. The way people are saying is, no, it's not necessarily the case. But that one argument that I never thought was going to, I don't think that argument would have made sense even in the last election, where they said if you choose Jonathan, that the Northerners know that Jonathan cannot run a second term. You see what I mean? They know he will never run a second term. That will make him extremely attractive. But if you choose Peter Obi, the danger is that they will tell, oh, for another 8 years after Tinubu, too much wahala, let's find another Northerner to vote for. You see what I mean? So that I found it quite weird that if Jonathan was interested and PDP and a few other people come together, but I don't think that's going to happen. But that's just one of those things.
For father, Jonathan have good edge if he's strong enough to play the politics.
Exactly.
You understand?
So does Jonathan
You know why I said so. When you look,
does he have the balls?
that's exactly what I'm saying. But if if the oligarchy, if they push him very well, give him all the support.
You go wrong.
You understand? Because why I said so, when you look at the Southwest, say for example, demography, we are talking about Lagos. You understand? For you to win Nigeria election, you must either take these three big states, Lagos, Rivers, and Kano, and every other thing. Easily, Jonathan will take Rivers. Easily, Jonathan can take Lagos.
How do you
And
know
he will
that?
take Bayelsa.
How do you know
He will
that?
take Rivers and he will take Bayelsa. Easy.
How do you know that?
Tony is
How
not
do you
looking
know
for
that he
trouble.
will take Rivers?
Tony is just looking for trouble now.
Jonathan is an Ijaw.
No. How do you know? How do you know? Listen. How do you know? How do you know that he will take? And under what party is he going to run?
I'm just telling you, if they ask the name Jonathan, if they put him at the forefront, if they put Jonathan at the forefront, Jonathan is an Ijaw man. Majority ethnic group in Rivers State is an Ijaw. Tribal politics is still very active. Very active.
Have the Ijaw people been able to save Fubara from the mess that he's in?
The question is that we are talking election. We are not. We are talking. We are talking. Ovie. We are talking election. So you're still going to respect the power, just like as you said about Supreme Court already freed Julius Malema. So we got to work with it. So if Tinubu is using his own power, but if you talk about election from the context of election, don't use Fubara. From the context of election.
Paul, listen.
Wait, now, let me land now. It's a question. Then let me just answer the question. You understand? Then you can bring me down. Then I can also live and learn from it. Jonathan is an Ijaw man. Tribal politics is still very active in Nigeria. So Jonathan can take Rivers State. You understand? And even though with what Tinubu is doing to Fubara, it gives Jonathan an edge more again. That's another side of it. Then when you come to Lagos, the demographic of Lagos, it's not about Yoruba any longer. You understand? Jonathan played very good card when he was president to the Southeastern people. So good non-indigenous, non-Yoruba in Lagos. Now, if you put your South people and Igbo together in one chunk, you understand? Jonathan can fight Lagos and take Lagos. Do you get my point now? Even though Jonathan don't take Lagos, Jonathan going to get sufficient numbers of votes from Lagos. This is an advantage. It's an advantage. You take it or you leave it.
Okay.
You understand? I can pick it from the region. The thing that Jonathan did, you understand, when he was president, Jonathan worked tirelessly, you understand, in the north. But the propaganda and everything with the Obama structured and everything, and with the Hausa believing very well that it is their turn, they want to take power and everything. It is there. But if this northern and good percentage of them is pushing Jonathan, not Jonathan coming, if they pick Jonathan for their own interest, knowing fully well that he's going to run for one term and the power is just easily coming back to north and everything, that gives Jonathan good edge for him to run for the next election. That's what we're saying.
Okay. I've heard you. First of all, Jonathan's wife say he will support Ashiwaju. I'm sure you are.
Because it's still early. What do you expect? So that they'll be closing door and doing their meeting. It's strategy. It's strategy.
Just hold on now. Let me talk. I listened to you and you spoke. I just want to give you, even within Jonathan's household, that his wife is half of him say they are going to vote for Tinubu. I don't know whether Jonathan is agrees with that. But let me make one point. You see, I think we don't seem to understand how complex 2027 is going to be. The politics of 2027. It's not the same politics that when you had Jonathan. Mark you, Jonathan acceded to the throne by accident. He became president by accident when Yaroda died. And then, of course, the politics of 2027 is a little bit more complex and complicated. Now, Jonathan today does not command. He doesn't have structure. He doesn't have structure. He doesn't have structure. He doesn't have a party. Hold on. Let me finish. Just let me finish.
I'm agreeing with you. I'm not arguing.
He doesn't have structure. He doesn't have a party. I'm not sure he's even interested, to pull out. And he's a very intelligent man, knowing that if anybody is asking, they did it before. Mucha did it before. If people are asking him to come out, it's a contraption because some sections of the country maybe you want to use him so that they can achieve their ambition. You see, the thing they have been talking about the North, Buhari tried everything to become president. He failed. In spite of how popular he is in the North, he failed.
True.
What is the vice president has been since 1992 or 1993 has been trying to become president. He has failed.
Atiku.
Atiku, yes, he has failed. So that tells you that the North alone, all these things they say in the North will determine the North. Listen, the critical mass that will determine who become the president, is not just the North. I'm not demeaning the North. I'm not saying they're not a force. But even now, the North is split. Because it's not the same North that you see when Jonathan was president that you see have here. The North is split. The APC even itself is split. If you go by recent developments. The point I'm trying to make is that there are power blocks now that those who are looking for coalition or merger are looking at, because they know that they constitute some force. No one single person or one single block is going to be able to win unless he negotiates, unless he reaches out, to some other. That's how Buhari became president, because by itself, with his popularity, he couldn't win. Atiku, the greatest mistake that he made, is when it came for him to step down and say, okay, my assistant, I support you, and then take his support, and we wouldn't have been talking about this issue. So now, the bride that you have now that is just sitting and looking is Obi. APC versus Obi alone, may not deliver the goods. If Obi is able to win some people, some of these people who are looking for coalition to himself, if they're able to agree and sort out whatever it is, that becomes a critical mass. If Atiku goes alone without Obi, if you like, let him go with Kwankwaso, he's not going to succeed. So it's complex now. And then, but what I'm saying is that 2027 is too far. Anything can happen, because we just seeing things that are unfolding. There are coalitions here and there, people meeting, and trying to plan and strategize, new party or measure or whatever, and so on and so forth. And all these people that you are seeing that are moving, that appear to be moving, and we're talking about one party state. Listen, let me tell you, let us watch what is going to happen before 2027. You are going to see an implosion. I said it, and I believe him. Because these are strange bedfellows
right now.
Yes, these are strange bedfellows.
People you're not expecting that will be front runners.
Mr. Tony,
yes,
when you said that word, Mr. Tony,
let me disagree with you. I've not finished.
Let me
disagree with you. Let me finish. If they go in and they find out that what they're looking for is not guaranteed, they're just like the man from Anambra who went in and he saw her. By the time they go in and they don't get what they are looking for, then that's when you begin to see the crack and begin to see the trouble. Let me just stop there.
That's why when you ask, say, does Jonathan have a party? Okay, please, I'm sorry. That's why when you say, does Jonathan have a party? I said, true, he don't have a party. What I'm telling you, I said, when people bring Jonathan, I'm telling you, like, if they conclude and said, this is the face, this is who will represent us, you understand? It is different from Jonathan coming out like an Atiku Abubakar, who is coming out and always come out on the wrong way. Atiku come out 1993, 92, 93. MKO was very popular than him. He was not known then. After then, Atiku come on a wrong, this thing. Obasanjo was bringing the Yaradua. Northern was a wrong thing. Atiku contest against a popular Buhari, on Northern. So all his strategy was completely wrong. When he want to contest with a Southerner again, he break boundaries with somebody like Obi. You understand? He couldn't manage Wike very well. So that's a loss for him. But I'm talking about a Jonathan, not Jonathan contesting like an Atiku. I'm talking if they bring Jonathan with what the North Central is going through, the Christian North are going through today, if they bring Jonathan, that North Central, Jonathan have good hedge there. Remember, I'm not using the word win. You understand? But when you look at this permutation, everything, and with the level of the way the economy is, Jonathan have edge. But can this strange bedfellow be able to compromise themselves and say, unanimously, this is who we want to bring? Not when 50% of them will also fall aside again, then some will run back to APC. You remember some of them that you are seeing today, they plant them as disruption, as an informant. That's still going to leave. You understand? Some of these people that you are seeing, you might be shocked that El-Rufai too, they plant him. You understand? You might be shocked that El-Rufai might betray these people. They might even plant him to go do disruption, to go cause any type of thing. Give us feedback. How do we go about it? We don't know. But if they bring a Jonathan and the North felt within themselves that, I think it's clear, the next 4 years, easily, the power is coming back to us. That's a good strategy for Jonathan. That's all I'm saying. Then you talk about permutation, popularity. Remember, the country is getting bad by the day. If we condemn what Jonathan did, we tend to say, we thought Jonathan was bad. Buhari dealt with us tremendously. Now people say, oh, we really like Buhari because Tinubu is dealing with us. So in that context and every other thing, some people may not want to vote for Tinubu. You understand? But how these people, this strange bedfellow, can put themselves together in truth and come out? And what is the percentage of the people that will fall back? When I mean the people that will fall back, the informant and the one who is just greedy that want to use these people for their own greedy purpose, and it didn't work out for them, then they'll just walk away. You understand? And every other thing. But if they can come together like Tinubu succeeding, remember, Tinubu tried a strategy with an article. It didn't work, but it worked with Buhari. Remember, Atiku was the first one, but it never worked, but it worked for Buhari. You understand? So I'm talking from the place of if he actually work, you understand? That would be a very sweet. For people like us who like election, my brother will go really enjoy the election. We will stop doing overtime at work. You understand? That's what I'm saying. You understand? When you look it from that perspective, good election that will go on, that even though if anybody going to rig, say the Jonathan faction or the Tinubu faction go to rig, it will be obvious. You understand? Then talking about those small side, I know you are an APC person, you like Tinubu. That small side of what is it called? Jonathan's, why this is politics. You understand why women suffer for politics a lot? Because they do the meeting midnight and everything. So these are the strategy. You don't want to come out, it's too early. Because when you come out early now, you might surprise they started digging Allison money, how they trace it back to Jonathan account in somewhere. This one money, how they trace it back to Jonathan account in somewhere. So for that reason, that's why Jonathan don't need to bring himself, because 2 years is too early of a time to think all those type of things. You don't expect a Jonathan to come out. It is your attack dog that you will bring out, will start talking, and the likes. But all those type of people will come out. If anybody tell you that El-Rufai go to contest president with Tinubu, everybody will be very, very happy because he's losing easily. You understand? Those type of El-Rufai is the type of people that will call an attack dog, not to come outside. It's too early for a time for them. It is a big person from his own party that will plant him, not opposition, and El-Rufai will want to contest and win. No, that's all I'm saying. Okay, you can go ahead.
Tony talking about the explosion. I think we dey forget say this thing na story. You know, disconnect. Leading to 2023 election, the 17 clowns, as I call them, the 17 governors came out and said what? To honor the gentleman agreement that they had, now turn by turn. So that is that's the movement where they see. So it is continuation of that movement to finish the agreement turn by turn. Tinubu 2027 is not in any way, shape, or form they shake. It's very solid. What you are, the other side of 2027 that you are going to see is Obi versus the North. Now, the North, Obi popularity as it's going with that number, if he achieve the same number a little better than that, it will be a problem come 2023, 2031. Now, the northern candidate, the northern presidential candidate that will run 2027, everybody is making move to be in a better position because come 2031 is going to be consensus. The North will always come out with their consensus candidate.
Obi say he's not going to run. He's not going to run in 2030 something. He said that
No way,
clearly.
forget it. Now, let's forget now politics
Never,
we
that will
talk.
not work. Ovi, if Obi come outside 2031, he want to make himself mockery like an article. It will
It
never
depends.
work. Because that is the north.
It depends on how he finish 2027. It depends on how he finish. Because what you are seeing, they are trying to lure him to PDP and finish him off. Or they will isolate him if he decides to go alone with the Labour Party. That's the game that is going on. The northern candidates, that is their stopping block. Because if anything that will make Obi repeat the same feat that he did in 2023, or better than that, there's going to be a problem come 2031. Paul, if you are saying that the people that will bring Julio Jonathan come out, who is not going to line up bring Obi come out in 2031 if we finish like that? Because it will be in the history of since Fourth Republic. No Southern person don't get million votes when will be president.
Let us deal with 2027 first. You know,
I'm
and
just
it's still
telling
far.
you. Yes, I am telling you what 2027 is all about. They will go with their. They will go. Hold on. They will go with their agreement turn by turn and go with Tinubu, which is already what you are saying. Then they will make sure Obi did not do well from the north, because the north, it doesn't matter if Zulum, Konkoso, Atiku, whatever, is going to be consensus. So how you finish 2027, we give you upper hand going to that negotiation. So that's
What I'm saying. Okay, what I'm saying is that 2027 is far, is still far, and what we
it's
are seeing
over.
now is not. Hold on. What we're seeing now is not clear yet.
It's not clear to who.
The reason why APC is doing what it's doing is because it's jittery. That's why they're doing what they're doing. It's
I think
jittery.
I agree with you.
Jittery of what?
They're jittery. They're jittery.
Of what?
Okay,
No,
I'll give you an
Hold on.
the G3 is
If they are,
there.
hold
If
on
this
now.
coalition
Hold on.
go well
Hold on.
unanimously like APC, that's a good strategy.
Hold on.
If they are jittery, hold on now. Hold on. If they are jittery, but it's a good thing. It's bringing them. It's making them stronger. So of course,
Good.
let them be jittery.
Listen.
Yes,
Okay,
that's true.
I get what you're saying. Everybody is playing politics. Everybody is playing politics.
Hold on, Fair. Hold on. Tony, hold on. APC, they are telling you that's their candidate.
Okay.
Because you are looking at it. Hold on. You're looking at that at the whole country. No, that is APC business. They are saying Tinubu is our candidate. So who is the next candidate that will beat him? So I am saying that.
I have heard you. I have heard
So
you. He's the president.
2027, they not have no choice than to honor the agreement that they have.
Okay. I am a Christian, and I know that people's destiny, your life, is in the hands of God. What is going to happen tomorrow or next tomorrow depends on God. We don't know.
Our president is a Muslim. Your Christian,
Wait
no
now.
count. No, that doesn't. Listen.
He believes in God. He believes in God.
Okay.
He believes in God. So hold on. Let me make the point I'm making. I am saying that 2027 is still far for anybody to say this is the direction in which things will go. Does the incumbent, wait now, I listen to you. The incumbent, the ruling party, are they doing well? They are strategizing. They are doing very well with their politics.
Hold on. Tony.
Let me finish now. I listen to you.
Tony, hold on. You are making the same mistake.
You're making talk now.
It has nothing to. Now then they interrupt me. It has nothing to do with whether they do well or not.
Now I want to talk. Let me talk.
Now my turn is reach. Now we allow you spoke. Now my turn is reach. Now allow me talk. Now you see the interject.
Go ahead.
You're not interjecting. The idea with the belief say president no do well, now go determine his own. I mean, at this time we should be deceiving ourselves. Which president don't ever do well? The only one will do well, they say come out and good Lord Jonathan.
Okay, sorry. Forefather, I beg if you day here, who's day for the other room?
Okay, so the only person will do well small during our own lifetime and good Lord, they say come out. So the idea say no do well doesn't matter. That's not the point. This man don't care about doing well or doing. The Tinubu is doing well, but the people that put him there, nobody's complaining. Only me and you they complain.
Okay, that's not my argument. That's not my point. I told you that the president is playing the politics that he should play. He's using his power well. He is trying to consolidate his authority, That's excellent. That's what I'm
So
saying. But
the
I'm
question,
saying,
before you say it's not
yeah.
over, you now say, okay, what is
Oh,
the
wait
opponent doing?
now. Oh
No,
dear.
hold on now.
Oh,
Let me. Now I
hey.
get your point. My question to you is that what is the opponent doing? If you say it's not over,
See you, sir.
Okay. Okay, Obie,
the
what I'm
point.
telling you. Well, also, can I talk now?
No, I never let me. You know,
Can I
but
talk now?
hold on, Tony. Tony, do you know why this is not fair? You had your time. If you know all this, if you don't talk, you had
Listen,
your time.
Listen, I have not
Wait for
spoken
your
really. I just been interjecting.
hold on. Let's be mature here. Wait for your next time. You had your time. You need to say whatever you want. Allow me to say
Obie,
whatever
you've
I
been
want with my own
talking
time.
since. You've been talking. You've been talking. You allow people to talk.
Who
You
are you
interject when people are
you are
talking.
not in a
Yes,
position
now.
to stop it. Nobody. Did I stop when you were talking?
He'll never finish, okay? He'll never finish.
Okay, go
How
ahead.
can I finish when you keep
Okay, go
interjecting?
ahead.
No,
Go
that's it.
ahead.
Now he'll
Go ahead.
never
Just go
finish.
ahead. Go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
finish your finish. Oh, yeah, finish your talk. Finish your talk. Oh, you continue. Finish your talk.
No, Mona, go. Talk.
Your fat that you
Talk.
decrease.
Make my point for me.
You decrease.
No, let Tony make my point. You know my point. Make it. Since you want you use my point, join your own. Make them.
Okay, you know, say, okay. You know, say, I know where Ososo did. You know that I've been to Ososo. That's the end of the world. After that place, no road again. I know Ososo very well. And I have friends there in Ososo.
You have your
So,
time now. Maybe they make point. They talk another thing. When I start
okay.
to talk, now you interject. It doesn't make sense.
Okay. Thank
Let's be
God that
serious
you
for
allowed me
once.
to speak. Okay. Thank God that you allowed me to speak. The point that I'm trying to make, and I was actually addressing not you, I was addressing Paul, who spoke. I wasn't addressing you. I was saying Paul is talking about Jonathan, and that's what I'm responding to. I'm not responding to what you're saying. You are the one that you are kind of responding to what I had said. The point that I'm making now, what we see, I said that what we see is a jostling for power, okay, against the ruling party, because they have command authority right now, and so they are doing whatever they can to consolidate their power and authority. And I said that they have done well in that respect. But having said that, I am saying that the opposition, though may appear disunited right now, but we are watching what is unfolding. Because listen, again, I just want to use Obi as reference. Now I am saying that APC was in power when Obi started. In less than 1 year, he was able to mobilize what he mobilized against all skepticism by people. Now he was able to defeat APC, the ruling party, even in Aso Rock, even in Abuja, even in Lagos, even in the constituency of Ashwaju, even in Nasarawa, where the chairman of APC came, with the little structure that he has. Now, what I'm saying is that anybody who is coming to say that it's not possible to remove the incumbent is not following the history of Nigeria, because Jonathan was removed. Now, the thing that will determine whether Ashwaju, that is if he's going to run, and then if he's going to be there in 2027, the thing that is going to determine who is going to win is not APC. It is the opposition and the people who back them. That's all. So opposition may look right now that as if it's weak, but if they are able to put their ass together, because if you put the votes together, the votes that were allocated to them, okay, if you look at the votes that was allocated, if it wasn't for selfishness, the opposition would have been in power. Because if you put in 50-something% as against 30-something%, so if they make that mistake again, to split their votes, and then bring out this person, bring out this person, bring out this person, and they all run against the ruling party, they're going to fail. So I'm not talking about whether the party is doing well, the ruling party is doing well or is not doing well or whatever. That's not the issue. But I'm telling you what the issues are. If they come together, if they're able reasonably, some powerful blocks come together, and they decide and bury whatever personal issues that they have and so on, and look more, that is when you will see real politics. That's what I'm saying. And I'm saying that the opposition knows that Let me say something here that maybe if people don't know. I have worked for Ashwaju. I have worked for Ashwaju. I know some of them from very close quarters. If you think that you are going to get power easily from Ashwaju, you are mistaken. But there's a strategy. There's a strategy to unseat him. There is a strategy to unseat him. And that is the strategy that he's trying to dismantle. Everything that he's doing is to dismantle that strategy. That's why I said they are jittery. Unless they are not able to dismantle that strategy, unless they are not able to implement that strategy, that's the only thing. That's the point I'm trying to make. I'm done.
Okay. It looked like Ovie left. It looked like Ovie. Yeah.
Where's everybody now?
Yeah, I'm here. Can't you hear me? I'm here. Yeah, Ovie left. I think I speak the truth is doing some other thing. Then same thing with the local, but Ovie left. And so for me, I'm just saying the politics of bringing a good luck Jonathan. It's a good strategy. It's a good run for his money. And then another thing again, I'm not supporting Tinubu, and anytime soon, I'm not supporting Tinubu except I see drastic change. But what I'm saying is that even though if a good luck Jonathan come out, it is even good for the politics to say they play real politics and every other thing. It is even good. You understand? That's exactly what I'm saying. So it's a good strategy for the politics and the calculation and every other thing. Because the way Tinubu is using this formidable force, like backdotting, the way he's challenging some of these governors, these senators, House of Representative, and every other thing. Because he's doing it so that even though if he's going to rig the election, he's still going to look popular. You understand? Because with popular, if you are so popular, you understand, you just imagine you have 28 governors out of 36 governors. You understand? And you rig the election with that. Of course, you can go anywhere in the media, you can defend yourself. You understand? Say, how do I have all these things? I have these numbers of senators, these numbers of House of Representatives, and every other thing. That's a good strategy for him. You understand? To rig the election. You still need to make yourself popular.
Paul, in our state, the press carried that every PDP, everybody in PDP has gone to APC. But that's just press this thing because there were people appointed by Boriwori who refused. They said they are not going to join APC.
No, many. Yeah. I read it. Many have not moved to the other party. They've not moved because if they say they move, where did you register? Where is your membership card?
So when they say these things, that's what I'm telling you. When they say these things, we know what they want. We know what they're trying to protect. Everybody knows. Nobody is a fool, But they are speaking with both sides of their mouth.
Correct.
Okay. Somebody mentioned that the former governor went soon to go and campaign, and his people drove him away. The one in Akwa Ibom is saying that if you don't follow me, if you don't follow me, I'll go. Why is he saying that? Because there are people who said we're not following you on your own. The Umahi that is saying that all Igbo people will vote for Tinubu. Ask any Igbo person, and they are laughing at him. He's doing his job. He's doing his job that he's paid for. So some of these things are just being said. Jonathan, one of the bad things they did to Jonathan was that some pastors came, they prayed for him, they told him a vision, that is he that the Lord has that is going to win.
Remember,
and they saw it in a vision.
You forget all the old Oshun things, all the old traditional rulers that prayed for him.
So it's not new. We have seen people when Abacha was there, where everybody say all of them were saying, that you are the only one. So I think we're trying to lose. We don't seem to understand our history. Because when it comes to brass tacks, everybody is looking for everybody look for a head, everybody look for
Oh, yeah.
in shop. I mean, nobody
Remember
take it.
that Hausa fight in Abia that time, in Aba that time? When they
Yes.
fought those fights, the Igbo people went back during Oju Zokalu's time. Oju
Yes.
Zokalu came. He said the Hausas has been their friend, their brothers. In fact, good percentage of people from Aba today are Muslims and everything. Oju Zokalu spoke all the right things. When Oju Zokalu is leaving, he tell his people there.
Yes, now. He was
it's
even
politics.
saying. He was even saying that he's working so hard for to win up the state for APC. Everybody's laughing. Because they are doing their job.
Everybody no talk.
Yes.
Yeah,
They are doing their
join
job.
the talking drum.
Yes, they make the man feel good so that he won't remove you. Make
Join
the
the
man feel
talking
good so
drum.
that
But does this drum have any rhythm to dance? That's another thing.
So
It's not
that's why
just to
I'm
be
saying
banging on
that.
it.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that what we're doing now are playing chess. Everybody is just playing along. Don't offend the big guy.
Yeah, from both.
Don't make him
That's
single
exactly
you
what I'm
out.
saying. I say from both
Yes.
sides. That's why I said if they bring an Obi where you see an article stand up and said, Obi, I give you my blessing. Good and better. If they bring a Jonathan, good and better, because these people have the popularity. You understand? That is if they bring them for the right purpose, not they use them as a pawn to cut a deal behind the scene.
Yeah. Yes.
You understand? To cut a deal. But if they bring them for the right purpose, it's a good thing. Like I said, Tinubu brought an article, you understand, but almost for the wrong time, because Obasanjo was in power. Obasanjo fought tooth and nail for Yaradua. You understand? And everything, which does make sense. Anyway, you understand? And as at that time, PDP had 28 states out of 36. You understand? So what do you expect? And that 28 states out of 36, that is exactly what Tinubu is looking for today. You understand? Like the Obasanjo 2006, 2007, that he brought Yaradua. Because PDP is largely majority. You understand? Almost 2/3 of the country, PDP covers. That's why even when Yaradua could not campaign, but Obasanjo still went everywhere and used the governors and everything. Because the governors is like your commando. You understand? Is your artillery and everything. That strategy is what Tinubu is doing today. But if they could not manage anybody that they're going to bring within their coalition or whatever, if any Atiku want to come outside and use his money, is losing. If any Obi want to come outside and use his money, is losing. If any Jonathan want to come outside and use his money, is any Kwankwaso is losing. But if they can come together unanimously, one aspect of it, then remember again, one thing again that I like with Trump, you understand? I like it with Trump and I hate it with Trump, 50-50. What do I mean by that? Remember, thank God you live in America with me. Anything Obama did, Trump always want to go against it. That's the Iran problem that they are facing right now. Remember, Obama kicked Jonathan out. If the Jonathan people played a good card and go negotiate with Trump, I'm telling you, Trump will watch Tinubu. And Trump like deal. You get the point now. So I'm talking now from the international aspect of it, because it is obvious, clear that it was Barack Obama worked tremendously that kicked Jonathan out. He would bring back our girl state with all those things, those kidnapping. America quick to come outside and tell Jonathan that we're going to help you. And they said Jonathan didn't respond on time. That's why everything happened. These are good strategy. If they go back and go negotiate how Jonathan did that, Trump want to prove otherwise. If they can play their card well from the international aspect of it, that's a good strategy. So, but if they cannot come out very well with their coalition to do this thing, they are not going anywhere, because Tinubu will make himself more popular.
I agree
and that's
with you.
what he's doing.
I agree with you. That's the point I was saying, that this whole thing is complex. We never know
Very,
the head.
very.
We only know one side. That is from the ruling
Yeah.
party side.
And the easiest thing that me and you agree 100%, it is still early, because there's plenty of time.
There's still
You
anything can happen.
understand? Plenty
Yeah,
of time,
that's what I'm
plenty of
saying.
betrayal.
Yes, go
Did
happen.
you see the
So
way, what is his name, the former governor of Sokoto State, the one that betrayed Wike?
Tambowa.
Tambo. when the Tambowa that Wike support 4 years ago,
He
he
betrayed
said
Wike.
Tambo. So there's still plenty of time.
Yes, sir. He betrayed
There's
Wike.
still
I mean,
plenty
can
of
you
time.
imagine? Look at what we're talking about. What is his name? Atiku ran against was in PDP, ran against what is it? Tinubu them, then ran away from there, went to Tinubu, ran, came back, ran,
Yes.
and so on. So you can see that the whole jostling that you're seeing, everybody they position, they look for where where the thing go better for me. That's the primary thing. Nobody is and anything can change. Anything can
I
change.
agree with you 100%.
Anything can
I
change. That's what
agree.
I'm saying. Anything can happen between now, before we begin to really see the real thing. Maybe it could be 2026 or something like that. You now begin to
Obviously,
say,
because
you can say certainly that.
anything that anybody going to do now, it is too early. They're going to use the DSS, they're going to use the EFCC, they're going to
Yes.
frustrate your team. You
Yes.
understand? They may not attack you directly, but your team. You see the way they
Yes.
did with the Peter Obi.
Yeah.
Donyi Okugbe, they hit him out. You
Yes.
understand? And you can
Yes.
understand that the Donyi Okugbe, with the end of Donyi Okugbe, I mean, God bless him wherever he is right now. You understand? With the end, the way Donyi Okugbe come back here, started supporting Tinubu, you know that, okay, look like truly they really plant this guy there.
Yes, man.
You
Bola and
understand?
Lopo and all those people. Yes,
It's,
it's unfortunate. Our politics is without morals, no conscience, no
very
ideology,
dirty.
nothing.
No
Is
policy
money?
statement.
No, yes, nothing. Is so. If you say this man is your enemy today, there's nothing like that in Nigerian politics. That man that's your enemy today, tomorrow. I mean, look at Akpabio. You see how he has moved PDP to this one, APC now. He's saying when he was in PDP, the same thing he's saying now. That was what he was saying when he was in PDP. Now he's in APC. Look at what he's saying.
Obviously, it's just about me because tomorrow they will counter Akpabio, will say he's the juggernaut when it comes to politics. How do you say he's the juggernaut? He was a commissioner, governor, senator, minister, senate president. Is that not how they call Tinubu? They call Tinubu senator, governor, president. No, senator, governor, godfather, national leader,
party leader,
president.
president.
You understand? So that's how pressmen will address him. You understand? Akpabio come as a commissioner to governor, to senator. You understand? To minister, senior minister for that matter. Then he become a governor, a senate president. You understand? So he will tell you that he knows everything. But you and I know that everything that he knows is all dirty politics. If there's any time you and I can appreciate Akpabio, was when he was governor. You understand? It was when he was governor, and he was a governor because there was a court case, all those money, and everything. He enjoyed those money very well, and I give it to him. He used it very well too. You understand? He may make money from it, but he did a great work. There's a great transformation.
Yeah,
But somewhere
see,
along the line, he started abusing it.
We saw one or two things that he did, yes, when he was governor, So, well, the only thing we can do, we just watch and do a little bit, But I don't want to lose sleep over Nigeria. I don't want to have headache over Nigeria because.
Oh no! It's two elitists is fighting, and they use the people. The people are just the people are just the board for them to play ping pong.
Yes.
You understand? Because if there's a policy statement, we will understand. But it's not about policy. So the people are just the ping pong that they just be pushing it from one place. Look at Rotimi Amechi and everything. They will come back and tell us that we are not fighting. Look the way you are fighting. What is different from the way other people is doing it? You understand? You don't even want to go to police station, go sleep one night. You understand? But he wants me and you to be foolishly go sleep in EFCC.
So all of them. He has not done any job since he finished youth corps. He has not the his politics, just like
Not politics from the house and every other thing. This Rotimi Amechi that is talking, you will just marvel and he's saying all this nonsense getting out of his mouth. You look at him, say, "What are you talking? You are so entitled and every other thing." Just like the way I attack some of my people sometimes when they talk about this, when my Igbo people will talk about this seaport thing that that this and that only Lagos port is working. I say, look. Don't blame Yoruba for it. You understand? It's just the failure of our leaders. Because if you want to talk, Abi Esekibo is a Minister of Transport. You understand? He is an Ijaw man from River State. How come they didn't make our seaport work there? You understand? What is it called? Rotimi Amechi
I'm making his
was a
transport.
transport minister for 8 years. So how come he didn't do it? They want to blame Yoruba. You get my point now. So when you pick how many people from this same region that have been Minister of Transport, how do you want to explain? Then a good luck Jonathan is a South man as a president. You understand? How come you didn't even say go make those things work? It's just failure of good governance. You understand? So let's not play the tribal card. It's just failure of good governance. It's just that when something keeps spoiling, say, hey, they say my papa has the spoil. At all, we'll still want to paint the outside so that whenever people come home for burial, nobody will know.
Like,
But inside, everything is gone. But we continue to paint the outside because people going to come from UK, America, Lagos, and Abuja. They'll say, oh, look at his father's compound, it's still standing. But the house don't die. Structural wise, it's gone.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. Where is forefathers?
Yeah, maybe it's tired. Remember, they should be around
they don't
to
abandon
3.
us. All of them don't
They should be
abandon
around
us.
to 3. If forefather is trying, remember they should be around to 3 in the UK right now. AM.
Yeah.
You understand?
And
Then talk about local too. Is in
yes,
the UK
local and
too.
who be the other person
Yeah,
wasted?
I speak the truth. Is the US with us?
Okay. I
So
speak I,
so
I, I speak the truth. Is still there. Maybe he's doing something.
yeah, maybe it's doing something, but it's in the US with us. So whichever way, the
Yeah.
highest time zone is 4 hours. There's still time. You
No,
know.
I know it's interesting because this our platform, we get to get together and talk and chat. I mean, that's one of the fun for me. When we come here, we just talk. Forget occasionally we quarrel and all that, but we come
Yeah.
here, we chat,
You
we share
know,
ideas.
it's like I told my wife, me and my kids, we all stay together. So we're talking and everything. So I asked her, I say, what is the first thing when you want to acquire a property? What does that property mean to you? Everybody started, they start explaining. My daughter said, it's a long-term investment. You're going to benefit from it. I said, say the truth, say the truth. I said, Dad, I'm going to benefit from it more because I will pay the mortgage. Then you're going to inherit it. So they laugh.
Yeah.
My son speak in that direction too. Then
Yeah.
also my wife too also say something towards that direction too. Oh, it's a good thing that you've been paying rent to somebody else. You are funding somebody's mortgage and never that they say everything. And I told my wife, if everybody said that, will you say this? I said the first thing when it comes to property is emotion. You understand? You love it like a baby, like you just have new baby. It is the
Yeah.
emotion. That's why sometimes you discover that your first, second house that you bought, you over time you discover that you make a lot of mistakes. Out of emotion, you didn't do the
Yes.
right thing.
Yes.
You didn't do the right
Yeah.
thing. You just want to say,
The first time. Yes.
finally, prayer answer, we have our own. We have our own.
Mm.
Then when the emotion leave you, the reality coming, then you just discover that they really take advantage of us. We didn't get a good deal like we thought we got. What we
Yes.
got then was to tell the whole world that finally we also got our own big key. We take
Yes.
picture. But now we
Yes.
just discover emotion. She got
It's true.
tired of me. She said, how do you even think like this? That's how it is. So sometimes we bring this emotion to politics, maybe with the
Yes.
tribal card, or maybe
Yeah.
it's just like we are from Delta State, DSC is in my place. We are losing DSC, Delta State Polytechnic is in Alaja. Again, Ibori came again, move it from Alaja again to Ogara. He
Ogara.
killed my
Everything is
place
in Ogara.
completely. You
Everything
understand?
is
He
in
killed. You
everything is
remember the
Ogara.
female
Hospital,
tournament? They
specialist
hosted 4
hospital,
times. Ogara Hospital.
hospital is there. I
Ogara.
think AIT is there. That's
You can.
the place that used to be a village, where nobody they, if you stay there self for night self,
If
na you and
if
God.
your car break down, then you know we will sit
Now you
tire.
know. Now you
One
sabi.
time a truck that carries 600 bags of spent got break down. Before in the
Okay.
morning, you understand that thing
Everything is
becomes
gone.
scrap. They empty
Yes, now.
everything. But
Yes,
one
now.
thing that the body did very well, he end up make the road very motorable, which also
No, you
chase
don't.
crime.
You don't turn that place to city now. You don't turn that
Yeah,
place. Light. I hear
yeah.
that they get light in 4 hours and all that.
But
That's
you can imagine the pain of transferring a polytechnic from one place to another place. So that really affects us very well. So if tomorrow now you see somebody from my place in Alaja there where we lose DSC, which open up those places, then the polytechnic again, which is opening, people started putting investment there, go build houses for student campuses and everything. Then the body transfer it and everything. So
all of
just
them
imagine
lose.
somebody from that area, you talk about Ibori. The person go say it will never better for Ibori
Yes,
because
now.
of it talking from
Yes,
passion,
now.
from
But
that emotion.
that is what is driving the politics in Nigeria. Because if you call anybody from Wagara, you know, if you can't talk against Iburi,
Ibori.
you can't. Yes, you can't talk against it. Somebody from Wagara, if you can't talk about Igbo.
Ogara, Efe, all the way
Yes.
down to Mosoga, Jesse, all those
Yes, all those
places.
places. Yes.
It snowball and favor all of them. The price of
Yes.
properties, everything kick up.
Don't
You
go up.
understand? All the way to
So
Mosoga.
you can't talk against him there. So that's the politics. So I want my man to go there. I want my man to go there.
Yeah. So that would be
So
a big war now to me debating somebody from Ogara. The person will say,
you
you don't
can.
even understand the Bori. Why would I understand the Bori? When you
Yes.
come up food for my mouth, carry go your place. You understand? After building all these houses, and you know those days, you build all those houses the wrong way. You didn't build it the right way. What do I mean the wrong way? People build house in the name of this campus thing for students. So you didn't build house like normally you want to build house. So like small hostel.
No. Not students, yes. We're going to stay there and make your money.
Then they take the thing, then anybody look, you just look like house with one bad landlord picking day there, they smoke it go.
Yes. You just ruin them.
Yeah, it was very painful.
It's a shame. Those are the things we're talking about in Nigerian politics. It's a big shame.
Yeah, no policy statement. Because if you were to be policy statement, even though the school itself can sue the state governor.
Yes.
You understand? The school itself might say, look, the Harvard thing. When Trump just stand up 3 days ago and said, okay, all international students in Harvard should transfer. You block Harvard. They went to court straight up.
They went to court and they won.
And they won. They blocked it immediately.
They won. Yes, they won.
You understand? Meanwhile, we come from where everybody is decamping and moving to the winning party quick. But yeah, Trump is so lazy to play the politics the right way to go to Congress because he felt it's going to take a long time. You understand? So executive order, as it does this executive order, you see 18 states carry him to court, block him.
Yeah,
easily.
And the court will not be the kind court we will get here. The court through, even though
and you know the funny part of it. So when they try to argue that okay, if somebody try to go this type of thing, let it not be for the 50 state, let it be for that state and everything. Then people will say, Republican, you forget when Texas used to do it to Democrats. You forget when Florida used to do it. It become precedents. You know, if a president can stand up and punish one company, Apple, say, oh, you are going to India, we're going to knock you 40% tariff. One company, but at least they still have institutions. You understand? That still listening and still going to work. You understand? Yeah, good for them. But you can't even. Okay, do you know the level of percentage that Tinubu increased tariff when Tinubu entered? To ship one container to Nigeria now, it is between 19 to 23 million naira. to clear a container.
It has dropped now. People know those who they ship things now. They
Mr.
don't.
Tony, because I do that a lot. Custom, they call you.
Clearing is a problem. Even when you
So
allow
I
them to
say
clear in a while.
custom they call now say you no go get any problem seamlessly. You don't even need to take it to bonded terminal. From wharf, your container is out. Terminal is empty. No nothing. You understand?
Yes.
But the funny part of it, your container come, they frustrate you because this is the only one that they have. If only to bring that container out will cost me 25 million. Now calculate how much goods did I buy in
much
this
you go sell
container in dollar?
if not things where you go sell?
How much goods did I put in that container? Calculate how much. To ship the container to Nigeria from my state, because it varies across state lines. From my state is 6,900.
Wow.
6,900, a 40-foot IQ container. Calculated it times 1,600. Then the product inside, how much did I bought the product inside?
Yes.
You understand? So are you telling me that I want to ship one container to Nigeria? I will sell that container, I will just make 100 million, 150 million.
You
understand? So it just don't make any sense. So sometimes you just look, instead of you to do this thing, why you not just put your money for First Bank? Make no family disturb you. Because if I call one brother now, the boy say container, can't get say 41 million enter in hand, he go to say brother don't make gain tire. Meanwhile, I just pay 23 million for only custom.
You don't know that one.
They will not understand. By the time they call you and say, my brother, my pikin school fees, so by this, you say you don't have money. That business when I do that last time, I don't make money. They say, this my brother, wicked sharp. 43 million for one container. They don't know how much you spend. So people just spend within them, no need. No
That's
need.
a tragedy.
Yeah, some people, the people who ship container are newbies, people who don't understand. All people who actually have money, who is doing this personal effect, you are putting your house in Nigeria, so you want to ship everything that you're going to put there and everything. But that idea of pick all this nonsense during bulk trash and pick all the nonsense, buy some things for auction, and say you want to go to Nigeria and sell and make money, my brother, you go lose.
No way. No way.
You go lose.
No.
Except you get another thing where you put there where we don't know. Maybe in Daboski. You get another thing where it is here where we don't know. You go lose. You go lose. You go lose. Okay.
I won't go sleep, though.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you,
Well
Mr. Tony. Yeah.
Good talking to you, my brother.
Sometimes let us drag. You see this, thank God, you see this worry security. It's still kicking on. Oh. But I will tell you one funny thing. Do you know where it's going? Do you know where it's going? It's like the American team. They are playing this politics of we are fighting with the media, fighting with the media, fighting with the media before they whip their big stick. First lady. First lady is the Shekiri person the other day.
We were talking about it the other time, and Professor Nwezigwe, came on, and he was, trying to counter some of the things that you and I said.
Yeah.
But it's unfortunate because it's if you understand the politics of that area, the reason why the Anyoma Delta Coast state problem, where you had that problem where IBB had to create Delta and then put the capital in Asaba, is all related to this whole issue of Ishakiris want coast state. They don't want to be in Delta state. The Robos wanted Delta. Then we wanted Anyama. Then Ishakiris wanted coast state. And the whole reason is that the Shakiris felt that if they go to Delta State, then they'll be further marginalized. So it's better that they stay in a state where at least they get some other people to not be only them. They get the Jaw, they get the Igbos, they get the Soko, they get the Urobo. So there's some sort of balancing. Okay, but to carve them out and then just put them with the Urobos, definitely they're in the minorities. The fear of marginalization is more. So this whole issue of that we see, in the federal, it's also at the as the subnational, you also feel that problem. And the sad thing is that there is hardly any Shakiri person who no get to Robo blood, or Robo will not get to Shakiri blood.
No. I have that
Yes.
blood a lot in my body.
Yes. So you see
My
the
mom's side.
politics. You see the politics that was it that is being played over something that is. And when we talked about, it was in 1952 that Awolowo made the Olu.
Mm-hmm.
The it used to be Olu of Ishakiri. Yeah, because there's
Ishakiri, what is it called? I forget the name. I can't remember the name. The word.
Yes, there's
Do you
Shakiri.
understand?
There's Ogbejo. Then Urobos get their own.
Baramoto Kingdom, where Sompolo came from.
Yes. So to now make a chief of a particular ethnic group over the Ijo, over the Yoruba, and so on and so forth, was politics. And it's part
Urobo
of
family
what
is
caused
selling
that.
land there. You never fought them for selling land. Urobo is majority there. Ijo is majority over you. My simple common sense that I want to have, because these people are first educated, these people, for many years, they have a vice chancellor, almighty UNN Usuka. All the Shekiri people, you just walk away, go UNN, you don't get admission. So they have this education, they have all these things. Yes, we agree the British deal with them. You understand and everything, but you still, like, for your local people, it's like this funny thing where these Igbo people do these days. They say Eze of so place in Lagos. They are not dragging anything with the Yoruba people. They don't get allocation from local government or state government. It is just among their people. Like the Hausa people has been doing it for donkey years. The Seriki of Agege, the Seriki of Alabarago, the Seriki of this and that. They don't get any allocation from local government. They don't do anything.
Mr. Hold on first.
Okay.
The intent might not be there, yeah. But if you see somewhere along the line when this evil thing called not politics, because what we do in Nigeria is not politics, you understand? Because the politics that people play all over the world is different from the type of we play in Nigeria. So I don't call that one politics.
True.
But don't you think in somewhere in the next 20, 50 years, it will not get to a time where they will not like, okay, yes, this is be happening, because consistency is a very dangerous thing. Yeah, and I feel that it might be good, but it has its own downsides too. But don't you think after some time, why would you just wake up and say you want to just call yourself easy for somewhere else place? Your intent might not be there. Let's your great grandchildren see and say, yeah, hey, my ancestor, because my ancestor they be easy for this land, so we to get the right to own something too. It might just be.
Local. Even here in the America, they still have those things. For the Italians not to lose their culture, they have all those their history, their everything, just to sell it for their children.
America is not a place,
no,
that belongs to one person.
No, I'm just saying. Remember, people are there. You understand? But certain things, when you talk about a ballet now, in Lagos now, when you talk about a ballet, where you get your staff and everything, you earn salary.
England as example, leave America. Use Rome and England as example. Place will be say they get culture, foundation at that place. They not use America will be say it's like a no man's land because Native Americans decide to keep quiet.
No.
Give me example of Rome and Greece and England.
So I like your example. I like your word of example. What I'm saying is that places that they've done that thing, you understand, because of heavy immigrants come. Like when you come to New York now, you see the 80 do their carnival. Nigeria will do their carnival. I will give you the America. I will let you understand something. They don't waive anything because it is where so many people. So this Lagos now, group of Hausa people, even though if the Yoruba want to talk to the Hausa people and felt during election time, if I win their Seriki, I win them. They don't have no allocation from local government. They don't have no nothing. say you are earning salary. They don't have anything. So the Indian may not accept it. That does not mean that he must only go that way. You understand? The Pakistan. Okay, let me tell you another thing again. Let me tell you another funny thing again. Loco, no verse. You can't carry Bible, audio Bible on your phone. If you enter Saudi Arabia, you go delete them. You understand? But this same Saudi Arabia, they build mosques in America. You understand? That may be their strategy.
Exactly, because
Look,
America will be placed.
no. Listen, you might say immigrant. It is not immigrant. America policy welcome them. You understand? Whenever they are doing anything, during Salah time, during anything, thank God, AY they as a Muslim person, you go see American police go they protect those mosques whenever they group themselves. Like on Friday, they want to pray. It is about policy, not about immigrants. You understand? When you talk about immigrant, you talk on loosely. Immigrant loosely, I can criticize Donald Trump, criticize my governor. I cannot criticize Israel in America. You see, where we're talking about policy, American policy, they make them law. You cannot criticize a Jewish or an Israeli person.
That's why.
But I can criticize Nigeria.
Example.
No. So no, you are getting it wrong when you say so. It is still a policy statement for me not to practice my Christianity in Saudi Arabia, and it's still a policy statement. You understand? For me to practice my religion in America.
See,
if America put the policy, whether immigrant or no immigrant, you cannot. Just like they say, you cannot criticize Jewish or Israelis in America. So it's a policy statement.
Other people's policy might be driven from culture.
Correct.
And okay, it's policy. Let's make it policy because there's an English word called policy. So no matter what we put it out there, we'll say it's a policy. Even if we don't want to call it law or call it, okay, it's policy. But in America, their own is not derived from any culture. It's just some group of men in the name of want to be lead, just smoking bow one corner. We're sitting here. We are the owners of this America. Okay, let's make this policy. It didn't come from a culture.
No, it's a law. It's a law. Congress pass them. Congress, Democrat and Republican. This will not be say Democrat and Republican.
What do you want call them? It's an English word. It did not come from culture. That's what I'm telling you.
That is it. But remember, say the law is stronger than the culture.
Oh fuck.
The law is stronger than the culture. What are you talking about?
Listen, look.
What are you talking? The law is still stronger than the culture.
Wait first.
Because the law is the circular.
But listen, you they travel, carry me go where no, they go front. And they tell you origin and foundation. Now they stuck on. You they carry me go, okay, I suppose be in the futuristic, whatever. Even if they make a law or they make a dictator or decree, nobody cares. But I'm telling you, like, whatever is supposed to be, all those things supposed to stem from culture. Now, from culture, they will come make law, not from policy. But in America, why American case is different? They don't have a culture. It's just a group of persons that came together. So, okay, let's just do it. It didn't come out of culture. It came out of agreement. You might say selfishness.
Hey, hold on. How will you say America don't have a culture?
I don't know what they talk about.
See. I think
I don't know what they talk about.
You keep quiet. You ask me what I mean first. Not just drop beside you. Say you ask me what do you mean. I say you just keep quiet. Let me finish. I tell people not to use America as an example.
Why would you say America don't have a culture?
Now say use place like people will get.
You cannot tell me where to use. That's what I'm telling you. And even if you could tell me, I try to tell you both sides of it.
Every place has an origin. An origin. They get culture. You get my point?
Okay, Peter. Loco, you help me with one thing. Peter Obi tell us about how in Dubai they build a big Catholic church in Dubai. What are you talking about? Okay, what about that one? That's a strong Muslim country. But they build a massive Catholic church over there.
See. Dubai was, who are the indigenes of Dubai? Origin. Native.
What are you talking about?
Shut up, my finish. In the year 1700.
Who were the origin?
You get my point. So if at all they can't become Muslim now, the type of Muslim way come the Emirate we did there right now, not be that type of like the Sultan kind of Muslim where we say, man, if you fuck up, they take their culture serious. So Dubai right now allow church there, not just because of the way religion don't go right now for political, okay, leave them there. But go tell Dubai people now, say
their
their policy.
policies is
Hold on.
changing.
Say any other policy what they want make not come from culture. Like say, for instance, woman can be this that. No, let me. Woman is too recent because the human being. Like, so okay, you can put like I say Bishop General as a big Catholic here, may they put Bishop General of Dubai, Archbishop of the Dubai Diocese or of the
What is wrong with that? How do you know they don't even have it?
Shut up.
Exactly. The Catholic there. Are you telling me the Catholic there, their priest, they be a imam?
First of all,
Are you telling me the Catholic in Dubai, their priest, they be a imam?
Hold on.
You're not getting my point. Listen.
Let's allow AY to add to the conversation now, please.
See where they go. See where they go.
Hold on,
as you now have, you say like the Archbishop
Loco.
Canterbury.
Can you please allow AY to continue?
See, listen.
You are seeing the Archbishop of Canterbury now. Now you can't see as they see the Sultan of all this Emirates or whatever. You can say in England they get the Sultan of England or the Emir of England, this and that. You don't, even if they get church mosques here plenty. Oh, yeah, are you crazy? You there here? I not be at this day. You know there or there. You know there. How do I know? You know there. Not be at this day.
Guy,
have you ever
your ignorance for social media.
Okay. So America get culture. First of all, no say America no get culture. If you want me to tell you, I'll tell you so many.
Supposed to be Native American.
Native America is America.
Conversation now.
Native America is America. Hey, why go ahead? Sorry.
You know this is
you guys are just
local. Even on this platform, some of us we are from 36 different states coming here. You don't that damages have culture. There is a culture on this platform. Culture does not have to be how you were born, how your great grandfather lived.
Yeah, is rule, no culture is rule.
No, it's a culture. You know, that's where you have the problem first. How will you say America don't have a culture? There is no place without culture. Culture, your whole definition of culture is how our great grandfather used to live. That's where you have the problem. There is a culture.
Wait, what do you mean?
Hold on.
The Aboriginals, how they live.
Paul is explaining to you that some of the stuff you're talking about, they are policies. They are not necessarily culture. Even the Dubai you're explaining now is out of place. That's not even there. If you go back, for example, Saudi Arabia, if you go back to their original culture, they were the heaviest idol worshiper in the world. That was their culture. Culture of killing twins, culture of killing evil girl child, culture of barbaric culture. That's their original culture. But they switched from that to more of religious culture. Even Islam is a culture. Even Christianity is a culture. No matter how you want to explain it. So what you are explaining is not actually correct. Even you said, oh, can they have a bishop of Dubai? It's very possible. I don't know how they are. So
if you don't have contribution, it's very possible. Not assume. If it's there, if it's not there, it's not there.
Let me finish this point. What you are saying is, you have a church in Dubai. Is that you are saying like, can they have a pastor? No. Hold on. What is the difference between a reverend father, a pastor, a bishop?
And an imam.
Just an advised pastor, right? Or advised bishop, right?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's just like in America.
You ask me what I'm talking about. Let me tell you what I'm talking about.
It's just like in America, you are saying a mosque are not allowed to have an imam. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So if
America as an example, I just told you just now. You know the year
if a church is allowed, if Catholic church is allowed in Dubai, in UAE, they're gonna operate their structure. That is the church. The government they don't have business with the church. So if you allow church, you gotta allow church to operate their structure. The structure of Catholic Church, you move from I don't know, is it the cathedral? You move from the local church. If it's
Reverend
big
Father,
enough, you
a
can
priest,
have.
don't know the
priest,
culture.
Reverend
Go to the
Father to
beginning. Go
Cardinal.
to the beginning. Don't say what you don't know. Go to the beginning.
If it's big enough, you can have like a diocese, right? Stuff like that. So that is a culture. It's a culture. Don't call people. Don't call out. Oh, these people don't have a culture. These people, no. Everybody have a culture.
Now listen. Now listen. See, this is where I was coming from. This is how the argument started. Yeah, he was making reference to Lagos, Yoruba land, or so.
I was here. You
these
don't
are
need to
people who
explain to
said this and that. So like, so now having
Number market. We are number market. I don't come
now,
here. Number market.
Now,
price and tire today.
They
got sanity. Sanity of you do Araba, you no talk. When they talk Igbo man, now he raise eyebrow. Yeah, you know about market too. Even here, we got Igbo community here in Texas.
Exactly.
Correct.
America
different. So what are you talking about? Are we talking about?
No, English America different.
See. Now listen. See, like I said, I say things come out of politics. You never can tell why you get those things because you know the way the policies they go right now. In the next 50 years, you never can tell what will happen. That's what I say. So.
I know where local peace.
Hold on first now. Now, I now said, okay, what is the point? You are staying there. You have a group. You have a leader that controls you. Do your thing, and that's it. Why trying to establish? Before you establish, you don't establish past where if you go cause problem in the next 50 years. That's what I just said. I don't know if you can happen. Yeah. Now, Paul now said, even in America, I now said, look, like America, no, because within Native Americans, hold on first now. I said they have culture because within Native Americans, for fleet starts with continue, not be the type of America we see today. You get my point? That's why I use the word. That's why I use the word. Shut up now before you scratch your beard.
I'm not shut up because you don't buy market.
That's why I say. Wait first now.
We are there like a far. Wait.
That's why I say not use America as example. I say okay.
What about the for the
no, Loco P. The argument. The argument.
I say use England,
Saudi
Arabia, or Greece.
The argument that Paul.
I use those four points. Those people get history. Millennial as
the argument
kind of history.
People come inside this studio.
The argument. Wait, Loco P, the argument that Paul was making, because I remember that he did mention that even in Lagos you have Sarki Muslimi, you have it all over the country where they settle. So,
which I simply say,
and he did say, hold on. He did say that even when they want, even the Yorubas themselves, even when the governors and all that, the political authority, when they want to make consultations, they go to those Sariki, and from them they relate to the larger community. So what Paul is saying is, if that is allowed, what is wrong with having Ezendibo? It's the same this thing. It doesn't take away the government is not paying them.
They don't have any staff of office. They don't have no staff of office. They don't earn from local government or state.
Mr. Tony, get me right.
Yeah? I think we need to understand the intention.
Make nobody think and say, hold on. Make nobody think and say, because Paul used Eze for one thing. Say, okay, no, Sariki, Daria, Sariki, 120, they okay. Then Eze not okay. No, don't take it that way. If that's what you are thinking. Because what I'm trying to tell you is this, right? If a people have a place, you understand, so no need to even go to put Sultan of Lagos or Emir of Lagos or whatever. You understand? So there are people, let the people be their people.
Okay. So Loco, let me bail you out. Loco, Mr. Loco. Loco. So let me land with it. I know so many people have already come, so we're going to learn a lot. What I'm saying with this thing, I said in that worry now, three major ethnic groups. The Urobo is bigger than the Ijaws. Then the Ijaws is even bigger than the Shekiri. So let's say for the argument of today, if the Shekiri say the Olu of Ishekiri, of Wari, you understand? If the Olu can be the Olu of Wari, and no Urobo is in his cabinet as his kingmen, no Ijo is in his cabinet as his kingmen, do you think it's proper?
No, it's wrong. Very, very wrong now. Because
okay, that's where I'm coming from.
The three of them get their blood inside each other.
No, not blood. Not blood. Now, over time, because we live together, that's why I can date a Yoruba girl, impregnate a Yoruba girl, because I live in Lagos. So over time, because we live together, but it has nothing to do. But first of all, this is their tribe. They are Shekiri. I am an Urobo. The next person is Ijo.
Now, okay, now let's use like Benin for instance. Now, no matter how the Oba of Benin saying do rich, you see, you know, also you can go do rich Otaru of Auchi. You get my point, so say as if you can see first class rich king, you know, also a boundary you go to do Gaga for where Otaru of Auchi person day.
That is different.
No, you are getting it wrong. No, look, you are getting it wrong. You don't understand what that is the title means. You don't understand it.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about
it doesn't. It doesn't hold political authority. It is not kingship. It doesn't hold political authority. You can't compare him with Otaru of Auchi or the Oba of Benin. No, that's not it.
Mr. Tony, what I'm talking right now, I'm just replying what was said. I'm not talking about what I said earlier.
Look, your comparison
I'm just replying what was said
right now. But Paul, why do you think the Olu of Wari, which should be Olu of Ishekiri, should have an Urobo or Ijos in his cabinet?
So who do you govern? Who do you rule? You rule over a kingdom. So you, So when you call Wari, instead of you to say Shekiri, when you call Wari, and Urobo is part of that domain.
Right.
Ijo is part of that domain, and you claim all of them. And where Urobo people live, Urobo people has been there for ages of years, selling land there. You never argue that they are selling land because you are the king, you are the custodian of the land. You did not argue land, you did not argue anything. But this federal might, this funny thing that we do in Nigeria that they say first class king, federal king, state king, local government king. Then Awolowo were trying to extend the Oduduwa race because the Shekiri people are like Yoruba. Even from the name, you see the Olu, they bear Yoruba names, Kemidono, they bear Shegun, they bear all those names. So to extend their race, that's how they make it. So they now make him, it caused big fight. For donkey years, the Urobo people push him out. They pushed the palace out. The palace just came back 2006.
Yeah,
They even pushed the palace out. You understand? So these are the things. So to argue this thing now, so what I'm saying, why we're bringing this topic, the first lady, Tinubu's wife, is an Ishekiri person. So what they're doing, I'm just smelling this thing that they keep coming to the media, they talk. But at the end of the day, it looks like they're trying to defend themselves. Even when Supreme Court have cleared this case, you understand? Then they use their maybe
Supreme Court say?
The Supreme Court cleared it that the way it is, let it stay on the status quo, which means the job maintain where you are, the Shekiri, the Urobo maintain where you are. But the Shekiri claim all this land when nobody stay. So even currently now, the king put a law, you cannot take a chieftaincy title, you cannot take anything if you don't go back to your village and build houses. You understand? They don't even stay in their place, they stay in the other place and they claim right. And all these things is just greed of the elite to make money off it, allocation and every other thing. It's greed from the elite. Don't get me wrong, because the people, we flow together, we go along together, we marry, we do everything together. But the influence of government making money from the multinationals, you understand? And the king, in turn, when people want to come negotiate, new oil companies coming, they go straight to go talk to the king. And you want to put a business and Urobo community, you want to put a business and a job, or you are negotiating with a stranger. That's how the Urobo man will see that person that you talk to on your own, it's not part of me, it's not my king.
Right.
You understand? So just stay as the Olu of Ishekiri, not the Olu of the whole of Wari. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Come, who did
Loco P, I'm so surprised at the statement you made earlier.
That what?
Okay. I'm so surprised that first you gotta talk about America not having a culture. What is culture? It's a way of living.
Okay, wait. Should I explain? I said, right, Native American, which is the owners of the land.
Okay. Living in America. Are we also gonna leave the UK?
Right,
are we gonna say there is no mosque in UK? Are we gonna say there is no Muslims and mosque in UK? What are we talking about?
I didn't hear what Local P said though.
That's not what I said though. Sorry.
Okay. When they talk about a mosque being in America, you said America doesn't have a culture, so they should leave America out of it. I'm not saying is it UK that now have a culture that will also live apart, or is it Canada?
Okay, now for me that's not what I said anyway.
It's not what I'm trying to. Probably
no,
when you were saying it, probably when you were saying it, you didn't understand yourself.
Okay.
SNDibo doesn't mean that he's ruling everybody there.
It's not ruling.
Okay, it's just a title. He's just a representative, someone that can coordinate themselves. That's all.
I agree. See where I did go from waiting you talk here. Where I was going with this, right? Now is like the English meaning of what you are saying is you are having a king in a place. It's just a title. It's a king. You don't call him Ezeo because don't me bet. What is the name Eze? Even if you know how it will be, but it's still even like Igwe.
Look, you see me as myself here. So
Prince Agwachi, the interpretation it means king of a place.
But that is still their culture.
No,
it's not like they're taking over the land.
That's
what you are not getting.
The question is, the
they
question
just
is,
want leadership in that place. They just want their whole leadership.
Now, okay, wait. Why did you just choose? You know how sensitive these people anybody can be when it comes to tribe.
No,
why would you just choose to use? Hold on. Why you not use President General? Yeah.
No.
Hold on.
They have President General.
No. Oh, why if you just a title that we use and it will not cause controversy? Why not use President General or Emperor General? You understand?
You are coming for this that they arrested. That's where you are coming from. And that's what that is only. You don't have.
I'm coming from here. Sorry. You are talking too fast.
So don't go there at all. What don't go there?
Bros, you see, I'm coming from here now. I'm coming from here.
Local P, in my small village.
Wait, let me understand Uzo first now, one at a time. Uzo, what did you say?
Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, other minority group that live in my village, my own village, they have a king. They have like king leadership. They call them by their name. In my own small village, that is, maybe it's not even more than 100,000 people.
What is the name?
Name of here?
The king, the leader. What did they call him?
They call them the way they call AZ. They call
you know the English. Call the name now. We are Nigerians. Call the name.
Sarki. Why would you say
all those names now?
In my place, listen, Ramaphosa, because Sarki for what it. If governor wants to go meet
the person want to collect the land.
See what I'm trying to say. In the name of king that we use here in Nigeria, yeah, or the name of traditional leadership, we use emir, we use sultan.
No. Emir is a religious leader. Sarki is king. Sarki is king, like Eze.
That's what I'm saying now. I call different types, different leadership, ruler, whatever title. You understand? You never let me land with Sarki, you don't attack me. What I'm trying to say is this, yeah. I'm not saying because I think somebody, which is somebody like Uzo, you think say, as Paul used example of Eze, and I say no. You think say I allow Sarki for Lagos, they okay, but Eze for Lagos not they okay. That is your thought. Now I say no.
Because let me answer you. You make a statement of that. Make a statement of that. You say leave them alone. You make people here. They take over. That's what you're saying.
So yeah, that was his argument. Yes.
That's listen to me. Listen to me.
There is nothing control in
I tell you the same word. Eh? See
listen,
your problem.
Tell me anything.
Listen to me. Listen.
You can't make about it.
Uzo, I tell you, say I dey respond to wetin Paul talk because of name where he use.
No, that's not because of what Paul talk. Paul was in a different level, but between Shekiri and the job.
No. Paul used Eze or speaking quiet. No, see, Paul, I'm not talking about a man.
Loco, before you continue,
for place like Lagos. He said,
Loco, before you continue,
he talk. If he had used Sariki or any other whatever of Oba of Lagos or whatever, okay, no, Oba de Lagos, because Oba maybe like Olu of Lagos or whatever, I was telling him the same thing. You they think because of your mindset.
You talk about
use
Paul tell you that I will not be here when you can slide every other person here. I'm not very excited you can slide. Try to cause confusion. Paul told you that even the outside Idi Araba, they have Sariki of Idi Araba, Sariki of Agege, and they have Eze in Lagos. You only pick one. Why was it Eze in Lagos?
No.
Don't tell me, don't apply.
Now Eze use first before you see keep quiet, my friend. Not pull up on now Eze use first before you use the rest. Now Eze
more change topic. Uzo, you don't do. Paul, how far the budget in your state?
Uzo,
man, you see the Medicaid, they gotta cut the Medicaid. Man,
listen to me now. I don't like
my brother. Are they okay?
The first word you use before.
You don't look for your run.
You understand? So now they tell me say because your mindset when you get now say no. I don't you want to touch. Now they make a mistake. That's why we call it even Muslim and say using church like Sultan of England or whatever. You understand?
No,
because you use that one. You understand? So?
Look, we don't hear. More change topic. I beg.
Go sleep. Without America, it's not after 9. What's it after 9? I think nobody thought night food. Don't sleep, my friend. Tomorrow is the topic.
Paul, how far America? How far with the budget in your state?
The budget has not passed yet now.
Would you guys survive it?
The budget has not passed yet. The budget has not passed yet.
The MAGA people, they were crying all morning. We were watching them all crying all morning. I was laughing.
No. 100% Trump is corrupt. Look, we know that. Like I tell you, I said in good conscience, everybody formulate their decision. I never vote for Trump and I never vote for Kamala Harris. I vote for Dr. Jill's time.
Your vote. That's why I'm angry at you.
That is your thinking. Everybody know what's the peak. You understand? My red flag is that I cannot watch Kamala Harris. You understand? For 30,000 people dying and I'm going to vote for her. I can't do that. You understand? But at the same
is it better now? Aha.
It's not better because if Kamala Harris were to be there, we'll still have 50. If Kamala Harris were to be there, we'll still have 53,000 people dying in Palestine. You understand? For the war. That's what I'm saying. That's my own red flag.
I believe she wouldn't have allowed that to happen. I'm telling you.
No, if she allowed it as at that time, they pass a bill, they do all that. They pass a bill in the United States for us not to criticize Jewish nor Israel. But I can criticize Nigeria, I can criticize England, I can criticize Canada, I can criticize the President of America, but I cannot criticize only one country out of almost 190-something countries in the world. And everything. I don't see myself. It just don't work with me. That's my own decision. So talking that my vote waste. No, I don't think it makes any sense.
Did it get better now? No. Tim, how far now?
No, you can't be. Look, my brother.
My good friend. Canada is a part of America now. You guys are 54 states.
My brother, you are in California. You are buying gas for $7 plus because of Democrats. and everything. Are you enjoying it?
And I'm not complaining because I'm
okay. So who tell you that I'm complaining? For many years, school meal for my kids, I pay because they say I make too much. You understand? Yeah, I pay because they say I make too much.
So,
you understand? And everything.
Paul, sorry, Prince, I thought we have gone. How many months ago did this election go?
I don't know.
No, you are my friend, and I will keep saying it till tomorrow.
Hold on.
All the people that supported MAGA, all the people that supported MAGA.
I never supported MAGA. I never supported MAGA, and I will not.
Prince, whether I like it or not, that's my business.
Prince, sorry, the elections are over. Let's move on. And by the way,
Uzo supported him because he thought he was gonna give him Biafra. Uzo, how market? Uzo, how market now?
And they buy fuel 247. You buy you for some. I'm gonna buy at 245. Now I be that one. Nothing change for me.
If Trump won't give them Biafra, Trump go collect River Niger Bridge. He go do deal. Go collect River Niger Bridge. He go do deal. You don't say about like deal.
No, they go buy him another private jet. They go buy him another jet.
No, he go first collect River Niger Bridge. They pay gate fee to enter River Niger. He go first collect the bridge.
Are you guys unhappy with the?
You know, say we got the hard tables of gas for Imo State. We go left side for Imo State to America.
Chimadi.
Wait, man, here, Chim. What did Chim say?
Everybody talk at the same time.
Yeah, Chim, please say it. Let me hear.
You and Paul, are you unhappy with the business investments that this guy is attracting to the US? Who benefits from it?
Oh no! There's no business. There's no business. He never brought any business. He never brought any business. There is no business. There is none.
Scammer. Somebody that is fighting for the Doge not to be disposed.
They never brought any business. Kim, they never brought any business. You understand?
2 weeks ago, we don't make business. We close down for my company. OTC just closed 2 weeks ago.
My brother, even though we are me at the work stuff, they shake. Make I no lie for you, sir. If my mama they alive now, my mama for the church they pray. I no lie for you. Even where I'm walking to is shaking.
No worry, Uzo, Shebi dey Texas. Una go hear him. Una where be say now we dey give una small money. Now we dey give una small money. We go close out. We won't give you guys any money.
And they buy gas for Sam's $2.35. California come buy gas now. In short,
$7
from my community, half of California get to the project. How they here? Near me house they here. This house they here so that's why we do flats. You go for $50,000.
I love it. I love it.
4 parking, 2 garage, 4 parking space. Come by you. No there they wait with you.
No problem. We are still driving. You want me to show you the freeway? Cars are still filled there. That man is $7. We are still okay. We're not crying.
So why do you think it's not okay in other places? So Prince, why do you think it's not okay in other places? Look, let me tell you. The demographic that vote for Trump, it is that demographic that will suffer more. The Midwest states. These are poor states. I'm not from the Midwest states. These are poor states. The people and remember these people that vote for Trump, if you tell yourself the truth, they are coming from a good place. But remember, many of them may be ignorant, believing that this warehouses, this factory is coming back. This factory will never come back.
It will never come back.
It will never come back. And even if it come back, if he come back, the people that think that they're going to do the job, we never do those jobs because it's come back now. It become an high tech. You understand?
St. Louis the other day, the hurricane just swept through St. Louis, but because they defunded FEMA and brought down a lot of the agencies that are responsible for
they couldn't get nothing.
People that a hurricane is coming, there was there was nobody, no officers, nothing. There's something going on in St. Louis right now. All over, even in Memphis, and
my friend is there.
Memphis, even the Carolinas. South Carolina too.
friend
they
live
can
in
fund
that place.
FEMA
Let that
and
stuff happen.
everything. Yeah, yes.
No, no, we're loving it. We're sitting over here eating our popcorn and watching them.
Yeah, I know. So people comparing California is expensive. We need California is a big economy. The GDP of California is bigger than the whole of Africa. The whole
It's
of
the seventh
Africa
largest in
combined.
the world.
Yeah. It's 4-point-something trillion. So that is expected. But people's salary are paid accordingly, right? Yeah, we get it. But the issue of Trump supporters, they are the biggest. They deceive themselves so much that I can't even understand it.
Why
Okay,
stop that? That's not right.
don't
That's
say.
not right,
no,
man.
you go let me finish.
Why? That's not right, man.
Look at
Don't
it.
say that they deceive
Then you don't
themselves.
say you don't dress.
What?
I'm not
Hold
what
on.
about say
Look
that,
at
man.
And then
let's
That's
say
not
I
right.
take it down. Oh,
of course, everybody know Trump is a con man, right?
It's
Look
a
at
big
what
time one.
Trump. Hold up, please. Look at what Trump is doing with Harvard, a whole Harvard University. Look at what he's doing with them, and people will come. Trump just want to be a dictator. What really amazes me is how people will criticize Tinubu in Nigeria for doing exactly the same thing.
Just to add to what you are saying,
Yeah.
to what you are saying, the Harvard own is because his son didn't get in there, and Obama's daughter just got in there on merit. It's getting him
no,
so
his son
upset.
always want to school in New York. No, that's a
It's
lie. His
getting
son
him so
always want to
upset.
school in New York. No, the son always want to school. That's why the first lady is living in New York. No, that's a conspiracy theory. That's a
That one
lie.
I don't know, Sha. That
Prince.
one I don't know.
I think it's more. I think it's more of an extension of the racial politics that they're playing than any other personal issue. So it's more of the
I agree
DEI
with that.
situation.
Mhm.
Thank you. So more of the DEI, more of we don't want black people attaining certain kind of education. We don't want them get into certain levels, So and then Harvard has been pulling its cards. Harvard is just doing the same thing, not as bad as Columbia, but almost the same, tackling everything, insane, disrespecting all this.
And very soon he will jump. Very soon he will jump into Howard.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Howard?
Yeah, Howard and Stanford. Very soon, you see.
Why?
Sorry. So yes,
Oh,
Trump
he doesn't. He will say that Ivy League. He said Ivy League schools are not supposed to even offer any remedial classes.
Right.
They are not supposed to offer any remedial class. Are you like, what is this man talking about? What does he know? Most of these schools are research based.
America for where America. What's going on in Nigeria? Leave America for where they buy gas $2.50. So they buy $7 plus. Later about Nigeria back.
Uzo, don't worry. Biafra is coming. Biafra is coming.
No,
Joy is coming.
As we dey campaign for Tinubu, so may continue for second term. Better about that. No be all this one.
But Nigerian politics, they give me high blood pressure. I know if you talk about them end game.
People also hit it on them how people are losing jobs in America. There is a problem.
Yeah. Yeah, people are really losing jobs.
Companies are laying off because of
You're talking about jobs. Look at the housing market.
What did you say now?
Look at what is
What
going
did you say,
on. Look at what is going on in Florida.
What did you
Look
just
at
say?
what is starting to go on in Texas, and it's starting to move west. And on the East Coast, if you look at places like Massachusetts, the houses, like there's so many inventory on the market right now, but nobody's buying them. Florida, nobody's buying houses, period.
Imagine.
Texas, everybody has started selling their houses. So the housing
that
market.
Last side, you can take very
the housing market is a reflection of the job market, which is a reflection of the overall economy of what is going on in America.
Interest rate is going up.
Insurance companies have run away from Florida. They're not insuring any houses anymore. They're like, no, we're not doing it. And it's now moving out west too, to California. So if America does not pick up itself by the bootstraps, it's going to get pretty ugly by the second quarter.
Yeah.
Like really, really ugly,
How does it concern AY?
AY is in
What do you mean?
America.
How does it concern you? If interest go up in America, how does it concern you?
Because AY is in the United States. What are you talking about?
AY is in Canada. Why does it say why? Why does it concern the copy? Why does it concern all these people?
AY
They are
is
I'm complaining.
America, bro.
That's why I'm not up now.
Can we
That's why I
just
keep
discuss
quiet.
something else? This world does not revolve around these Americans, please. Oh, I'm just going to.
Yeah, let's talk about something else. Leave we that are living here. Let's say
AY is in America.
They say now who not get money, now they complain say for a dear. If you get money, no complain.
Oh my brother. Look at that, they talk about
United States.
If you don't get money, no complain, don't worry.
I
What do
agree.
you mean if you don't have money?
Listen. As who they complain, my house I pay 6.7% on it. And they pay I don't tell me borrow money.
Uzo, let me clear this for people that don't know, right? Sometimes when I speak on issue on America, they say, "Oh, you live in Canada." When I speak on issue on Canada, you live in America. I have equal rights in both countries. I'm very active in both countries. I have 100% rights in both countries. So when you hear me speaking on any of the issue, I represent both countries. So I'm here for all of you.
No wonder you're confused, Bello.
No,
you're confused, my brother.
I'm an authority in both countries, both in politics, both in the economy.
Gas station, don't buy gas as they buy every week. I got something to pay. You drive at that gas station. Look, gas station. You and they say 247, 248,
gas across the border.
But you choose to buy the other day cheaper. I go no say you know what's going on. As far as you they buy,
let me explain this basic economy for you. The job you will do in Texas, in Houston, for $50 an hour. In California, they will do it for $100 an hour. So that's the difference.
And the life I will live in Texas with $50 per hour, a California cannot live such a life.
I tell you,
they have the money to spend. They are born.
They don't have the money. They don't have the.
So there is so much money, and people are leaving the place.
They don't look how much I spend here. I will go to club. I'll buy a pot of anything for $350. In California, I will go to club. We buy it for $600, $700. Is it something?
Ballers. They got the money. That you don't see understand it. So okay, let me explain it to you better. If a company employ you, they employ both of us. They sending me to California. They sending you to Texas. They will pay me more money. So that has to do
because for me to rent a hotel in California, I should be expecting a 4-star hotel from $300, $400 upward. They pay me more to. For me to be in Houston, Texas, it's a 5-star hotel. They were like 150, 170. So. That's a balance.
Let Femi talk.
It's a balance. Don't tell
let me give you a real life experience I had. I spent 7.5 years in New York City, right? And New York City is probably just as expensive, if not more expensive than California.
Way more expensive.
That's a fact.
Actually, way more. When I moved down to, as a matter of fact, just to get an ID card, the last time I checked, I don't remember what now, it was about $150. Compared with Texas,
$10. Yes, $10.
Compared with Texas now.
Let him finish.
Even when you're being paid what they refer to as East Coast wages, trust me, the kind of life you live there, it's almost like, I'm not saying people are not doing well there, but you cannot. I'm telling you, this is real life experience. You cannot compare.
Yeah, I agree.
You gotta make real money.
I'm just trying to really pump this guy, but I agree what you're saying. I've experienced those kind of life, so I know what it is, man.
I don't believe it. You're making up all these things. It's not a fact. You're just making it for the conversations you want to have to win your conversation. It's not a fact.
Sorry. No, but Jim, see, for London, there are people living in Manchester.
Yeah.
They earn, I don't know how much they earn, but they will tell you they cannot afford to live in London. You understand? But the type of job you do here an hour, not government anyway, like say maybe you're a worker, maybe you're a contractor or just skilled worker or whatever, the amount they'll pay you here an hour is way more higher than the amount they'll pay you if you're in Manchester an hour.
So let me concur with you. I live in Alberta. I live in Alberta. The cost of living here is cheaper. than living in Toronto. But in Toronto, they have more corporate jobs. But guess what?
Uh-huh.
Every time the people in Toronto are running over this place, what I pay as mortgage is 10 times what somebody pays for the same size of house I live in Ontario. That I pay literally no tax here in Alberta. Go and see the taxes they pay in those places. They go and see the kind of size of house they live.
Yeah, that's what no, that is what Femi is trying to say. Like, you earn more in those places, and what takes the money
What
out of
kind
you
of
is
standard?
still more.
Listen. In a nutshell, is what kind
That's
of
what I'm
standard
saying.
what kind of standard of living are you trying to envision for yourself? That's all that matters.
Do you
You want a
understand?
big
Because
house, you want
that's what Femi is saying now. They are paying you over in New York, but they chop up for your hand with things for them.
Exactly.
Yeah. So
Same thing. It's happening everywhere. UK, whatever. It's
everywhere.
same thing.
What kind of
You want the big
standard?
boy life? Come and
You
live
want
there
to
and pay
live
the
in a
money.
congested
What
place?
Femi said is a fact.
If you're living
What
in
Tim
same
said
thing
is a
everywhere.
fact. That
if
is
you're
the
living in
reality.
Texas,
Actually.
for example, or in the Midwest, or in Ohio, maybe not Chicago, because Chicago got almost similar transport system. Let's say in Kentucky. So do you want access, for example, like what Femi is trying to say, to 24-hour transportation like we got in New York? You know, or you want to just wake up in the middle of the night and say, but you're not getting that in Kentucky. But if you
I speak the truth. Listen, where I live, how many square meters of house? What I pay as what a person would pay as rent in Calgary for the kind of house a person would pay as maybe $1,800 of rent for, like, say, a 3-bedroom. You can't afford that in Ontario.
No, it's not
Yeah,
possible.
I get it. I've lived in
Parking in Ontario is hellish. People live in places they don't have vehicles. Listen, it's like living in London, like you said. If I move to the UK, I will know what I'm moving to the UK for. If I stay in London, I probably won't own a car. Why? Because the transport system in London is way better. But where I live, I don't need to use public transport because a vehicle here is easy to get, and it's a necessity because of the way the city is designed.
Yeah, but say Alberta, for example, was to start getting congested or filled up with people,
It's actually the cost of living is going up already.
You would have the
It's
same.
going up, but AY is going up, but it's going up, it's also tripling in those places.
Okay.
Let
me
me
tell you the truth, please. 1 minute. Let me come into what Chim is saying. I have lived in that city where Chim is talking about. I live in Calgary. Like, I live in Calgary downtown. When I was working in Calgary. Calgary, for example, in the say 5, 7, 8 years ago, you will see houses for 300, 350, very good house. That same period in Toronto, houses were in the millions already. You know, if it's too cheap, maybe 800, 900. Right now, there is a movement from GTA down to Alberta. Houses in fact, my cousin just bought a house in Edmonton for $700 something. It's moving from Toronto to Edmonton. So Edmonton is like couple of hours away from Calgary. It's Alberta.
3 hours.
So
I used to live to Montreal before.
In Canada, the two cities you need to avoid in terms of cost of living: Toronto, Vancouver. They are crazy places.
And
because
Montreal.
The
Montreal
big money.
Montreal
is even good now. The
Montreal
big money.
Cheap.
The Vancouver, sometimes I feel it's even worse because they bring this money from outside. Canadians don't have money. Salary in Canada is not
Vancouver
too big.
is tourism money.
Salary in Canada is not too big. They just live this like they are just happy people. They don't have money. Even when they pay you, if they pay you $200K in Canada, more government go slash the money self. You go fear. So
isn't Vancouver one of the fishing cities in Canada?
Yeah, they have highlands. It's a very beautiful place. In terms of that,
just below
it's
Washington.
close to Seattle.
Close to
Seattle.
Yeah, above
Seattle.
Washington
Just
State.
close to the border of Washington State. So
there's Vancouver, Washington too.
Yeah, even now the place Chim is calling like Calgary is getting expensive too. Yeah. I'm hearing houses now.
AY, no, don't see AY.
They are not comparison. They are not. You can't compare them. But like Toronto, I'm just saying,
AY, comparatively, life is not getting any cheaper anywhere in the world. So everything is kind
Canada, America, they still have cheap cities though.
No, you know the thing about America, you people have population.
Yeah.
You have the population. So where there is population, economically, life is cheaper because more people are paying the taxes. We don't have the population here. So whatever taxes we have to pay, we also have to pay because they have to spread it across to everybody.
Chim, if you don't mind,
Chim,
let me say something.
we have population.
Let me say something. Even though we have population here, even though we have population in America, however, I speak the truth, we know this very well. There's about 20 states where, like North Dakota, South Dakota, there's some states that there's literally nothing happening there. You'll be shocked.
No, I agree with you. I know that.
Wyoming, Montana.
So
the whole of the old southern states. Atlanta City is richer than the whole of the old southern states. Not the state of Georgia. Only Atlanta is richer than Alabama, Mississippi. It's richer than many other states there. You understand? So we also have poor states that people are not, but also things are cheap over there too. That's another thing too.
For example, what Chief said, like, to be honest, in all these big, even the Texas we are calling here, Texas is cheap, good. Do you know 5 years ago, the house you would buy in Texas for like $350, you will not see it for $500 now.
350 5 years ago, you see houses there for like 250, 150.
150 in another area, 200 in some area in Houston. But now they are. But
it's also another scam. They bring you in to charge you a lot of property tax.
Yeah,
they are also.
Guys, let's compare Nigeria. When I was back home, the highest rent I paid up until 2016 was 400,000 naira. When I came to Canada, for the same size of the same house, maybe just slightly different because I didn't have a basement back home and I have a basement here when I came. I was paying $1,400 every month. Translate that to naira. That was more than my annual rent in Nigeria. But guess what? The job I was doing was compensating for that rent.
You can't compare naira and dollar. Forget that matter. You go cry.
Even the Nigerian real estate market. The Nigerian real estate market doesn't even make any sense. Like,
somebody's
it's very
asking,
unstable.
What is the
inflated? There's no regulation. It makes
the
no
way
sense.
I deal with Nigeria and abroad, right?
Somebody's asking, what is the search engine do you use for finding property in Canada?
Sorry, what did you say that again?
You can use
on the chat session asking what search engine do you use looking for properties in Canada?
What do you mean by
What was
search
that thing that ended with an X?
Somebody just asked a question. You can read the comments.
Okay, sorry, hold on. I think I have an idea of what he's saying. Let me help you.
Like how do you look for property in Canada? What, like search sites, engine?
Is he talking about rent or buy?
Yeah, a lot of places.
The both should be in one platform now. They should be
for rent. Even
there's multiple ones.
Just do Google search, you will see.
Yeah, there's multiple ones.
No, there are multiple, but each of the sites will take both rent, lease, and buy and purchase.
So we have Rent Faster.
Yeah, Rent Faster.
There's Rent Faster. There is another one. I'm trying to remember its name. Sorry.
He's saying do for those in the US, like there's one they call Red Fee, yeah. If you have Red Fee like stuff.
But Rent Faster is what I've always used. You can also go on Kijiji, but I don't go on Kijiji because Kijiji has a problem.
There are houses on Kijiji, even apartments.
So, but Kijiji is subject to fraud.
And scam. What of buying? What of buying? Like purchasing.
So when you want to buy, the system here is different. When you want to buy, you approach a mortgage broker
agent,
and they just help you do, and then you work with your builders. If you're buying a brand new house, you work with the builder to specify.
No, not brand new. Like somebody.
But Tim, you know the way you go online, you are buying a brand new or not even brand new. You old house, and you go online where you can shop around the city, what you're looking for, and everything.
Exactly, like Tim now. Tim, you want to sell your house now? It's not brand new. You want to sell it.
Wait, look. Where is the person asking the question?
Maybe it's just asking like you want to buy.
Well, where is the person? Because you can use Zillow, you can use Sotheby's, you can use Padmapper. There's one that starts with an X. With.
So
I
Canada,
forget.
Canada and US is not even the same. It's so what
No,
Mrs.
the person, I think the person lives in US. Like he wants to buy a house in Canada.
Tell him to go
Well,
on Kijiji.
what kind? It depends. Are they
Who
trying to
live
buy a
who live in
luxury
US want
house?
to buy a
Are
house
they
in
just trying
Canada?
to
You're
buy?
gonna lose though.
If they hold on anyway. So if they're trying to buy like a luxury house, they easily use. You can use something
Maybe
like
one buy for his
Sotheby's.
side
If
chick.
not, they can go.
Okay,
They can.
because
Oh my
Canada
God!
is
Can
there.
you
Canada
please?
is really
You
expensive.
can go.
No,
You
why?
can go to.
Why?
You can easily. Why do you guys act like this? So you can go to Zillow. Yeah, like what the hell? What's wrong with you guys? So you can tell the person to go to like Zillow, for example. So Zillow covers American and I think Canadian real estate market. I don't know if Redfin does it. I don't know if but for luxury homes, I know you could go to Sotheby's, you know. But for like regular homes, it carries luxury homes. So go to Zillow, go to Redfin, go to Realtor.com, you know, Padmacker for Canadian sites. So you can do that.
Go to Zillow, go what you want, and engage a broker. So that's
Like here in London, yeah. You have brokers' office where you can walk in if you want to. You still have sites where you see different houses marketing on there. You can go there, check if you like anyone, contact the broker on that site. You can go to their office. You understand?
I think it's
the best thing to go when you're looking for a home. Sorry, family, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I think it's the same in most of the Western world.
Exactly.
Yeah,
you can do it online. The broker's contact is there. The agency is there. If you like a house.
The sites will
you don't
give
need an
you,
agent.
the sites
I
will
didn't have
give
an
you
agent.
an
I
idea
did everything by
on
myself.
what
So
you're
what do you
looking
need?
for.
Yeah, you don't need an agent.
And the sites
You
will
don't need an
let you
agent. I have to
see,
be like,
and,
I have to
and
use the agency.
you'll be able to.
Wait, I don't understand. You don't use agent to buy a house?
Guy, I'm not going to agent buy my house. Agent when I use it.
You don't
When I buy
really
my
need an
house.
agent.
That's what I do.
If you know what to do, you don't need an agent.
I don't need an agent.
No, why they talk like that? It varies. You check, they ask you, do you have an agent? If you say yes, you bring your own. If you don't have an agent, are you asking to get you one?
Who do you pay the money? Who do you pay your money to? Who do you pay your money to?
To the loan office.
You send the money to the bank. You get bank, get your deposit.
What the agent will do, you can do it if you have the right information.
If you know what you're doing.
If you know what you're doing, trust me.
If you don't know what you're doing,
now,
you are
now hold on. Like
if you
here
don't
in the UK, here in the UK, every seller put their house, give their house to agents. You can't say like, okay, it has for sale. You don't even know the owner.
Well, you can sell it by yourself in
No,
America.
that's what I'm saying now. Hold on. The thing is this here. Look. Because of like money wala. So I can't deal with you. What I do is like, okay, yes, the agent will get your lawyer, talk to my lawyer. So your bank, then you have your bank involved with my own bank. You understand? Where I can ask if I have cash, I can transfer to you directly. You understand? But since nobody get the cash now, you understand? Though some people have the cash, then he has to go through mortgage. So with that mortgage, then we say the agent comes in, then they bring a broker, where your broker, my broker.
It's the same thing here. But here you
don't need the agent. That's where I don't come. Like, do you just want me seller and pay money to seller?
If you know what
Loco is the same thing.
Loco,
if you
there's two ways.
If you
Loco,
no, why you don't need agents? That you're going to surprise me. Like,
let me tell you how it works. Loco, let me tell you how it works, all right?
You can list your house by yourself.
Let me.
Okay, so
Loco. When I got my house, all right,
your house by
I want
yourself,
to do that
or
straight.
you can
I
list
didn't
your
get any
house
debt
through an agent. So
I
if you
want
don't
to
list
do
your
that.
house through an agent, then you can deal with the seller if you're the buyer. You can deal with each other on your own. That you don't have to have a lawyer involved. But the danger with that is you are susceptible to buying a house with a lot of fault
issues. Yeah.
So
now, two things. Yeah.
Scam.
No, two things. Yeah. You can buy like a new one from a developer. It's straightforward. You might say, okay.
That is where you scam yourself more, Loco. Brand new house. That's where you scam yourself more.
No, you can't. No worry. Developer is like you are buying a brand new house. You are the first user. See, hold on now.
What is brand new? I said if you are buying a brand new house in America, that's where you scam yourself more. If you don't use a proper agent or you don't know what you are doing.
What do you mean
So,
scam?
Okay, now in the UK,
no.
yeah, you
What
don't
do you
get
mean
scammed.
scam
You don't get
yourself
scammed by
What
developers. You never get scammed.
Hold on.
The truth just ask a good question. So what do I mean by scam?
Well, hold on, Paul. What do you mean scam yourself more?
Good question. So what do I mean by scam yourself more? A new developing area, because that's where you get brand new house. New developed area, you are buying your house newly. Guess what you are buying from the city as at that time?
Land.
The land use charge, the everything, it is land. So you pay less. You don't know after 2 years, then they start charging you for house. My brother, that mortgage that you tell all your Nigerian companies.
No. Yeah, if you buy a house from developer, now you get everything. You're not paying anything.
Why you tell you know? What you tell me no? Have you dealt with it before? Have you dealt with it before?
What'd you say?
Have you done it before, Loco? Have you done it before? Not done it before.
Paul, let me explain to you.
You somebody that's done it before.
Yeah, Paul, here in the UK.
Wait, Paul. Wait, hold on.
You say in the UK. What do you hear in the US? Yeah, in my
what do you mean scam yourself more? That's what I'm trying
to
understand.
I just explained it clearly to you.
No,
a brand new developing. So just let me land with it. New developing area, why you are buying this property, why they are developing, why you check everything, you are working with them, they are building for you. They already build like two. They show you the pattern of what you want. You understand? You pick and choose. Maybe you want your house to be a 3-car garage, 4-bedroom, or 3-bedroom.
I do it. That's what I want to.
Okay. So this part, you work on those parts and everything. But what you are paying you, why you make all the agreements, why you sign all your dotted line, you don't really know that what they are charging you as your property charge. You understand? It is land as at that time when you are signing all this paper. After 2 years.
What are you saying? What you're saying doesn't even make sense at all.
Of course, it will not make sense to you.
No,
it will make sense to me. I've been in business for about 21 years. Tell me more.
So look, there is difference between how much you are buying your house and how much they are charging you for property charge. As at that time that you are signing this thing for a brand new house.
What are
you understand?
Do you mean property taxes?
Sorry, who is charging you for property? Who's charging for property
Can I say
charge?
something? Can I say something, please? Hello.
It's like
everyone. Can you guys hear me?
No, can't hear you.
Loud and
Can
clear.
you guys hear me?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
No, we can't hear you.
Don't mind him. Of course, he's hearing you. Just cause him mischief.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
What's up? We can hear you now.
Paul, I don't understand what you're saying, and I just wanted to throw this in. Why you guys are having a conversation?
If you don't understand, can you let me learn so that I can also learn from you? But I'm telling you facts. I can send you 1,000 videos about this mistake that many of us have made. You understand? If you don't understand, maybe because you didn't even let me learn. But go ahead.
But I've been listening to you. The point I'm finding is with your conversation is the more you're talking, the more I'm getting confused. So that's why I'm saying that. Could you please get to the point so that we can go to the. I wanted to bring another topic because I would like for you guys to address that and to hear your opinion on those topics.
We don't have that.
Look, I know you. I know you are like I'm here for you to.
So I started from what I started from what Uzo is talking about, buying a property with no agent. Mostly when you don't even have license. You understand? In that state, you understand as a realtor, you don't have the license. You just feel you're gonna figure it out. But over time, you discover that you make a couple of mistakes. You understand? Things that agents can help you through, but you might just think you understand it, you check Google, you watch YouTube and everything. But over time, what you are paying now,
Paul, help me. Paul, sorry, before you continue. When you say agent, what do you mean by agent?
A realtor.
Your
Oh,
religion.
Broker, like broker now.
Broker,
yes,
broker
The same thing, broker agent.
If one buy car, I get agent for car, agent for house.
Yeah. So I'm just talking from the place of Uzo. That's why I call it what I call legitimate scam. So what you close the book, you may be happy, you tell people this is what you pay and everything. Then you know the funny part of it, the city does not come. Mostly when you're buying a new development area, somewhere along the line after 2 years, you just see some outrageous prices. By the time you start asking questions, they'll say, oh, we got to develop this new area. We put a mall, we put a school, we put this, we put that. So the price is going up. You understand?
Okay, so let me explain to you. Let me explain to you.
Don't say no. Don't say no. It depends across people. So local, don't quick to say no.
Hold on, Paul. You're about to argue with someone that has 21 years experience, even in malls and commercial real estate. Okay, so relax. This is what my family does. All right. So it's very simple. What you're saying is valuation. All right. When you want to buy something like that, the best thing you do is go look at the zoning, right? You look at the zoning, you look at what they own them for. But outside of that, not everybody has that knowledge.
Correct.
In real estate, you do what is called comping. All right. The prices in America is not like Nigeria where the prices just rise at anyhow, you know. So you comp the prices based on what sells in your vicinity. So you're not going to sell me a house now for, let's say, $200 per square feet, and then the house next door you want to sell it for $700 per square feet.
No,
Not
that's not what
saying
I'm
it has
saying.
to be the same, but
That's not what I'm saying.
on, for example, conditions of the house, you can
same thing here too,
effectively gauge what
Same
it
thing
is
here.
supposed to cost. You get what I'm saying? So you're not going to
True.
just buy a house now and say, well, next week, the one down the street.
I speak the truth. Do you guys pay property tax monthly?
Well, annually, that's that much I know.
Yeah, you can pay monthly.
You can do it monthly.
You can pay monthly.
You can do monthly, but it's included in
But
your
you
listing.
pay to monthly, you pay monthly.
No,
Just
but
like your
you
insurance.
can pay it off. You can pay
It's
it
technically
one
monthly
time.
now.
Yeah, you can pay
one
time.
time.
Technically monthly. Yeah.
Does it also change annually? Do you get reassessed every year?
Yes.
Sometimes it comes down.
So, Paul,
Sometimes
my
it comes down,
question to you,
sometimes it goes up.
why I came in is that when you were speaking earlier, when I don't know who was moderating, I think it was Forefather. You said something about
Forefather has not been here for the part. He's with his
Hey,
girlfriend.
look at him, he's with his other. Just leave him. I'll deal with on him later.
I saw
I'll deal
the
with him
moment
later.
the lady.
Forefather be here listening from background.
Yeah, the moment the lady was in the room, he just switched off his camera.
Oh, look at that.
It's quiet. It's a quiet
Paul,
lady.
you
You
said
know he
something
loves them.
about that the prison center being built are built in an expensive neighborhood. Do you remember that conversation that that comment you made?
The what center?
I do.
Yeah. So I know you live in the United States, and I live there. A couple of us, most of us live there.
Okay.
So what do you mean by the prison are built in an expensive neighborhood? Because I don't see any prison in my neighborhood.
No,
And
prisons
quite
are usually
frankly,
built in isolated areas.
thank you. But Paul said they are building. He said it's built in an expensive neighborhood. So I want him to clarify that. What do you mean by that?
Correction center or prison? Which one? They are different. So
wait, was it prison or mall? Was it prison or mall?
Who said that though?
Right now, Paul said that.
Yes, I do say that. So we have.
Which one have you been that you know the difference?
Prison is different. It's a county one that is downtown. Those that are like 10-story building, they're expensive.
Those are detention centers, but like the prison, correctional facilities are usually in isolated areas.
In isolated, boom, don't answer that. We know the answer to that. Don't answer anything. I want Paul to speak for himself because we have people listening to us. So, Paul, could you explain to us what you mean by they are built like in affluent area, rich? So tell me, what do you mean by that?
No, but sorry, I my in fairness,
exactly. That's what I was saying. I think
in
was trying to say.
fairness to Paul, I guess what Paul was trying to say is
Yeah.
when no, hold on now.
So what do you guys call mouthpiece now? Why are you a local mouthpiece?
Sorry?
No.
Why are you and you why are you two poor mouthpiece? The person that said it is sitting right here and can defend himself.
Hold on, I'm not trying to defend it, but I
people to give their own input so that I just answer.
So here's my understanding of what Paul was saying. When you're building in a new area, the cost of that property at that time might be, say, maybe you bought it for 400,000. Then later on, more people start coming there. Then they build a school in that neighborhood. Maybe there's a community center that they put in. Then markets start springing up. All of these things add up to make the property tax of that place to go up.
Exactly. It also increases the value of the property.
The valuation of the house goes up. So this year it happened to me. Since I bought house every year, I get a new evaluation. So this year I pushed back. I called the city to say, why are you evaluating a house I bought for 400,000? You're saying now it's worth 800 and something thousand. Please explain to me. They said, oh, a lot of people are renting, basements are coming up, blah, blah, blah. So I said, okay, did you ask me if my own basement was already completed? So those are some of the things that help me. So that I understand. Maybe it was a slip of tongue in him when he now mentioned prison.
No, I gotta say maybe you.
No. It's different topic. The prison was a different topic completely.
It's a different topic,
completely.
Prison was a different topic, not now.
From 3-4 hours ago.
It's asking for different entirely. It's asking different entirely.
But of a true, yeah, Paul. Even your argument, we still not hold water because of the true. You are talking to say additional charge. If it's just property tax, because of returning to hybrid area, that is different from amount you are buying. You bought the house. I thought you were trying to tell me maybe you bought the house so amount. After some time, they'll be adding money for you. That is different from property tax. Property tax is just a different thing on its own.
It's a different thing on.
Yeah, exactly.
Local. You live, you learn. Is that not so? Which means you learn every day. So when you are buying property,
Paul to educate us. Paul, please
like I said, when you are buying property, the first thing you buy emotion. You understand? You buy emotion, the love, the way you see your wife will value the kitchen, the way you see everything, the way you think, the children room. You buy emotion. Over time, 1, 3, 4, 5 years, you start discovering that we didn't get a good deal like we thought we got. Sometimes you may also got a good deal. Do you get my point now? So across state line, these things are different. You understand? Now, I am going somewhere, my brother. The gray hair here. The gray not be BBL.
He's trying to educate us. Let him educate us.
The gray hair not be BBL, not be fake one, original one. So I talk like good person now. So what do I mean by that? When you buy these things, you understand, when you start, because of I make mention of Uzo say he didn't have no agent. Sometimes you negotiate all these things where your relator, professional, like I speak the truth, will tell you what you will expect in the next 2 years, what you will expect in the next 3 years. Some of us buy property to sell in the next 5 years. Some of us buy property to sell in a very short time. Some of us buy property to say, I want to live here for a very long time. Do you get my point now? So your realtor will advise you. This is how you will negotiate and even bring the price down. This is how you will envisage to understand that, hey, you might get this thing, you are paying property tax for $200, but guess what? The next 48 months, this property tax might go up to $600. That will add to your mortgage. Do you get my point? HOA, there's something we call HOA. You understand? What is the cost of your HOA? So when you let me explain this thing, I'll break it down for you.
No,
so you
listen, boom. Leave him alone. We got this.
So when you factor all these things, that's when normally you form your decision. You understand? You got to bring all these things into the table for you to make that decision. But what we do oftentimes, because we don't really know much about it, we just hear the numbers. This house is 400,000. What will cost me for the closing costs? What am I putting down as my down payment? We close the deal. You understand? We didn't even ask many things. Then the next minute you say how much are you paying for your mortgage? When you put all these things together, you are paying 2,100. it sounds good. But guess what? 2100, maybe after 2 years, this 2100 might go 2900. Will that affect you? That's why so many people lose their houses
Okay, now,
because they based on this
I
amount.
understand you. Paul,
So
my
this is
question
where
is,
professional will advise you short term, long term, and
okay, Paul,
everything.
hold on,
That's what I'm saying. That's where I'm
okay,
going.
hold on. See my question, yeah? See my question. Now, property tax, yeah, is different from mortgage.
It is not different from mortgage. You put all those things together to form your decision whether we can buy this 500,000 house or we downsize to a 400,000. So that what am I budgeting for my monthly payment? That is what is
Paul,
important.
can I please hold on?
You are
Please,
still
let me
You more. What are you budgeting if you calculate everything after your down payment and your closing
Paul,
deal?
can I say something, please?
The truth we tell you sometimes you like this time now you can negotiate where the person who is selling house will pay the closing cost.
Paul, you're not
The
listening.
truth will tell you this thing.
Paul, can I say
Okay,
something?
Paul, from your
In order for us,
explanation,
hold on, Local P. In order for us to have this conversation, we have to allow people to push back, interject. After you finish speaking, they don't agree with what you're saying. So,
Okay.
Paul, before I
Okay.
push back,
Okay.
I want to make sure you understand the question I asked you. I said to you,
Just remember, don't even answer your question. I've never answered your question. I only answered local.
So you've never answered my question.
No. Local answer question, not you. I never answer your question. You asked prison. You didn't ask anything about real estate.
All right, I'm asking you.
Okay, so this is my question, Paul. My question is: you said the affluent area in America are where they build the prison,
Nah,
and
don't
I
pass
want you to
now.
explain
Chima
what
answered
do you
that
mean.
question. Chima has answered that question already.
No, Chimi doesn't. Why would Chim answer that
No.
question?
Tim didn't answer the question.
No,
Tim was
Tim
not
didn't
even here.
answer.
He didn't hear about it. He was not here.
Okay, so Paul, answer the question, please.
So now when you ask these questions, the good thing is that you've been here for some time. We have all type of, we have state prison, we have federal prison, we have so many small private prisons and everything. We have all those things. So when you see these private prisons and some of these things, what most of these contractors sometimes they deliberately to do it and everything to favor certain type of cities. You understand? Even why they are cutting the deals to get this approval, they say, how about you put it this way? And everything. And they use it for population wise to bring more things to their city. That's what I'm telling you. There are strong federal prisons that you can access. There are strong state prisons and everything. So we have all type of prisons. It's a big business in the United States.
Can I say to you?
But wait, Paulo,
Okay.
what's now carry prison do? I know
Thank
they plan
you.
It's a business. It's a business in America.
It's a business in
It's a
America.
business, but
it's a big business.
Boom, can I say something?
Hold
Boom, hold on. Can I say something? I brought this question.
So let me land with this. So period. Please let me land with this. 2 weeks ago, and Chim, now that you said this thing, 2 weeks ago, the mayor in one of the biggest cities in America, around under 20 cities in America, the mayor of one of the biggest cities, and the mayor of New York City is as popular as the governor of New Jersey. You understand? That's how, like New York, New Jersey. The mayor, they arrest him. ICE arrest him last 2 weeks here.
Yeah, but it was more ceremonial.
Him too. He said he don't even know.
Papa, this is what you do. This is what you
Him,
do.
the mayor says he don't even know him. They took him to. He said he don't even know. That's a private place. Go ahead.
All right, so let me I can explain.
Bro, this is what you're doing. I don't think you understand the question, but being that Boom Boom Ray knows where I'm coming from, and we both have lived in the United States and we know the system, and I can tell you for a fact that prisons are not built in affluential neighborhood. No,
It will
it's
drive
not.
down. It will drive down the value of the home.
Thank you. It drives down the value of the property.
But
They
this is where
cannot.
I get where Paul is going to. Okay, and
Mhm.
Uzo mentioned it. So I think what Paul is saying in places, for example, like in Newark, like he mentioned, in places like in Brooklyn and Queens and Manhattan, highly in Cook County in Chicago, LA County, in places like that, because the metropolitan area is very congested, they have the county jails, which also usually are contracted out to the federal government to house federal detainees, not the inmates, the detainees, the people awaiting trial. They usually housed in a place like in Brooklyn, we got the MDC. In LA, you got the LA County. In Chicago, you got Cook County. So they hold county inmates, and they also lease them out to the federal government. The marshals houses federal detainees awaiting their time in trial or awaiting their journey to whatever facilities they are being sentenced to. That said, most prisons, state prisons, federal prisons, are usually outside the cities. They are usually in the rural areas. This is what brings jobs to the rural areas, from like the foods, the bedding supplies, hygiene supplies, telephones, so they increase the cost of these things just to bring some semblance of economic activity to those societies. But to say that they usually put incarceration facilities or detention facilities in affluent areas, that is a fallacy. It doesn't work like that. If they did that, nobody would want to live in certain areas because they are too close to people and people will get scared. So they definitely don't do that. There's different reasons why they put these facilities in rural areas, and the most notable one is economic.
I just want to switch this topic a little bit because we've been talking about the real estate market and everything. And I wanted to get you guys' opinion on the story that happened. Was it last week or this week in regards to the jam section where they said how many students took the exam, only a certain percentage, and a certain people in a demographic area that failed. And the Minister of Education was saying, well, it's not my fault because your kids are dumb. They can't, all the I'm sorry. I'm just, I have to get you guys riled up so that we can have this conversation. So my question to you guys, those of you that have lived in Nigeria that took those jam exam and what you're hearing now, do you think it's fair for those kids and for that girl who took her life because of jam result? Do you think we need a reform in the educational system in Nigeria, given that we're behind in a lot of things? So that's my question.
So can I go?
Do you understand
Yeah,
what
go
I
ahead,
said?
please.
You're staring at me, so I
I
know
didn't
you
hear the
will.
question, please. So repeat.
So
Okay. The question is, okay, um, the Minister of Education came out. A girl took her life over her jam results not meeting a certain percentage, or I don't know if I should use GPA, but I'm just going to keep quiet. But come to find out, let's say 1,900 students took that jam exam, whatever exam they did, and 1,500 students failed. And those students that failed in a certain demographic area. So I don't know what the jam result is. I've never taken one. So I wanted to ask you guys, what is your opinion on that? And is this something that has been going on that we're just noticing out now? Because someone from the north came out and say that's why their people have never been at the top of education, because the people in charge of this results were not being fair to them as well. So that's why I'm asking this question.
please, Jim, let me go first, Jim, please. So I'll tell a story that I've told several times. At the time, just before, long before we even dreamt about taking computer-based exams, even in probably even in America, or not to talk of Nigeria. At the time, I took the Nigerian Defense Academy exam, and it was computer-based. Now, one thing that you quickly realize, and it's only gotten worse now, and not surprisingly, is that there's all kind of shenanigans that even happens, even in the back end of things. That's not to say that things cannot fail. After all, there's been reported situations, even in America, where SAT exams have experienced situations with technicalities. Sometimes you can't
glitches.
avoid, you understand. It's just that when you now add the so-called Nigerian factor, again, I experienced something similar. Now, when you now tie that to the fact that, I don't know if you noticed, you saw some, I don't know where I saw that video. I don't know if it was on Dr. Damages or somewhere else, where you had kids using candle. I don't know if it was a pre-planned thing to take their, was it NECO or GC? And then coupled with the fact that you have a situation where even the learning, I'm trying to tie all of these things together to arrive at something, because you also mentioned how what one thinks in terms of the educational system and all that. Personally, I still think Nigerians are some of the most brilliant people in the world, irrespective, because what some of the kids even now are doing, like look at, for example, some of the guys that achieved like 300 and something, you'll be amazed at the learning conditions that Nigerians are having to deal with. At the time that some of us were in Nigeria, and I'm sure Chim, for example, can relate with this, as far back as then, we were still, you had to use lantern, or remember those red rechargeable lamps, as an example. It's always been bad. So that it's not like there's enough incentive to even want to like learn. And even for those of us that really were, conscious of wanting to learn and all that, it's like there's a conscious effort to disincentivize education. And then when you look around what really makes a society work, it's almost like when you look to your right, we're doing all the wrong things, right from the leaders who make it look like make education or hard work look less glamorous. And that's not to add to what a lot of kids are having to deal with, even adults now, where you have so much distractions in terms of social media, phones, and all that. But ultimately, I still feel that we're not taking education seriously. So when you see a minister of education who probably during his time enjoyed the kind of, we still hear about how during a lot of these older people's times, they went to, they didn't have to pay for school fees. They enjoy luxury life, basically. I mean, you don't take people like that seriously, because after all, how much attention are we even paying to education in the first place?
So, okay, Femi made some very valid points, but I think the problem with the Nigerian educational system is the fact that we have different rules for different people. Even in the US, where you have affirmative action, they don't do it as blatant as what we are showing. Clearly, the affirmative action in the US has certain scientific parameters that they are using to say, okay, let's give more opportunities to historically disadvantaged group of people. In Nigeria, the question I've asked is, who disadvantaged the North? Nobody disadvantaged the North, they disadvantaged themselves. Because you can argue that in the US, the blacks were disadvantaged because of racism for a long time. They couldn't get certain opportunities. So to be able to give them those opportunities, you now come up with those systems to help encourage people to go to school. But in the Nigerian case, the Minister of Education maybe is a Northerner. The President of the country maybe is a Northerner. They give them more opportunities. So who disadvantaged them that will now bring this educational policy where you say cutoff mark for JAMB for somebody from Ogun State and Imo State is set at 320. But the guy from Jigawa State can make 60 and get admission into a federal government college. These are some of the things we need to start changing in Nigeria. Secondly, on this current situation, I tried this is the first time I'm being honest. God knows. This is the first time I'm having this conversation. I intentionally have avoided it because it leads to ethnic, dissecting things more on an ethnic basis. But Ishak Oloede, who is the JAMB rector or the provost or whatever you call him, has not shown good faith.
True.
How is it possible that you wrote a general exam that will be writing in Nigeria for many years. And the glitch happened Lagos and 5 southeastern states. All five of them. Constantly, I keep saying it here that the federal government of Nigeria is an enabler of conspiracy. Because even if you want to give the benefit of doubt that this might have been, like you rightly said, a germane glitch, computer issues happen all over the world. 2 years ago, people who use Rogers Media in Canada couldn't make phone calls. There was a glitch. Somebody had gone into their system. Amazon experiences it from time to time. Suddenly, people, there will be a day when parcels can't be sent because there's a glitch. Even airlines experience it from one, but these are not reoccurring. And when you see, you can easily tell that this is just maybe somebody doing a cyber attack somewhere. But in this instance, all 5 states, all 5, plus Lagos, and even in the Lagos, if you narrow it down, it was narrowed down to specific places where these ethnic people reside. Then it becomes difficult to be able to make an excuse for that man. It becomes very difficult. So, but in all and all, I've said it all that Nigeria needs to come up with a policy that allows the best to thrive. If the best thrive, Nigeria will grow. What it will simply do is the guy in Zamfara who is not inclined to education will suddenly be challenged to say, you know what is special about the guy in Anambra State? I want to be as good as he is. And you will see, before you know it, he will catch up one way or the other. It happens. It happens everywhere. It happens. But what we're doing is that we're making those guys lazy by just giving them an easy pass to say, just score 60 and then you get admitted to King's College. Just score 20 and then you get admission to ABU. But the guy in Anambra or the guy in Ekiti, you will tell him to go and score 200 and something, or the guy in Delta State for him to make it.
Tim, let me engage you a little bit.
I just think
Let me engage you a little bit. All right. So you asked a question. You said you juxtaposed the Black American experience with that of the North. And you said, who made them disadvantaged?
Yes.
And now, please, I'm coming to you as a brother. Don't take me.
Sure.
So that will be like that is the talking trope of the white supremacists in America. They'll say, who disadvantaged you guys? Look at people coming all the way from Africa. They have all this they come, they struggle, they get the education. Why were you born here? Your family was born here.
Especially true. Can you hold that thought? I'll let you continue.
No problem.
In the case you made, we can easily dissect it. We can easily say slavery by the same white man against the black-born African American in America disadvantaged that one. And it became a psychological thing because he had been oppressed for many years. It impacted him psychologically. The guy coming from Africa, even though he was colonized, has lived in a supposed free nation for many years, has this confidence. So when he comes across to America, he sees nothing stopping him. But when you juxtapose that with the same African northerner living in the same country, nobody, if anything, they are the ones who are privileged. It's their brothers and privileged.
No. Let me say this. No, I think the danger in saying that is minimizing what the political leaders of the North has done to the ordinary people. So the political leaders are the ones enjoying the fruits of other Nigerians' labor. But their actions and their own policies or lack thereof is what has put the Northerners in the same footing. Not exactly because they have different historical.
But remember, it's like the white Irish guy in the US saying he's oppressed, but his Irish brothers are the ones running things.
No,
I mean,
you mix it.
If that was
the Irish suffer from a British, the Italians suffer from a British.
Okay. Let me take that back. It's like saying the Anglo-Saxon American suddenly wakes up one day and is saying he's been oppressed in America. Why the Anglo-Saxon are the ones leading?
But Tim, that won't be true because by the way we see how the world is structured today. Now, if they said that in the late 16th century, maybe that might be true. You could say, well, these are the peasants, and these are the serfs, and these are the rulers, and these are the kings, right? Maybe they had that hierarchy, but by virtue of a person just being white in the United States today, they are in a place of privilege, rightfully or wrongfully so, regardless of how we want to see it, depending on what we call privilege. You know, if it might be economic, we might say, well, you're not walking down the street and you're not subject to racial discrimination by the
Profiling.
police, profiling. Thank you very much. You're not going to get shot. So depending on what we call privilege. But now let's go back to the North. And this is why I think as Nigerians, we really need to think about these things, because I understand that a lot of us have a gripe on the political class of Nigeria, the political class of the North. But I think we mistakenly sometimes put that on the ordinary Northerners, right? The bottom line of this is, if we want a successful country, if we want a developed country, if we want a country that we as Black people will be proud of, the North has to get educated. It has to get educated. They have to be trained. I mean, I'm not saying they all have to be lawyers and doctors or engineers, but at least they have to be skilled in one way or another. Now, how do we achieve that? We're going to achieve that by giving some kind of preference and favoritism to them, to at least encourage them to get this education.
No, not, but I speak the truth, not the way it's happening. Let me tell you why. And I'm happy Odi has come in. I know this is the kind of topic he likes, so I'm happy to see him. So let me tell you why I disagree with you. And Paul is here, he knows. Paul has worked in a place called Nigeria Maritime. He has told us that. So Paul graduates from school, works hard. Maybe Paul makes 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Paul is coming from a state where they give, because Nigeria Maritime is part of this Nigerian civil service one way or the other, even though it's a semi-autonomous organization.
Yeah.
They quotarize how you get
It's a parasector.
But you still go through the civil service system to get that job too, one way or the other. So Paul applies for this job, and they tell Paul that there are only 6 slots for Delta State. 6. But the guy from Zamfara doesn't even need to do any of those things. He just walks.
Just needs to show up.
He just shows up and he gets the job. Now, Paul are going to be struggling with some other people to get that slot and be sweating it out. I'm telling you this because I've been evicted. NGA. Let me mention NGA.
Right.
Nigerian NMS.
I'll tell you my experience further about NDA.
Let me start from NMS. I wrote NMS. I wrote Command Secondary School. My grades were given to another person. My grades were given to a northerner to get the person in. How did I find out? To God be the glory, my father knows some military men, and they pursued it. And they came back and said they are ashamed that they discovered that my grade was high, that I was supposed to go in, and they gave that grade to someone else.
Then you just try next year.
Good. I left that and I went to a regular secondary.
Hold on, wait.
Many years later on.
Hold on, Chim. Is the best answering your name?
So, no, that's not the way they do it. They just take your grade and give it to a northerner.
No, Chim, just explain it well. If your result didn't come outside, just know that you passed. If your result come outside, you fail. That's how it is. If your results didn't come as you pass, but it will never come for 5 years.
It's not possible for that northerner to have the same score.
No,
Loco, no.
No, your score, anybody can score the same thing with you, like 3 or 4.
Don't worry, local.
That is true. That is true.
True life situation. Then years down the line, NDA is university, is the military university. I wanted to go to NDA. I always wanted to be a military man. But guess what? I wrote that same exam, and the same thing happened again.
Yeah, you just need to leave Nigeria, man.
So that was like I said, okay, this is not for me. I'm done with all of this.
Let me have something. Let me ask something to you.
Kim, you need to go to Zaria College of Aviation, Zaria. You go see somebody who say they don't use Hausa teach and chemistry, and he knows how to speak English. I take pass science class.
Let me add something real quick to what Kim said. You see, when I took ND at the time, my uncle was an instructor at ND. Keep in mind, I'd gone to the Air Force Primary School in Kaduna before we moved to Lagos.
Yeah.
When I took ND, I had to go all the way down to Zaria for good reasons, because we were trying to avoid all these shenanigans, thinking that that would help. When it now got to the screening time,
they said,
I had to take all that our regular night boss at the time. Nigeria wasn't this, the way Nigeria wasn't this bad.
Right.
The first day we sat on the floor. Then NDA was still in Kawu. Now he's in Mando on the way out of Kaduna, where they kidnapped those cadets the other year. So the first day we sat on the floor, we had our credentials. In Nigeria now, again to Chim's point, they'll tell you 5 credits. It's the same with ND, including maths and English. I kid you not. One of the first things as a barely 17-year-old, when you see certain things, you are traumatized.
Right.
The first thing we noticed was we're seeing things like buses from Jigawa states, Kano states, basically northern states. The second thing we noticed was when we now start looking at the results. Again, keep in mind, I went to school with some very brilliant northerners. But when you see a lot of the results, I kid you not, I saw results like 3 Fs, 2. I promise you, by the time we got to the medical, they'll be telling you your enemy, his eyes cannot see well. I promise you, a lot of the kids that have nothing to. That was when I decided, to your point, I speak the truth, that I was going to leave Nigeria.
See, I speak the truth. This is my last comment. Before
Okay. I will tell you my own side of the story. Mine was tough, but go ahead.
You know that Abacha's daughter went to QC in Lagos.
Yeah.
Go and ask what her result was. Her WAEC result. Go and ask.
So
I don't
guys,
tell you bad news.
let me chime in. Let me chime in here. It's nice seeing you guys again. Look, everybody in this platform knows that I'm always on the other side. I speak the truth, right? But tonight, I'm seeing the difference, and I tell folks that this is a good show. We're all learning from each other. We may be at odds, but finally, once if you are a patriotic Nigerian, at a point, you're going to see things. A is A, B is B. Look, I'm actually closer to where I speak the truth is. I get the idea that the northerners are getting this what is it, affirmative action, and we all started from the same place, right? And look, I think the only way Nigeria can progress is if the north is educated. So I do agree with I speak the truth, and I'm in agreement that we need to give them a little leverage. Look, I actually do agree with not how brazen is done, right? But there's no way, if we want our brothers in the north to be educated, we expect them to make the same scores with us. They never go to school.
Right.
Means that the kids in Abia State will fill up all their universities in the north. And I don't think it's not what we're discussing about South Africa.
That's a recipe for disaster in the future.
It's a recipe for disaster. When the Clark left in 94 or something like that, or 92, there were no black South Africans to man their nuclear for all the technology, because South Africa is a country that is advanced as any European country. South Africa was selling arms, or has been selling arms, to European countries forever. They were one of the people who have actually nuclear energy. How many? Iran is still struggling. So what we need, here's my problem with the North. And this is where I break with, I speak the truth. When people say that, hey, what the leaders of the North are doing is good politics. And this is where, this is where I break. How is it good politics when you are subjugating your folks to poverty? You're not educating them, so you can just go to the mosque and say something, and everybody will go and vote for the same person stealing all their stuff. When AY will go and say, oh, the Northerners are very smart, or like forefathers are smart with politics. How are they smart with politics? They need to vote out those guys or do a revolution and get their leaders.
Hang them.
Because the leaders are their problem. The ordinary Northerners are good people, many of them. Of course, we have some people who even the religious or Islamic irredentism is being led by some leaders. It's not like, imagine a 15-year-old kid, indoctrination, carrying AK-47 to shoot folks. If you ask him why he shot someone, he's not going to be able to tell you why. So and here's my problem. Because it all happened to us, right? We all wrote the federal exams and all this stuff, and when I did, exams in special school in Gwagwalada and all that, the problem is when the same folks who, let's say you scored 350 in JAM, and then someone scored 50 and got in with Fs and all that. And when after university, the people who scored 50 and had Fs were the worst in the class, are now put in the best positions in the country. This is the problem. This is where we cannot make progress. This is why the best talents of Nigeria are outside Nigeria. And we cannot just let me land. If we continue with this policy, we will never make progress. I'll tell you, when I went to my youth service, I don't want to talk about, my profession or anything. But anyway, this is the problem in Nigeria. The best of Nigerians are outside Nigeria, helping other countries. We have guys in sensitive positions in European countries, in America, in their nuclear facility. If you ask us to go back, we can build. Trust me, we'll chase Europe.
Develop Nigeria in 10 years. It's not a problem.
Do you think we having the best of Nigeria or Africa outside the shores of Africa or Nigeria helping these guys? Do you think?
Oh wait. Let's concentrate on let's not run away from the topic.
No, I'm not running. I'm just asking the question. I'm asking the question now. Do you think that plan, that's modus operandi they're operating, always putting those who got Fs, putting in the best positions to control things in Nigeria? Do you think that ideology came from within Nigeria or it came from outside Nigeria?
No, it came from Nigeria. So we can't blame. This is where. So I'm always the guy who understands that we are being manipulated by the West, right? Our leaders, many of them are Western assets. Tinubu, we know he's compromised. It's obvious, right? But the problem is, the idea that, you look at Tinubu's government, the idea that people praise him for filling all the cabinets with his folks, with his, with people, I can even understand many of them are fairly educated. Look at the guy that was the Minister of Aviation, right, under Buhari, Sarika or something. He couldn't even, do. I'm sure if you look at his educational background, you can see why he did what he did. He just painted an aeroplane and brought to Nigeria and say, hey, we have Nigerian air. Even like, at least you need to be a little smart to do something.
Have no jersey in his house.
He don't
have no jersey in his house.
You could see his IQ. And when I speak the truth says we have low IQ, it's those guys you're talking about. It's not us.
Chief, let me ask you a question, please. 1 second.
Okay.
Thank you. Adi, what would be your own solution if you had opportunity? Let's say you were education minister.
So thank you. You must choose the best and put them in the key positions, because when it comes to, there's some, of course you still have to understand what politics is politics to keep the peace.
You say you say you are the minister of education, not
education. Like how would you raise the
educational value,
of
the bar,
education in
the bar,
and make them at par, or at least increase it to a sustainable
For me, my answer is just
level.
give them free education. Give them free education.
I cannot look. I'm going to answer
they
your
do have
question
right now.
but I want to put a caveat. Being the Nigerian educational system, even as poor as it is, it's actually fairly very good.
Okay.
The kids who go through that saying is that there's no problem with the educational system as much. I'll tell you, the kids who are coming from Nigeria, when they get to the high school here, they kill it. These kids, even with this all the expo they are doing and all, when they come into the school system here, just 6 months, they kill it. So the problem is not, and that's why I want to make sure.
You will continue, but you might be making mistakes. Sometimes remember, in some cases or in most cases, our first 11 that is coming. So that's why easily they can kill it. If you go pick one privileged child from Ajegule that you just pity, you want to help this child, my brother, it's going to be difficult. But me that is doing well in Nigeria and I'm bringing a kid from Nigeria, they kill it. That's a different ballgame. Go ahead, my brother.
Well, no, of course, it's not one size fits all. But I'll tell you, if you go to, look, just our work ethic, many times, look, I know many of our guys here who were in sciences in Nigeria, many of the things we had to imagine it.
Correct.
When you get
100%.
into a place where you can now see if you use oxygen and mix with this one, and you kill it. My brother is, look. But going back to your question, what we need to do, I'm all for affirmative action for the North. I can't hide that, because those even in the East, in Ebonyi State, there's some sort of affirmative action for those guys also, right?
I
the
agree.
People who are behind,
they cost them a lot.
Yeah. So and and that has helped many folks. But the problem I have, if you, I believe that everybody needs to have free education, at least primary, basic, universal, basic education.
From the formation age.
At least up to high school level.
Up to
that formation age, from that early stage.
Level. Right. And if you can afford, because this is how you build your economy, and everybody must not go to college, right? Everybody must not go to college.
You go to technical school.
Let me tell you, let me make my last statement about the North. Part of the problems that the North has. How many times have you gone to see a Northerner who's a mechanic or who is a good skilled carpenter? It's not, we keep talking about the Northerner.
But Adi, let me ask, are you saying in the North, the artisans are also non-Northerners?
Yes, if you go to the North,
good percentage of them,
people who are the mechanics are people
they are
from
just
the South
with
also.
Farming. Okay. They're just skilled with farming.
And farming
which is not bad.
Not bad.
It's not bad. But the problem is not the large-scale farming, it's subsistence farming.
Yeah,
it's not,
they are strange when it comes to mechanical farming, mechanized farming now.
Small,
but
isn't that
the problem of? Tim wanted to say something.
No, so even the Northerners, you can get more vocational schools for them. Teach them a skill. Let them get.
Odi. So this is where I understand the principle of what you and I Speak the Truth are pushing. That yes, the better in terms of education those guys have, the better overall for the nation. I agree, because of the population and the fact that however you educate people in the South, if we have this army of uneducated people from the north, it dilutes everything. I agree.
Correct.
But see where I have a problem. Once in a while, one or two people from very disadvantaged positions in that demography end up at the top and they do nothing with it. I'll mention two names. There was a lady when in 2023, when the presidential election was going on, she comes from the same axis as Shetima. People were thinking that Tinubu will pick her as vice president candidate. You know the woman I'm talking about. That woman's father was a military driver. She was from, and she has boasted about how today now she sits with the children of the people her father served. But the question is, what has she done with her privilege? She has been a 3-time senator from Adamawa State, I think. She is in top political portfolio right now. What has she done with it? She hasn't done anything with it. So here, I guess my argument is simply this. We can do affirmative action that makes sense. Right now, the one we're doing does not make sense. You can, in the midst of affirmative action, pick the best from that disadvantaged demography. It is not the best. What we're seeing is people scoring 60. Listen, my younger sister went to this gifted school in
they just wrote their name down.
My younger sister went to this gifted school in Suleja.
Right.
She scored 500 and something.
That's the school I'm talking about in Suleja. Yes. Sorry, I said Gwagwala. Okay.
My sister scored 500 and something in the year she wrote JAMB, and is that group they take? Her result was supposed to take her into QC, Queen's College. But to God be the glory, they schemed her out. Do you know how all of this eventually happened? Our neighbor across the road was friends with Babs Fafunwa, who used to be the Minister of Finance. Yes, and he knew he was just my father. What's going on with this, your daughter? Then my father narrated was the man was like, what? In front of them, they didn't even leave that scene. The man said, come into my house. He just picked up the phone, one dial, and the minister picked up the phone. You know, when somebody is your person, he just said, Tunde, what are people doing in that ministry? That's how the thing changed. So the man said he was going to look into it. He now looked into it and said, okay, you know what? Since the girl scored this grade, she doesn't even need to go to the Queen's College. Forget about Queen's College, which is my backyard. She will go to Suleja, which is cost-free for her. The federal government is going to pay her school fees all through. That's how, because if they had not made that call, they would have also schemed her out of that one too. So my point being, don't make it too glaring. If you are even saying the child in the north who scored 150 versus the child from the south who is scoring 300 and 400 and 500, it will make sense to me. I'm seeing 60. But someone is scoring 300.
Sorry. I wrote the entrance exam to that gifted school in Suleja. I didn't see the result till tomorrow. I never.
That is the strategy. If you didn't see results, you pass. If you see results, you fail. That's just the thing.
I was how old? I was maybe 10 years old. You know, with my mama carried me go there. My mom. That was the first time she was even going to Abuja. We don't see results.
Where you go see results? I don't think I sell akara.
You're gonna get it next week.
So I see the truth. Let me land here. Do you know a major Nigerian sports administrator is rumored to come from Osun State in Nigeria, but had to use a semi-northern name and claim to come from a northern state to progress his career as
for many years, donkey years.
Paul knows this person. I won't mention the person's name.
Donkey years.
That's the problem.
Amos.
I
don't call it the ready one. Now, moo.
Painted of okay, why you have a problem with it? If we give them the chance to get in a place where everybody else has to score 550, for example, and they got to go in there with 30 or 40 or 50, right? But then you really didn't have a problem with that. But what you had a problem with was what happens after. So,
to an extent, yes.
Yeah, to an extent. I'm just like basically paraphrasing what you said, right? So basically, you're like, well, we let them in, but then they come in through the door, and then 10 years later, I did better than him. I went out and got all these degrees, and then he's in charge of my livelihood. And he had no idea what he's doing because he's not educated. But that is more of a Nigerian problem than the policy of affirmative action that we have in Nigeria.
True.
So basically, Nigeria is not being run properly.
It's both. See, you know,
Yeah.
so you see, you know, I heard us praise South Africa now.
Right.
Let me be honest with you. Well, while I might understand the South African one, just the way I understand the Black American one, I don't understand the Nigerian one. We did not understand. I'm still struggling with it. But you know that even in that South Africa, it hasn't really produced the results.
Right.
Do you guys know that?
Right, true.
That is true.
Because that if it did, we will not have people doing xenophobia.
Right.
Because Nigerians come into those environments, you know, Zimbabweans are one of the most educated Africans.
No, Tim. Let me quickly come in on that xenophobic thing. I studied some hours past in this show. The xenophobic thing. Just imagine the way Nigerians, we fought for South Africa. Obasanjo was in power, 76, 79. Obasanjo got tired, active military man. Obasanjo would tell Nigeria, any juju way you people get, bring, let us use. Even Obasanjo who want to go spiritual for South Africa, we gave them education, many of their leaders in school here. But guess what? South Africa got their freedom. You know, can't even call it independent, their freedom 1994. As at 1995, we started having issues with South Africa. Remember, we won the Nations Cup 1994. We are the defending champion to go to 1996 in South Africa. South Africa is hosting. They so pissed us off. Remember, 1996, some 29 years ago now, or thereabouts, if I just calculate very well. Abacha was so mad, we couldn't even go because it was like a slap on our face. But that may also be conditioning how they also condition them.
I can actually excuse that one. You know why?
You know, so no, what I mean is that this condition of let us not come together, united we stand, divided we fall. And these people also fail to understand. Like I always say these things, you see, this profiling thing, misunderstanding that we make. Now I'm coming from Nigeria. I have all this degree coming from Nigeria with my $280 landed in America. It is clear I'll live in ghetto to manage myself. Within the speed of time, I'm up there. And all the people that I make friends with, let's say now my Latinos, my African Americans, some of them also said, oh, they give you African privilege. You are up there. They didn't know that I'm already skill set. You understand? I'm just waiting to kick off. But they are not skill set. So sometimes we ourselves too will make the mistake. We'll profile them. Oh, they are lazy. I meet this person here. Look at me today. Failing to understand that if I live in where the elite live, where I see that black and brown man, they are also gifted, they are also sound, they are also good. We didn't see it from that angle.
Yeah,
so it is our, so sometimes it is our, so sometimes it is our best. Then let me go back to my own issue with this thing. My dad worked in Nigerian Ports Authority, 31 years, 7 months. At the time, I was jostling to work in Nigerian Ports Authority. So luckily, because when my dad was working in Nigerian Ports Authority, they worked together with Nigerian Ports Authority and Nigerian Railway. So we're using the railway hospital in Ebute-Metta. That's the hospital we're using. So there's this young man that my father just fed this young boy who worked those days, work and everything as a young doctor. My father really helped. Because my father was a logistics person, he grew to the level of like a manager. So my father traveled the north very well. When NPSC has a lot of trucks, you understand? So they just take truck. They say truck is going to north. No seaport there, no nothing. Then the truck is coming back with cattle. My dad was once in nomadic. They use NPA truck to bring cattle. They make money. What am I saying? Over time, I go meet my dad. I say, I want to work. My father remember this guy. He went to hospital to go check his eyes or something. So the guy saw me, oh, that young child of those days, and then he's not a GM. I pushed on my dad that I want to work. My dad told him, the guy said, why he work in Nigerian Port Authority is a slot that they give to him. He's from Adamawa State. So he told my dad, the only thing he can do is for me to just go back, go write GC, State of Origin, Adamawa State. The job is mine. My father was mad that he's going to throw his own child identity because of job. That tell you, how my dad work in Nigerian Port Authority, he always want to be a teacher because it's a Jehovah Witness. So this teaching thing, this reading thing is in him all his life. My mother's father forced my dad to work in Nigerian Post Authority. You can see their own time, how it was easy. But in my own time, then, if I say then it's tough, how will it look now? When somebody go to write a note for you from who know whether governor or somebody that will write a note to get a job in MPA. So the system is being bastardized.
Yeah,
but we still need that formation age. It's much, much important. If we cannot put basic good primary schools for children to learn, moving from state line in America here, even while we fill forms every day in America, they will ask these kids, some part in the form, they'll say, what language your parents speak at home? Because sometimes you see some kids that were born in America, they still put them in the ESL class. You understand? Because they don't speak proper English.
Yeah,
You understand? Maybe their parents are from India, their grandparents, they want them to learn culture. They want them to learn this Nigerian thing. We want our children. I was watching Adiola 3 days ago when Adiola's daughter was speaking very fluent Yoruba, maybe 4 or 5 years old daughter. That thrilled me. But sometimes it can also mess the child up. What is a good thing? You understand? Is a very good thing. So those things happen. But in the north, I think they lose it completely. Where a child grow, even though in school cannot help manage the child to say, okay, I can learn my language in the house, but let us keep that standard that English is the legal franca in this school. But how did the child go to school, primary, secondary school, cannot speak one bit of English?
But
how do you do chemistry and physics?
Let me say,
it's hard.
As bad as
so the system failed them.
The system operates in the north, which should be a state of emergency because of the
100%
level of education in the north. The south is not any better because the south, I've spoken to a lot of graduates. You speak to graduates out there, you try to employ them. Even when we had a program out there, they're very poorly educated.
True.
They're very poorly educated. Like, you would not believe someone says he has a master's degree. You're not talking, the person writes and operates on a 10th or 11th grade level. Even their critical thinking is a mess. And when you look at it, I just think Nigeria, like we all know, just needs a complete overhaul, a complete one. Because everything we're saying, like Audie rightly said, everybody here is passionate about making our home better.
Correct.
But if we don't do something and we keep letting the same people over and over and over and over, like today, they want us to start talking about the elections in 2027. Like, what are we talking about that for? You want us to argue about putting Tinubu back or Obi or Atiku or Kwankwan? So these are not people we need. We don't need any of these guys. These guys, these are the people that have been in charge at least the last 30 years. If you had friendship with a person and the person never improved your life in any way for 3 decades, why are you just hungry for failure? Like, are you like determined to just be a loser the rest of your life? We don't need all these people. So it's just painful because the North that in its own is something that's going to combust and blow up in everybody's faces. It's already
That's
happening.
what we're facing right now.
It's already happening.
It's already happening.
It's already happening.
It's happening.
Traveling with guns from one part of the country, and they just killing everything they see, anything in sight. They're mowing it down. What do you think is going to happen in the South? Because the South is going that way too.
That's true.
So Nigeria is in a big. That country is in a big problem, and
but,
I think, can I add this in? I have to commend everybody for being able to conduct themselves even without moderation, even with my guidance.
Expertise.
Everybody, yes, exactly. Without anything,
no, maybe now with you forefathers, you blow the whole place up.
Don't start now. Don't start now. Don't start. Don't start.
We are happy, maybe I
Yes,
think
I
we
know.
need to go back to hibernation.
I know. So, but the suggestion that Nigeria is blowing up, we have to rein that in, because the other day, the reason why I said, because the other day I was talking to South Sudanese, and this guy, they broke away from Sudan. The argument was they want to break into three again, because one tribe is dominating the country that they created. So, and you can see the deep divisions that they were talking about. So, but I came from a totally different point of view, that you guys keep doing this, you're going to find yourself in serious trouble. As a matter of fact, during that conversation, it was proven that they were having Islamization problem. That one of the reasons why they left Sudan in the first place was because of Islamization. Right. And now the South Sudan that they created, they're having Islamization problem again. I said, because your border cannot prevent it. It cannot. It's just not. What is happening is you're coming from the north to the south. You can see that in Sudan right now. They are killing black people because they are not Arabs. So I was just trying to get them to see that. But my point is that if you think Nigeria was bad, if you see the forces that are at play in those areas, it's far worse.
Yeah, but why are we comparing ourselves to those kind of people? That'd be like you comparing yourself
not far
to
from you.
Hobo in the subway. You don't compare yourself with people beneath. Hey, shout out to any Sudanese watching, but we're Nigerians. We should be up.
You're calling them hobos, eh?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying we have a place. The way you look at an American or a Brit or a Dutch person, that's how you're supposed to be looking at a Nigerian. We're up there. We're not supposed to be comparing our people with people that are.
I just think that we should be careful, because the only system that has lasted
Father, let me say something, and so that you can add it to what you're saying with the South Sudan. Let me say something so that you can add it to this South Sudan thing. So I live in the state of Arizona. There is a city called Tucson. It's border to Mexico. So that place, Mexicans, I'm sorry using the word Mexicans because it's not only Mexicans. They are the ones that do all these dirty jobs and every type of thing. Now, in that cities, you don't get a lot of them there because of profiling with ICE, immigration thing. They see them a certain way. They might just think they just sneak in and they send them back. So they don't want to stay around there. They brought like 5,000 South Sudanese. They are all over there. Now, when you see people of South Sudanese, because of course, when you see them, no immigration profile there, they just understand that, okay, these are the people that they bring. These are the people who do those type of jobs there. But why am I saying this? Now, these people now, they look like people who are doing very fine. Some other people in Sudan might be thinking, if another fight come, America will go carry us, so I will go enjoy. Failing to understand that they might be causing confusion among you for what they will gain in that grant, and you are coming here to come and do their dirty job. And you call it progress. It's like you and I now, we've been here for over 10, 20 years. We started telling people that this place is overhyped. Somebody will say, which kind of talk they talk? How about you come back home? But we know what we're saying. Do you get my point now? So they might be causing that confusion to believing that confusion will make them come carry them again. They'll go to America. Failing to understand that their land may be much, much important. There are more things that they can benefit there than somebody causing confusion among you, so that you can live, so that they can gain more from your land. Go ahead. You can.
Paul, you highlighted it. Sorry, guys. I might want to ask question because when I was checking it on the news, I wanted to highlight it. You
Coming towards
highlighted the
this.
topic before about the issue in Warrior, Ishakiria, and the others. Did you highlight
Okay.
it? Were you the one?
Yes.
Were you the one that
Forefather,
highlighted it?
Forefather, I
Because
need
I
to
wanted to
correct
know more
something.
about it.
Forefather, I
Yes.
need to correct something before you move forward.
Okay.
She has left already.
Who?
Since,
The person
yes.
that visited you, that was with you now. Okay.
Who that?
Hey, why
Okay,
don't start
now,
now?
no, hold on.
Hey, why? Come on
Don't
now.
mind him. He's just looking for trouble now. Leave him.
Okay,
Who
let
you
me
saying?
correct
Who you
something.
saying?
Forefather, what you just said now about South Sudan, that's not actually correct.
Mm.
South Sudan, since the division between North and South Sudan, in less than 6 months, South Sudan, they started fighting.
They started fighting
be
right
at
away.
wars is there. That has nothing to do with Islamization. The issues that were in South Sudan were tribal. What is the
Tribal.
how many Muslims are in South Sudan? Did you ask them what's the percentage? We need, I don't know. I know sometimes you get really hard problem with a lot of Islamization going on. This issue don't have anything to do. Hold on. This issue don't have anything to do with religion. It just, I kept saying it on this platform. The North Sudan, they are Muslim. Are they not killing themselves for over 2 years now? This issue are tribal. That is why even in Nigeria, I kept saying, see, if you divide Nigeria, all these people, you hear them making noise. Even the Igbo, the Hausa, the Yoruba, there is no region you can break in Nigeria that will not have problem. You will see another war. Break Nigeria into 6 geopolitical zone. There is no region in Nigeria that will survive. That is why you will see Yoruba. Yoruba, you see, the Oyo will define themselves. Ijebu will define themselves. Lagos Highland will define. The division, even in the East, they will not tell you the truth. Another man we feel is the superior man in the East. They will tell you Eboyi is not a real Igbo man. Enugu will tell you they are this. All these divisions are everywhere.
No,
Forget
don't
even in
please
the
say the one you know now. How can you say
but it's a
we say
fact.
that Ebony man is not?
Let me just respond to
No, no, don't say no, no. You're saying
they mentioned a lot of people. Now you are not the only tribe that is here. You want to start defending? They mentioned
I
Yoruba.
just want to correct him now. What's the problem with you? You see, we've been having a good time until you woke up.
Look at that! Look at
Wait,
that! Look at
wait,
that!
Let me finish this. Let me
I'm
finish
trying
my
to
point.
correct him. What's the problem?
Let me finish my point.
Why
Let
are
me
you
finish
feeling?
my point.
Question now.
Why you feel
Father,
saying we're not
please
correct?
let me just
You're
drop
not
this
there
point.
everywhere now. You can't be everywhere, Odi. You can't be
Let
everywhere.
me just drop this point. That is why, for me, I personally, my preaching is Nigeria needs to come together, look for a way to work out the country. Division is not an option. There are many countries. Division is not an option. It doesn't work. It's not true. People that love division, even if you create local government as a country, they will divide that local government.
Because
That's
they
a
like
fact.
division.
Yeah.
Until they reach bedroom to bedroom, forming
Yes,
different
now.
they will be satisfied. Sorry, let me just address one point that he made, please. About Islamization, please hold on. Regarding that Islamization issue, I seconded it. That was the second point. The first point was the dominance of one this ethnic group, which was the Dinka, and because of it, now I'm going to go a little bit into details about that issue. The Dinka, they make up about 36% of the population of South Sudan. So, and the second group was the Nuo. I think that's, if I'm not pronouncing it right, sorry. They make up about 15.7%. Then the rest are a little bit smaller, 3%, 4%, but they make up bigger population. They think about 46% of the population. So if you look at what is going on in that country, the Dinka is dominating the entire country. And the representation of the smaller groups, if you compare it to Nigeria, horrible. They don't represent the smaller groups at all. They just want to dominate the entire country. Only the 2 major groups want to dominate the entire country. And when you check the ministerial list, they are basically 90-something% of the ministers. That the smaller group that make up 48% of the population barely represented in anything. So you can see a serious ethnic misalignment in that country compared to Nigeria. And then after they talked about all those things, they said even the Islamization that they left Sudan for, they said that in passing again, that the Islamization they left Sudan for is also in Sudan now again. That's South Sudan again now. So that is where Islamization comes in. It's not that it's the major issue that they have in that South Sudan. the major issue is a tribal issue. And even in North Sudan, it's still tribal because there are Arabs are killing non-Arabs there.
North
Yeah,
Sudan is tribal.
that's why this
It's not
that's why the
Sudan. It's
Dubai,
tribal.
the UAE is involved with the war a lot.
All of them.
You understand?
Yeah.
That's true.
Going on in South Sudan, it has nothing to do. It's tribal. It's not religion because Sudan, North Sudan is like 90% Muslim. It has nothing to do with religion. This issue are more of tribal. It's telling you that
I think you have a point, but
tribe
the
is
way they
even
spread
stronger
first.
than the religion
But
itself.
hold on. The way they
So-
spread first is through Islamization. That is where the issue is. They spread first through Islamization, then they come with the tribal aspect. That's the
So
problem.
okay, I agree with this idea of tribe, but most important thing is the problem in Sudan currently is greed. It's not,
Completely.
between these two, RSF and the core guys, this is just pure greed, of the elite. And the
Greed.
elite in Africa is killing all of us.
Yeah.
Look at up, if in Nigeria, when you go to Lagos, most people are relating well. See, all our tribes are even overhyped. Many of us have different tribes in Nigeria who are friends. I keep mentioning this. When you walk into Walmart and you see a black person, you don't know what the hell that person is coming from. There's a gentle nod. You feel safe that you're there and that guy is there. You go to a high profile, high level meeting and you see another black guy, there's a certain joy and certain calmness or like acceptance or welcoming effect that guy is there. That guy may not speak any word of African language. May just be a black guy, even from Australia or something, or from India even. But the idea that we keep talking about our tribal problem are from our elites. Somebody goes to say, Tinubu we're winning you people. You will never be president. You'll be this one, you'll be this one. When these people are suffering, I speak the truth. Everybody today, both of us concord on many things, which is unusual. But the truth is, the problem in the North, which he alluded to, is from the elite. We've been living together. Even the people, the major players in the war that Nigeria had, were all born in the North. They all could speak Hausa. But the people they fought are their friends. It was an elite problem. It's still an elite problem in the North. It's an elite problem in Nigeria. The people who played all the roles leading to all our problems in Nigeria, it's part of also the hierarchy of the Bini, monarchy. They didn't have to do that. How is anybody benefiting from what we have now? Forget about this. You think people care about Islam and Christian and all those things? It's just a few fanatics.
Ode is right
Most of the majority of us, what we want is just good life. The idea, you see, is just when all this elite, when they stoke division and all of us, of course, it's easy to, when you see someone attacking someone who is your tribe, I use Oji Carlo as my punching bag, right? And I say, oh, tomorrow someone will say Oji Carlo is turned for Igbo president. Let Oji Carlo go and if Tinubu and Oji Carlo were on the same path, me, I will vote for Tinubu. Even I know that Tinubu will feel it with audio. Because Tinubu probably make a better decision.
Oh, don't they preach tribal hate? Oh, your Igbo people will come for you. Oh.
No, they won't. Trust me. And this is what people don't get. The idea of the Igbo people. The Igbo people are the most liberated people in Nigeria. Whether you like it or not. You can call them names or look, we kill our own before we bring it to you. When our own is not doing well, we know. It's this or be that we are jumping all over him. For the first time, we have produced something good, though. We're saying, please buy it. And people are saying,
for the first time.
Yes, now, look at people are beating even Azikiwe, who was the pan-Nigeria of all pan-Nigeria. many of us, if you come to the core, people feel that he betrayed his people. He didn't do very well for even for Nigeria.
Mr. Odi,
Yeah.
there's this guy in the National Assembly now that said something about other tribe, and I've not really seen anybody speaking about it to condemn it.
Who's that?
The guy, this guy that is
the senator from Ebonyi State.
This guy that's Akpabio's witness against Natasha guy. That guy.
What did she say? What
did he say? This is the first time I'm hearing anything.
Okay, because there's been an issue trending since. I've been waiting for some Southeastern people to really come strong on the guy, but nobody.
No. That guy is persona non grata in the East. We don't even need to. Nobody likes him.
No, I agree. Even if
the guy is number one front for Tinubu's government. Look, if you're front for Tinubu's government in the East, look, even his Oga, the Minister of Works, everybody in the East knows that the guy has done well. Nobody can erase the work of that former Ebonyi governor.
The one that built the LGBT airport.
Oh, that one is, of course, he made a mistake. That one is a joke. Everybody knows.
Mr. Odi, I don't think it's about person I'm talking about.
Who's that? He said it's Ebonyi is a joke. Now everybody knows that. He's a small boy that found way to get money. He's insulting everybody.
I was expecting strong condemnation of what he said.
What did he say now? I've never heard it. What did he say?
Anyways, he came up on National Assembly, and he said that it's a matter of national urgency, but it has national importance. That if he's descending from the airplane to Abuja International Airport, that the structures surrounding the airport, which happens to be villages of Abuja residents, indigenous, he said he wants that place to look good, thereby relocating everybody that lives in that place, that's originated from that place, take them away from that place, relocate them somewhere else, and beautify that place.
Oh, he was the one that said it. I heard that statement.
Just because
gentrification.
He wants to see, looking from his airplane window, looking ground to the ground, the national airport, and sees everyone to be beautiful. You understand?
Have you listened? Sorry, but that's not a tribal statement now.
Sorry? Yeah, that's not a tribal statement.
It's not a tribal. He's just showing he's a shallow guy. Have you listened to the guy talk? He's very shallow now.
What I'm saying is, hold on. I'm not saying he's a tribal. What I'm saying is a people, a village should go because he wants to see Abuja Airport to be beautiful.
Is the shallowness Ode is talking about? It's shallow.
That's what I'm saying. I was expecting, like maybe other senators will walk away, or as a normal walk away, or blast him there.
In Tinubu's government, when they should have impeached him for putting a state of emergency in Rivers State, they all celebrated him. Look,
why hold on, sorry. Why do they pick and choose what will fund this hate for? Like
no, that's not hate. Let me explain it to you.
No, it's not hate.
Why do you always get that energy?
Let me tell you why it's not hate. So
I didn't say it's hate. I didn't say it's hate.
Hold on, let me explain it.
People.
Let me explain it.
Sorry. AY, let me just drop something so you take it along. When AY mentioned the Ebonyi people, I wasn't attacking him. I'm just, you see, he's asking me to come and, talk something about the Ebonyi man now. Ebonyi people are Igbo people, and were they more backward, or even than that's what people say, but they're complete. Nobody denies their Igbo-ness. But if anybody has done, I never heard of it. But go ahead.
No, Odi. You know this thing that they will say Enugu people, awa. They say Ebonyi people, they are not more of Igbo. They are like Benue people because of the borderline and everything. But Odi, the thing is that growing in Lagos all my life, over time, as I get more matured, I get to understand these things. So yesterday it might look like cause, but this is joke that people joke, like the way you see black people call themselves
That
the
one,
N-word. You understand? So like
look,
this thing now, you see the Yoruba will say Omaje Kutama Momi, the Igbo will say
thank
Ndofe
you.
Manu. You understand? So
Yeah.
it's just joke thing within
It's
Anambra
not.
and Ebonyi and Abia. Bad people. What do you know? You
Mhm.
know, it's a joke thing. And for that
Everybody has
thing.
a
Yeah.
joke for every part of Igbo land.
Yeah.
Let me tell you,
Yeah.
the Enugu people were that, of course, they will call them Wawa people, right? Because of their language. But it's not, it's a little derogatory, but it doesn't deny any Igbo-ness. Remember, the Enugu people, this was the capital of the East Central States. People from Cameroon, it was their capital, and for everybody. But but it's not denying their Igbo-ness. Were they a little more behind? Yes, but it's not.
No.
People make jokes now.
So that's part of it, right? That's part of the clarification I wanted to make, right? When we are discussing like educational less developed state in Nigeria, less developed state were not only the northern state. Ebonyi was also an educational less developed state. There are some states, I think even I know quite a number of states in the south. Few of them were also educational less developed state. What that means is,
Of course. What will you say in places like Bayelsa? You understand? By the time when you
we
come
have those
to
states.
South now, you say Delta, Edo. You understand? It's like
What is
that.
also true, I heard that they mention my name. I need to clear this. What is also true, here is the problem in the north. The north, they have educated people, not only educated, brilliant people. I would say it on this platform. Some of the most brilliant minds in Nigeria, you will find them in the north. But the problem is in terms of percentage, the illiteracy level is too high. So I will attribute this problem to the leaders, no other person. The leaders are the problem.
Sorry to cut you short. I will attribute that problem.
I think I will not 100% agree with you.
No, I will
Why I said
attribute it.
so?
I will
So that
attribute it
AY you can add, AY so that you can
Islam
add.
manipulation.
AY, this thing that the Northerner will tell you that IBB stay in his hilltop, eat with 5,000 people. IBB will come down, eat with 5,000 ordinary people.
That is what
The
I
question,
to you.
so the question that I'm asking, I want to see IBB children also eat with those people. His children is not there.
Yeah,
so you are indirectly breeding them as your foot soldier, but your children is in Germany where you call the practice gay.
You will not let me talk. I understand this issue.
So still the
That is where I'm going. So there is what is called my friend for Anambra will tell you, Igbo man will call from Lagos. The first day they will call help you wash car. Brother, bros. My Henry will tell you, say the next day you will just hear the child, the little boy will come and meet you. Uncle, I need 5 million naira. I want to start a business. He said, if you don't give her, you don't go see him again. So what that means is they don't want you to be feeding them every day. They don't want you, they will come, you give them a plate of rice. So they want you empower me, let me be independent. That is the problem in the north. So
teach them how to fish, just don't give them
the
fish.
Talakawas,
See,
the
sorry, I may
Talakawas,
not
let
agree.
me
Finish anyway. Finish anyway.
Let me explain this. The Talakawas, they prefer that plate of food than pay for a scholarship in UK to go to school. This is the part of the problem. So the leaders, the so-called leaders, they take advantage of these people instead of you to be. I will give you an example. When Yerima was governor of Zamfara State, if Yerima is coming to Gusau, you will think one king is coming. Like even married men, they will rush to his house. You know what they do? They start sharing like 200 naira. Yerima did not build one school in Zamfara for 8 years. So if you are not sharing that money, they will hate you. They will not like you. So instead of investing in education, the whole A zone is sitting on a keg of gun powder. So even the
Yerima can build a school where he will tell people that you eat morning, afternoon, and night, which I do benefit in Lagos in Jack on daytime as a young child. Right. So for that reason alone, those children will want to go to school. But try as much as possible to put the education. You can make their Islamic study, you understand, as a major curriculum, since they value it very well. But they will still teach them maths, English, elementary science, and the likes. Than only just go to an Islamic school.
Wait, the question I want to ask you, the number of children that
Let me break your heart
Islamic
first.
school and attend conventional school, which is more?
Break your heart first. Let me break your heart first. You will be shocked. You need to talk to Nota if you are not a friend. You will be shocked at percentage of these people that don't understand nothing about Islam. They don't have Islamic education. You will be shocked. You will not believe it because you are not a Muslim. You will not understand it. When you talk to people that understand this issue, even the Islamic knowledge, a high percentage of them, they don't have it.
Well, it's the same thing with Christians. Now that's why I will talk. We say my pastor, my pastor. The same thing with we Christians too. My pastor, my Geo, my daddy.
What is the population of Amajiri?
Hold on, please. I really need you guys to understand what is going on in the north. When you hear the Alimajiri system, do you know what they do? Paul, you live in the north. Alimajiri system, here is the idea. The idea is to send children.
That's the definition. That's definition supposed to.
Hold on.
What is I'm talking about? What is practice?
The outcome of it.
Be an active listener, my friend.
What do you want to be about the Amajiri? I know. What is the
okay?
What
I
is
need
the
to break something down for you.
Hold
Hold on. I need to break something down for you. The Alimajiri system. Here is the original idea. Is to send children to a madrasa, which is the Islamic school, with a malam, which is an imam, a teacher, Islamic teacher, so that they can learn Quran, they can learn Islam. But this is not happening.
No.
This so-called malam, they will not send these children outside. They make them to do domestic work for their family. They make them to go beg for food outside. The parents will not provide food for them. They are not learning the Quran. They are not learning the Islam.
So, but what is the point you are making then?
No, I'm trying to explain the issues around education in the north. People don't get. It's very deep.
So what are they doing with the malam? What are they doing with trying to throw enlightenment for a 15-year-old boy to have 7, 5, 6 kids? I don't even have a house.
Since they don't learn it there, if you know they don't learn there, why are you using Islamic studies to deceive them from their parents and go and dump them there?
It's more than
Islamic
that
issues
now.
the problem.
Hold on. It's more than that. This issue are very deep. You have some of the parents, they want to get rid of these children at early age. They will keep the female children. The male children, they more like throw you outside. So you go to the north, you see a 10-year-old sleepy. Paul he can live in the north. He understands what is the issues here. They will be sleeping on the street. You go to a restaurant, for example, they don't even have food to eat. You buy food, like you said, oh, let me just start up. You are eating, right? Let me just go to washroom. Somebody will come and grab it because of the hunger. Their parents don't provide for them. They are on the street. So what do you expect if they go into criminality?
Yeah. No. Leave criminality. I'm talking about the Alimajiri system first. Leave criminality.
The Alimajiri system is messed up. To me, Alimajiri system needs to be banned. It's not contributing. In my own understanding,
that's why I say transform it to the conventional school and make Islam make Islam a major subject, like the way they say maths, English.
You don't even need to make a major subject. Learn something else first. Why making some major subjects? Learn something else.
No, local. No, since they value it, so another way to catch them. Since they value it, so let it not look like during my time we just do this religious this thing only on Friday and everything. It's not so big. If they value it very well, you understand?
See, guys.
The parents, the parents too, plus the parents.
The teachers do not value it. It's the parents that are pushing them there.
Let me chip something.
I think I agree.
hold on 1 second. See, the problem here is the educated northerners. You see, we are here as the South. South, most of all of us here are Southerners. And we are trying to evaluate what's going in the North, profile,
Solution.
solutions. The problem is that the educated folks like us, because like AY said, they're very intelligent people in the North. Of course, every society has that. But when those people start speaking up, those people, how many of them will sacrifice themselves because they're going to lose popularity, right? But have to speak up. All these things you're saying, you see, what's his name? The former CBM governor. He will talk
Lamido.
Lamido. You will watch him. He will go to a conference and say everything that is good. His politics is opposite of everything that he was talking about. He just wants to retain power. The man will do everything just to retain power. People like him could have just gone, no, hold on. With everything that is done, I'm just using him. He's one of the most brilliant people around in the North. You can see him. When he speaks, you can see he was very well educated. He knows he knows the problem. Everything AY is saying is what the man talks about. But you will see sometimes his actions are not equal to the things that he says. There's a problem in the North now.
So let me say this.
In Kanu, right? And he's in this, he's in the middle of it. He wants to be emir of Kanu.
Okay, let me even say this.
He's emir of Kanu.
Well, he's one of the emirs.
I think I agree.
Let me say this. Let's assume you want your children to have Islamic and Western education. There are standard schools in the North. In Abuja, you have a lot of them that teach Islamic and Western standard schools, high school standard, science. Why are you not taking the children there to learn Islamic and Western education? Why are you not taking them there?
You see, you're talking hyper.
That's why I use the IBB concept. If IBB can eat with 5,000 of them, but his son and his daughter is not there, you are training them. You are breeding them to be your foot soldiers. You understand?
Let me just add one quick one. Are we trying to debate something that we cannot?
Father, let me finish this point, please.
This one is a short one. This one is a short one. Are we debating something we cannot change? Because even in America, there's disparity in the way the states are educated. Like those, even in the UK, you have those things. So can you change?
Yes, we can change it.
No, we can change it. Let me.
It can be changed.
Well, good luck with that one.
They
won't even take anything.
Hold on. Let me explain this. For you to know the leaders in the North, they know what they are doing.
They know what they're doing.
Pick one leader in the North. Go and look for their children where they attended school. They attended the best school in the country, the best school outside the country.
West.
But the southern leaders are doing the same thing. They are sending the children overseas and leaving us.
No, Father, you are making a mistake. These same leaders in the North, see the mistake that I'm telling you are doing. These same leaders in the North make these people understand continuously all the harm, all the evil is caused by the global West. You understand? But why they preach this their Islamic thing, the Erufai never send their children to go study in Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Qatar. Now they don't send them to go study in the America, the UK, and the Germany.
My brother,
where they condemn to these people very well, not make them want to appreciate.
Maybe they will just improve, but they will never change in terms of the disparity between them.
They can change. So why are their children?
Hold on 1 second.
Can Mississippi become more educated than California? Is that possible in America? Sometimes there are differences in
no, for father, now you are making mistake. Okay, now when you talk about this California, now we have the Stanford of this world, we have other schools of this world. The 8 Ivy League, they're all in the East Coast. You understand? The 8 Ivy League schools, they're all in the East Coast, not one in West. When you look the Alabama, you look the Mississippi, you might call all these poor states. Poor states simply mean they don't have more funding. But you're still going to find good schools there. You're still going to find more. They invest more on the things that they know how to do, like those states that do those farming. They still invest on farming. You talk like the machine state, like back then, the Michigan and the likes. They still invest in training people in terms of skills because you want to work in Ford, General Motors, and the likes. They still train people with their own, the things that they're going to get with advantage. The own resources may not be there like the New York and the California.
Well, let me even support your point further. You know, because many times equivocation is the evil of everything, right? You know, nobody is saying that in Nigeria, that even in the next 100 years, Jigawa will have the same educational level as Abia State or Lagos State. But what we're saying is, Jigawa has something Abia State doesn't have. Mississippi has something that California doesn't have. We need to maximize whatever we have in every state in Nigeria. What we're saying is, look, nobody is talking about Ivy League school or college. I think even before you and AY joined, I think most of us had a consensus on this. What we need in Nigeria is all these kids have basic education up to high school. Get a high school diploma. Nobody's asking people in the north to go and become lawyers and doctors, and you don't need if you have doctors from Edo State that will cover Nigeria, we're okay. You know what I mentioned something. I said, how many northerners have you gone to see who have mechanic workshop? You know,
they have different priorities. They don't have your priority. That's the difference.
Okay, for father, if they don't do mechanic and plumber,
that's the problem. You can't
at least put schools of agriculture in the north where they can even grow that their local farming.
Right. I'm just saying that maybe you are banging, because sometimes the way we talk and they will be listening to you saying, look at how these people are just talking about us.
No, for father. That's what I'm taking it.
The problem is people like you do not want the North to hear the truth. How can they, if we keep trying to say, oh, it's not so bad, you people are doing okay, even them, look, nobody has been more harsh to the North than Emir Sanusi. He's the Emir.
Yes.
He has said all these things. Why are you trying to be holier than the Pope?
He's saying it from the inside, and he's not saying it in such a way that they need to sort themselves out. They need to. Sometimes the way we talk about
let me ask you: is there no problem in the North?
Father, if you go against all the way what he is saying now, what about what I'm saying? Since these people are very good in terms of this farming and the likes, why not invest heavily on agricultural farming?
Is it not the same thing?
You understand? Put schools there. You understand where they can grow in terms of, now we are talking about mechanized farming, agro farming, different type of thing. You understand? Why not invest more? That's for them to be doing this arcade 100 years ago type of farming.
While they're in high school, get them vocational schools that will teach them how to fix the tractors.
Correct.
There will be someone who fix tractor. There will be an electrician fixing tractors. There will be a carpenter building pen for sheep.
Yeah.
Or
plumbing. How to set this? How to fix the sprinkler? How you time the sprinkler for their farms and every other thing? Their cattle.
The future wealth in Nigeria is in the north.
Correct, 100%.
It's in the north, and everybody can see it.
I think they are doing those things that you are describing. They are doing them at the low scale. I agree with you. Nigeria itself is not doing very well.
It's not true. Now you have to be honest. How can they be doing
statement.
Say the truth. Don't be political.
Politician will show you 300 tractor that they never use.
Governor in your state or something.
Let me just add after then maybe Paul can explain to us what is going on in this then before we round up, because I think we are going quite long now. So let me just add quickly. The way I look at Nigeria is that the South is educated, but not as educated as many more advanced countries out there. So, and the North is less educated. If the South gets more educated, whatever events that result in the South getting more educated and getting more quality education is going to affect the North too. The pattern you are going to see is going to still replicate itself. So it's of no use telling them now, try to catch up with us. They're not going to catch up with you. You are always going to be ahead of them. If the South improve, they will improve. If the South improve, they will improve. So maybe you should improve, then they too will improve. And whatever, because there's no way the South will improve, they will not improve. their own priority is either agriculture. They prefer agriculture. They prefer doing stuff with Islam. They prefer having large families. It's not for you to tell them how to live their lives. And you see what I mean? That's why I feel like when we talk about them,
No,
you
and this
down
is where I
them.
break with you. Where I break with you is it's not for us to tell them how to live their lives, but when they want to lead everything in Nigeria, Tinubu, I don't want Tinubu to be president, but the problem is Tinubu. Look, the North is saying that they want to take over power again. The problem we have, I've never had problem. I said give the
I
North
want to ask you one
affirmative
question. Do you
action.
live in a red state?
No, give them everything that they want.
No,
But the
the
problem
answer. Do
is
you live in
people
a
like
red state?
Fofana, we should submit everything to the North. No, no, no. What Fofana is saying, oh, give them everything. Don't say anything bad about them and give them the leadership of Nigeria.
No, I'm
Well,
not
the
saying that.
British thing. Well, that's what you're saying, essentially.
I agree with you, but I'm just saying that there's don't be
No,
sounding
you're saying we should not tell them how to lead
That's exactly
themselves.
my point. You should not tell them how to.
But the problem is that they are coming, they have an army of uneducated people who is selecting them by thuggery or by whatever. And they keep being leaders in Nigeria and they keep telling us what to do. And all of us are running away from Nigeria.
The truth
And
is
then
simple.
you have to tell ourselves the truth. If the North, let's say Gideon Oka had succeeded and the North is doing whatever they are doing, nobody will worry about them. They can do whatever. People they can knock themselves out with Sharia and with Ahmad jury system. Then no problem. If you want to set them technical expertise, you can. But we are in the same country. We are in the same ship together. Don't tell me not to tell the North if they are making a mistake. We are the same country. So what are you saying? If they want to leave Nigeria, then they should leave. And then nobody will bother them.
I'm not saying you should not
No,
advocate.
this is annoying when you keep talking like this.
I'm not saying you should not advocate certain policies, but sometimes the way you come across is like you are trying to imply that they are backward. They don't know. They don't know what
But they are backward. What's the problem? You just called Alabama or Mississippi backward, but you can't say that Jigawa is backward. What's the problem?
I'm saying they are less educated than
this is 21st century, yeah. This 21st century.
Dishonesty will not help us.
See, for that, this 21st
century. Just
we will not see. Look,
each other a little bit.
We will not, for any reason, yeah, say like Odi said, we are on the same ship, yeah, and we are trying to. Some set of people are trying to run fast or whatever. Why instead of some people to stand, not to run, some people are even running backwards, which is even worse. You get my point. So you can't tell us me that's running, try to run forward, and somebody's running backward. I should not tell the person, guy, no, this is the direction to run. No, I should leave him not to tell him the direction to run. No, because see, it's easy. Look, yeah, that's what I was trying to tell AY just now. Look, like this, because like I said, we don't understand the gameplay. We just sometimes blame the people. There's an ulterior motive, a game plan with all this stuff. Yeah, we live in Western countries, white countries. We've heard in the past where they said these are the plans that they have to make these people divide, fight against themselves, and conquer them. Don't tell them, don't show them the way. Always put them in this kind of situation. You understand?
I think I hear the point you're making though. That
yeah. So the truth is here. Look, the truth is these people that are in power right now, Shetima or governors, whatever. You understand? For them to sleep with their two eyes or comfortably and believe or know that there's one destitute that is their tribe out there, not even 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as in thousands of them destitute, little children for that matter, not even adults who can fend for themselves. Every time they are begging on the street, begging, they mostly recruit all of them to become terrorists. Those boys are doing kidnapping. If they hold gun, the gun is even almost heavy for them, as in pushing them apart because they are smallish in nature. But for those governors now, those senators to be asleep, comfortable with this is happening, that's to tell you those people are happy that those boys are like that. And what is the origin of those boys becoming like that? The Ahmadiyya system. And what is the foundation of the Ahmadiyya system? Using Islam to lie to them, that they should go there and learn. Meanwhile, at the long run, they don't teach them anything. They leave them.
Loco, you saw it in Bodilon. How the president is feeding people in Bodilon for years. You saw it. How the president is feeding people in Bodilon for years.
To fight
look
jihad.
at the number of people.
I don't know why we keep saying they are not teaching them anything. They are teaching them to fight jihad.
Hold on. Like what Paul said now, those people now, what is the demographic? What demographic of those people from the north? And I see no reason why any senator from even a state, not talk of the whole region, will be happy to see their own children going to another region to become destitute there, and they'll be happy. They are happy like that. It's a deliberate act. And trust me,
and forefathers say we should leave them to do whatever.
I can help you with that.
Where do they get this idea?
Have their realities. You have to acknowledge.
Father, did you guys discuss Tinubu endorsement?
Where do those northerners
in the show with
those senators? Where did they get their idea?
Let me make a comment on Tinubu endorsement. Tinubu cannot have more endorsement than Abacha. And Abacha was even a military man.
Daniel Kalu.
He's learning work. You know,
Abacha was the worst. The 05 party endorsed Abacha.
Tinubu is just a military man in Agbada. We know, obviously.
Yeah.
You know, I think he wished he went through the NDA. He carried gun.
Sorry to break your heart. It is different. You know why? Because the mentality of people in Abacha's time is far, far better than the docile mentality of people we have now.
It's always a low bar.
I'm just saying that
you're the one that is saying some people is drawing us back. It's always a low bar.
I was there during Abacha. Everybody endorsed Abacha for president.
The 5 party.
Even Babangida, before he did the election, people were endorsing Babangida now. Everybody endorsed Babangida. These people are learning. Everybody endorsed Jonathan. Now it's just a few governors that ran away.
If it's the pattern that everybody endorses, like I think somebody Buhari didn't get challenged when he was president too. So
yes,
it's not new thing that anybody that was a former a president, that is a sitting president, gets
you enjoy that right of first choice.
But that's a different.
That's a different thing
that Tinubu has now is the case for Southerners is not the same as the Northerners. You know, how is
Tinubu's
and this is what I mentioned earlier. The North in Nigeria believes that they are born to rule. The leadership of Nigeria is their property.
Saukoto.
That makes it different. I don't know why you are saying it's different.
No. Am I saying something? I'm
confused.
Father, they fought Sokoto to change their slogan. Sokoto's slogan used to be "Born to Rule." They fought them to change that slogan.
Exactly. That's a Mumu slogan, but they can carry on.
Born to Rule.
Yes.
Look,
what you have is not true.
No, what you have in Nigeria now with Tinubu's government is that a bunch of guys in the North want to take back power from him. And of course, Tinubu is not ruling very well in Nigeria, obviously.
True, 100%.
And even with, I'm not even worried about all these defections and all these endorsements. You can't see, there's not enough position to share in Nigeria. The average Nigerian police is very extremely greedy. As people are coming into APC, you think they are displacing people now. If you take this and put inside water, it will some water that is full. The water
it's
will
simple.
spill.
It's simple. Leader in my state used to be Omo Agege, Senator Omo Agege. Then the governor automatically the person who fought for them now become is no longer a leader in Delta State.
No. And meanwhile, let me just land. Then you continue. And what we are talking about is our elite. The focus for us is our elite. Look, the only thing that will return Tinubu to the presidency in 2027, if this same electoral law remains in place, Nigerians say nothing, and there is no complete, civil disobedience, going to the election, which if the Northerners get what they want, there will be civil disobedience. You're not going to get as much in the South because most people are docile, but you see, if there is free and fair election in Nigeria, you don't have to worry about. You see, this defection is like the Delta people. What are they defecting to? Obi beat them hands and beat them with black and blue even with their
The
governors
idea
and
of
all the things.
defection, you may not know the way they are looking at it is that even if they don't win the state outright, they'll get significant votes at least.
Defection is
That's the
for
tactic
rigging.
that the
Defection.
government likes to do.
Let me now. Okay, let me
Defection is just
summarize
to
this for
find that
you.
popular
The
thing to defend
defection
for
is for
rigging.
rigging. Is to
Complete.
have rigging
Yeah, that's
apparatus
my point.
intact. That's what it is. Simple.
And if they want to win, if you want to beat Tinubu, it's up to the other parties too. The other parties, they are not helping the situation. They in short, they are crazy. They don't seem to have. They are not even opposing Tinubu's government.
No, forefather, you are getting it. You are getting it wrong because you are seeing it from the perspective of Jonathan. So when you talk about this coalition now, yes, no, that's exactly what you are talking. So the defection that you are talking about, what they are doing now, that works. Now we're talking about the coalition to come together, how they can take power from Tinubu. It's a strategy. You understand? 2 years of a time, it is too early to do that. Because if you do it so early, they're going to break you. They're going to make some people compromise. They're going to promise some people things. They're going to threaten some people with EFCC case. These guys are politicians. Their house is staying. They're going to dig deep. Background, the ones that is coming from abroad, they're going to dig deep. So it's too early of a time. That's why you could see, for example, like a patient Jonathan who quick to say,
I don't, drive
Hold
that
on,
point
hold
home.
on,
What does
hold
it
on,
mean?
Fofana,
It's too
hold on.
early of a time to form a coalition. If they didn't stupidly break apart the first time, maybe
Forefather,
Tinubu wouldn't be in government today. It's the
Forefather,
opposition that is the
2
problem.
years of a time to say this politician, different of them will come together and stay. All they just need to do is only one thing they need to agree on that they can win. You understand? How they can sit down together as elites and unanimously, happily pick somebody and everybody agree to that person that we go to support you. For example, now if an article come outside tomorrow Sunday, raise Obi and say, I support you in this coalition that we are going in. They've not even started. I give you my support. That's a win strategy. Do you get my point now? Article raise his hand before they are even going in. Because if they go in and come back, we don't know what is going on.
Yeah, let me make you now. Let me talk.
There's a big chances that they're going to
I'm
win
not
the
a
election.
robot here. I'm still a human being. Let me say this, right? So first of all, let me pour point of correction. When you see a city governor, the capital a political party, is automatically there must have been some sort of agreement, especially if that's his first tenure, that he's gonna get automatic ticket and he will be the leader of that party. That's why you saw like Omoagege was resisting the governor of the campaign to APC. So there is a lot of politics going on. I was explaining this to Forefather the last time, right? In the South now, almost all the states are lined up for APC.
The governors.
In the Southeast, yeah? Forefather, you said?
The governors, not the states themselves.
The governors, yeah.
Bro, okay, let me break this down for you further. All they understand politics better. If you've been listening to political players in Nigeria currently, if you listen to them, their interview, even those that are not in APC, from their statement, from the way they speak, a lot of them are working for Tinubu. You take this to the bank. I can point name for you.
I don't know about that. But one thing I
you
can
will
say,
not understand.
let me say something now. Come on.
AY, that is the 2 years is too early. People can play that to get what they also want to.
One thing I know for sure is that, hold on, let me just say my PC, 15 seconds, it's not even that long. One thing you can agree for sure is that no matter how popular PDP or Atiku, APC, Tinubu was, he didn't win the Southeast. He didn't win some states that you would think he should win because he's so powerful. He did.
But it's different. This okay. Let me break it down for you. It's different. See. It's different. Politics does not work
The
like
governors
that.
were in the other states when
One plus
P2P
hold on.
did
Can you just calm down? 1 + 1 is not 2 in
Where
politics.
is no? Tell me how it is different then.
Okay. Should I break it down for you? It's different. I'll give you an example. Let's take Edo State as a case study. Last election, Peter Obi won Edo State. The governor was PDP.
Yes.
APC were there, PDP, Labour Party.
Yes.
The governor was not a politician.
Yes.
He does not understand what's going on. The APC, they were powerless in Edo State. I mean, they got some votes.
That's
the
true.
Labour Party, there was a big movement. Okay, now, today, as we speak, the whole political structure in Edo State is APC. That's a problem.
Yes.
The 3 senators, the last one that was Labour, they came to APC. The governor is APC. The local government chairman are APC. That is what Ode was telling you. That is a rigging structure.
Correct.
Even if Obi take this to the bank, if it will be contest election in 2027, that structure remain, he can do well. He will not be able to get the vote he got last time. Take it to the bank.
So you see,
hold on, let me break it down for that.
Wow. Your education is not ending. Okay, let's see what else.
There are people listening.
It's not ending. They are like, what else do you have to say?
Hold on. In data, it's same thing. The political players, they are lined up for APC. The last senator, the cap to APC, Ned. The former governor is APC. Ibori is unannounced APC. His family are APC. Ibori controlled the political structure of Delta State. To date, he actually controlled the bigger part of the structure because both Oduaga, Ifa Okowa, they were from Ibori political family. Paul understand what is going on there. So now, if Omwagege is not the only person that will destabilize them, Omwagege, if he move out from APC and move to maybe Labour Party or another party, you might see another force. But as it stands today, you have one force in Delta. In Rivers, you know what is playing out there. You know the madman is the head of the chapter there. So, Wike, what the deal they are negotiating right now? Let me break you guys out.
You are just supposed to explain one point, not to draw the whole map of Nigeria.
No, the deal that is going on. The deal is for the River State governor
your point is not strong. That's why you are stretching it too far. The point you're supposed to make was to say this is why the structure matters. That's the point you were supposed to make. But you know that point doesn't
understand what I'm talking about, forefather. I don't think you understand this.
No, you are saying is it not okay?
No,
let me tell you what you're trying
people
to say.
That understand how to rigging politics.
Is it not about the structure in the state that the governors, the senators, and everything control for a party? Is that not what it's about? That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah, but
is there anything else mysterious about it?
Can you just let me finish?
Okay.
In Rivers State, Wike is the guy at the top there. The politics going on in Rivers. One of the things on the table is the governor you have to declare to APC. That negotiation is part of what is playing out in Bayelsa. Wike has considered parallel PDP executive in Bayelsa to compare the state to move to APC. If you don't move, you want to take over the state.
The Bayelsa is not going. Do you know why?
You will see. Just watch.
No, hold on. You might say you will see. No, you might say you will see on the low level because it is still early. Like I said, there is a good luck, Jonathan, that the North is also talking to come back again. You understand? To run for president.
You are very, very cunning. You are very, very cunning people.
No, I said the North is talking to him. Not good luck, Jonathan, love politics to come out. They are talking to him. You understand? Because it's a good deal, it's a 110. You understand? They are talking to him because the
Even
North
last,
has
even
already.
before 2023, they were talking to him. There was
No,
discussion.
no, no, not that one. Tinubu, remember, Buhari is still strong in the North. But now we're talking about Tinubu now fighting in the North.
No, do you
So
think
good percentage of
Buhari is
them
still
will not
strong in
want
the north?
Tinubu
I
because
don't think
if
Buhari is
Tinubu
still
rule,
strong in
Tinubu
the
will.
north.
You see how he's laughing because he doesn't want me
Do
to
you
address
do
the
you
point he
know
just
one thing
made.
you guys don't know?
Let me address the point you don't mean. You're not going to get away with it. The point you made was that they have structure. Lagos had structure. P2B won it. Abuja, was it Labour that was ruling Abuja? No, it wasn't Labour. It was all PDP and all the rest.
PDP.
Labour took it. Edo State, was it not PDP completely? The reason why, hold on now, you've had your say. The reason why PDP lost this thing, Edo State, it was obvious. PDP is disorganized. It's not because this other PDP is the biggest problem in Nigerian politics at the moment, because they were supposed to be a former governing party and represent a strong opposition, but they completely imploded. Hold on now. See, if you look at P2B's party, they are new on the block. You can also accuse him of having a very, very weak party that doesn't stand that doesn't have any backbone to remain standing. So they are the ones creating the problem. It's not the other party. If you look at PDP, the opposition they faced, the opposition PDP faced when they were in office was very, very strong. They were very, very determined. As a matter of fact, if you look at the way Buhari 3 times almost beat them, but he just didn't have that extra vote to win the election. So they were very, very tough. But this other group, they just broke into 4 different places and want to expect to win an election where the other side is the governing party and the other side has all the resources. If they remain like that, that's the only reason why they're going to lose. Not because all these parties are busy joining all over the
But let me tell you this. Let me first tell you this.
All these governors are joining the party.
Let me tell you this. In all honesty, since 1999, this is the first time we are having a city president as a core politician. Let me break that to you. Oh, you don't believe it?
See, the best politicians that do what you are talking about, they tend to have former military background, not this core politician. You are making it look like the core politician is the one that wins the election all the time. It's not true. It's former military leaders that win election continuously. Actually, like the ones in South Korea. This thing.
We are talking of Nigeria. Nigeria is not South Korea.
And even in Nigeria, former military leaders have ruled how many years out of
I'm not talking a military leader. There is difference between a politician and a military leader.
But when you use that argument, you are using that argument to mean that, because he's a true politician, so he's going to win more. But it doesn't correlate with history.
Hold on. You are underestimate. See, the part of the reason why what happened in 2023 happened. Some people underestimate what Tinubu can do. Tinubu is very ruthless. He's a ruthless politician.
This is just
you
guys create myths where there is none.
Hold on. Tinubu is a ruthless politician. Take it
True.
to the bank.
Of course, he's a ruthless politician. A lot of politicians are ruthless.
Let me tell you what.
Are you not the one that called them the same?
Hold on. Let me.
Now they are different, so they are not the same anymore.
Hold on. Tinubu, the Lagos politician, they never believed that Peter Obi. They never believed Peter Obi will win Lagos. If they knew, they will do everything to turn that. You saw what happened in governorship election. See, that was a big surprise. You don't understand what is going. Do you think Peter Obi is going to win Lagos back?
The Lagos zone was clear with what Mikey Guinea would tell you. The Lagos zone, even though Obi won it more than that number that they give Obi. But what you must understand, it was this thing that they were counting. As they are saying it real time, you understand, and every other thing, it shocked them. Because for a very long time, they just easily win this thing, just take numbers and everything. Give Ali Mosho this number, give Papa 1 this number, give Papa 2, give Etiosa, give Ikeja 1 this number. But when they start doing this electronic thing, That's when it's dawned on them that, oh, we didn't really know. You know this thing where you believe that more Yoruba just going to vote for you and every other thing. But we have so many Yorubas that are not Yoruba any longer. You take it or you
let me
leave it.
just,
You have to give it to Yoruba.
let me say,
Bella
like
fight his own
AY,
Yoruba people. Gani
I'm not
fight
a
his own
robot.
Yoruba people.
Against the governor
I'm not. I'm like AY. I'm not a robot. You know.
Nigerians are
you
capable
know.
of voting against politicians in their
I
party.
just
I don't
make
know
a
why
quick
we keep
comment. You know, see,
saying that that's impossible.
see, you know, to AY's point, you know, yes, Tinubu is an unusually ruthless politician. Maybe we'll say that. Now, you know, he
They're no
will
longer
do
the same, according to his wife.
If it's possible for Tinubu, just take this. If it's possible for Tinubu to kill half of Lagos and be next president of Nigeria, I don't think he'll mind doing it. That's how that kind of evil-minded people are. The problem we have here is Tinubu went into government 2 years ago. He knows that if there's a free and fair election, it's not going to win. There's no way. He started campaigning again, not campaigning. He started politicking because it's not a campaign. From the immediately he went in there, you can see he brought the Lagos boys. The idea is you'll be shocked that the INEC chairman for 2027 will be a full Yoruba man. You'll be surprised. And there won't be any change of any law, anything. The whole idea for Tinubu is, how do I get back
Tinubu
there?
loses in North, can he win an election?
Huh? How can he lose in the North if he brings a Yoruba man that is elected INEC chairman? Are you a Nigerian? Are you not like a Ugandan many times? Are you from Uganda?
I'm just asking a question. I don't understand why this question is so
PDP have 28 states while Obasanjo was campaigning for Yaradua. It's a structure to rig. It's not a structure that you say is a structure. It is the same precedent Tinubu is trying to do. Let all these people come to my party. Let all these people come.
If Tinubu loses in North, can he win an election?
Let me give you he can never. He can never.
Okay, so if he can never win, and if the North is against him, even if they are in his party, they will sabotage him in the North.
Not all the North. Not all the North.
History suggests that already.
Wait, Paul. The easiest place to actually win election in Nigeria is in the North. Take that to the bank.
Yes, now.
Let me give you number. I need to give you number. Since Tinubu became the president, 87, the last count, 87 members of the National Assembly have decapped to APC. 87 from Senate and Rep. See,
are they
the
all
solution?
Londoners?
Hold on, I need to summarize this for you.
I thought you were talking about it. Okay.
I need to summarize this for you. The whole Nigeria.
You make a point that make it look like they are Londoners.
Hold on. Here is where the opposition are failing seriously. The solution to Nigeria election: make sure there is electoral reform.
Thank you.
Make sure the vote of people.
Which will not happen. It will never happen. It will never happen.
That's the solution. So
electoral reform will not solve it. They will still rig
it. It's just the electoral reform that Buhari did was good. All they need to do is transmission. That's the only last part. Electronic transmission.
Electronic real time.
Real time. Once you do that, meanwhile you keep talking about the North. Look, Tinubu understands. You see, we beat El-Rufai up all the time. Tinubu understands El-Rufai is the same ilk as Tinubu. People like me, I respect El-Rufai. I don't have to like him. But Tinubu understands that people like El-Rufai will spoil the waters in the North for him. They will even carry axe and be waiting for him on that day on election. Why? What is he doing now? He's trying to solidify the South. Like AY said. What he's trying to do is get everybody. What Tinubu is trying to do is, let me make sure I get all the infrastructure of rigging in the South intact.
Correct.
If I can get
and that is 17 states. That is 17 states. All I'm looking for is 6 states in the North.
Then I will not just see what I can get.
6
in
states
the
in the
north.
north.
I don't know how you
Because you know,
believe all these
because
things you are saying.
look,
I really don't know how you believe it. But
But he said the truth.
even if the
Okay.
last resort they didn't even bear it out, you're just saying it just because you are trying to create this myth of a human being. It's just not right.
no, I don't think that
No,
Tinubu is a myth.
forefather,
I don't respect
forefather,
him like a
forefather.
myth.
It sounds weird, but we are talking
This
the
is just
dirty.
criminality.
We are discussing the dirty politics. We are not discussing politics in proper perspective now. We are discussing the dirty politics that they play.
Look,
the
forefathers,
context of dirty
I am
politics.
not saying that Tinubu will win election in
There was dirty
2027.
politics in the last one,
Look,
and still look at what
look,
happened.
I'm
He still limped into the Aso Rock, even with the
when
dirty
you let
politics.
him into Asorok,
Forefather live in La La
Mahmoud,
Land. He live in
hold
La La
on,
Land.
Mahmoud went by
You can
4
say whatever
a.m.
you
or
like.
5
You are the one that
a.m.
is inconsistent, saying that
I think they
politicians are
even
telling him.
I
Today
think
now
they
you are
even
saying that they are
condition Mahmoud. Maybe last minute Buhari just say let my people go. You understand? Because that's how I see it. What did Tinubu get? 8 million votes. Atiku almost 7 million votes. Obi 6 point something million votes. And remember, the 36 states, they all won it 12-12. Obi won 12 states. Tinubu won 12 states. Atiku won 12 states. Then Kwankwaso won 1. You understand why I count Obi as 12? I know it's 36 states. That is
FCT.
So do you
FCT.
think that
So
Tinubu
yeah.
will lose the North this time?
No,
No,
he's not going to win the North.
if
But he
Atiku
doesn't.
didn't manage it, very well again, it's still not gonna win.
So Tinubu is not going to win the North. So if he doesn't win the North, so all his hope is now
Forefather,
on the South.
Tinubu cannot.
Okay.
Forefather, understand the thing. What they are telling you, you don't want to get it.
Paul, hold
Tinubu
on.
want to solidify South 17 states and go fight for just 6 states in the North.
Paul,
And what do you play? All this killing that is going on in the North Central, then you start playing politics of favoritism, promise them the heavens. All you just need, you want to go get six
now
states over there. That's it.
now,
You understand? The team are going to do everything within his reach to give his state.
All the South states into APC, rig all the
No, that is the structure he's putting. It's not. Remember, he won with only 12 states, not 23 states. Are you getting me? He won with only 12.
That is if they divide the vote. That's why I say it's your opposition. If they divide the vote, they are the problem, not Tinubu.
No, but Forefather, what you're saying is correct. Yes, now, but see, let me even land on one point. I know we're close soon. Look, have you ever wondered why it doesn't look like Tinubu cares about what's going on in Borno? Have you ever thought about it? Because, like the governor, Zulum, that most people believe is one of the good governors in Nigeria, not even just in the north. Most people believe that Zulum is a reasonable governor. And
he's just educated.
He's an APC guy, and from the state of the vice president. And the man comes every day to say, do something. They will take over this local government. And nobody's doing anything. Every day, if you have people in the military, I do, listen to some of them. What is going on in Borno? It's as if people are just letting things just ride. It is heartbreaking. You see, the whoever, whether it's ISWAP or whatever they have there now, or Boko Haram, those people are having a field day in Borno. Why? If Borno is an APC state, Tinubu is saying whatever. And that's happening in many states in the north, where even where they're fighting insecurity or doing something, maybe it's in the south a little bit. I'm telling you, when it comes to 2027, many local governments, hold on, let me land. Many local governments in the north, there won't be any voting. They won't vote anywhere in the north.
Zamfara
I'm
too.
telling you,
Another
and the
hotbed.
election will be announced once they meet quorum, and everything will be done.
Yeah. Now let me play opposition for you, right? Let me tell you how opposition can actually upset Tinubu. So you will not think I'm biased. So we were just discussing the dirty politics. Here is how our opposition can give problem to Tinubu and force him out of that place. Number one, They should form a strong coalition, talk to all the dissidents with APC across the country, involving Peter Obi, Atiku, El-Rufai. In fact, they will try to talk to Conco. So they should talk to more people. That's number
I
one.
beg, why don't talk about Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso is a full APC Tinubu boy.
I know.
That one is a full Tinubu boy. Please don't talk
How
about
do you
him.
know it's full Tinubu? Is it APC now?
Kwankwaso is full Tinubu.
Everybody, if you know politics now, you know now. Kwankwaso is a full Tinubu boy.
Kwankwaso is like a Jehovah Witness. He's the gentle one, but he's a full APC.
Hold up. The only reason you see Kwankwaso have not discount to APC is because of Gaduje. There are issues. So let's just leave that. Kwankwaso is Tinubu guy. Even in 2023, it was just a destroyer. Don't worry. We know. Don't worry. We know what's
It was just a destroyer that almost cost Tinubu
but
the election.
it's right. When you form, see, no matter what you will call APC opposition coalition in 2014, that was a strong one. So they need to remove greed. Abubakar Atiku, he needs to address Nigeria, tell Nigeria, I want this country to be good. I'm too old. I'm not going to be contesting.
Thank you.
I need
Boris Sanders.
Hold on. It's going to drive that change, but it's not going to contest. Tell them, I want this country to be good. I'm old enough. I don't know, but I'm close to my grave. I want this younger one. Bring Peter Obi. Look for a stronger candidate in the north. Say, listen, I want this country to be good in my lifetime. Let me see this country work. Buy people emotions. Talk to who you got. I think he has political capital. He has structure. Talk to people, galvanize people, encourage people. Then they will be protesting. You see that thing, they call now. Make sure they should do a strong protest in Abuja. Make sure they demand for automatic transmission of results.
Thank you.
They should make changes to that electoral system. If Atiku go to Abuja and all the leaders and Peter Obi, they stay on the street of Abuja for 1 week, I demand that use the international community, use the civil society organization. You got to put pressure, pressure group to make sure they make amendment to that electoral system. So that greed, they should remove it. If they come with that force, you see that Tinubu self go say, you go sit up.
Before you go into the coalition, that's when Atiku will do is say, why I'm going, I endorse this person before I even enter into this coalition. You understand? That's a good thing. But if they go close door and come outside and say, we choose this person, believe me, they're going to betray themselves somewhere along the line.
The plan is going to be in the pocket. You got to operate on it. Atiku will remove it.
Look, making it very simple. If there were 3 main candidates in the last election, leave Kwankwaso.
Yeah.
Kwankwaso is Tinubu babe. You just didn't want to lose Kanu to Gambia.
That's the truth.
Yeah,
the 3 guys were Tinubu, Obi, and Atiku. Let me tell you, if Atiku goes again in this election, Tinubu will be president.
They will lose. Yeah.
He doesn't even need to do anything.
No. Nobody is going to side with Atiku. That's for sure. PDP is split now
Tinubu is gonna be easy right for Tinubu.
Let me paint my own way. I agree with you that if Atiku hands up and selects somebody, it's a big one. It's a big
one.
Change.
Yeah,
because that one of the flanks that broke in
because Nigerians are tired of Atiku. They will feel that you are too desperate.
And if somebody like Peter Obi was running at the top of the ticket, because Peter Obi has quite low negatives. Even if you don't want to support Peter Obi, you don't hate him with a passion. He's not that kind of person. So he's a very, very strong candidate to be at the front of the ticket. Europa creates strong emotions in people. People don't, either you like him or you hate him. But Peter Obi doesn't generate that. So someone like Peter Obi at the top of the ticket is quite good, and Erufai has to be part of it because Erufai is a political machine in terms of the North, very, very powerful.
No, Erufai is a good candidate, even in terms of intelligence.
Yeah,
He's
well,
very
very
brilliant.
intelligent. That's
El-Rufai
for
is
sure.
very
He's
brilliant.
a beast. He's a beast in the north.
El-Rufai is a first class graduate. He's a
I
first class
know,
graduate.
I know. And
Apart from
when
that,
you,
well
if you look,
educated,
if
is
Peter
brilliant.
is on the ticket, a lot of the southern states is already gone. And if Tinubu is Atiku endorses him, a lot of the northern states is already gone. El-Rufai is on one side. Is going to be so
Thank you.
tight. But one of the areas that I fear for P2B is that the north will be like, this guy
8
has
years.
already ruled for 4 years. And now the P2B is going to come again and rule for 8 years. That could be a
It's
problem.
a factor.
So
You
my
see,
thing is that what if they chose someone like that? That's the problem. I don't know about Jonathan. How
Father,
So
good
let me say
morning.
this.
someone like
Now,
Jonathan, they know
when you
for
don't
sure.
come now.
If they chose
You
someone
don't
like
they, you
Jonathan,
don't they get time. You are getting
Yeah,
it.
oh my
but
God, you guys
finally,
didn't get it. What are
AY,
you
you
talking
have
about?
done a great job on Forefather.
No, he didn't.
Forefather, don't
What
come.
kind of what kind of talk is this one? I got this one already. You
Forefather,
just didn't get it.
you're born
So
again.
forefather,
I'm
so
saying if they
forefather,
choose someone like Jonathan,
so
Jonathan knows
forefather,
that
No. See,
for
let me
one term,
let me say,
the North will embrace Jonathan,
I,
knowing that the
trust
next
me, I
5
wouldn't
years
like to say
leader.
this, but if Obi would, if me, I won't talk for Bill, but if I'm Obi, if the deal is just do 4 years and give power back to the North, in 4 years he can set Nigeria right, but he will not be in the right position to get the right Northerner. Because the problem is, for me, the problem with all these Atiku and Tinubu is they will take this government and give Shetima or his ilk. Look, my favorite ticket for 2020 is Obi with Zulum, if they can pull it off. Or Zulum-like person on the north. Even if trust me, I don't want to say Obi and El-Rufai. El-Rufai elicits strong emotions in people, especially in many, whether in Southern Kaduna,
Northerners love
many
him. Northerners
Christian,
love him.
but
no.
look,
If you use
Obi,
El-Rufai, they'll lost all the North Central states. The
thank you.
Christians
The
vote,
North
they'll
Central
lose it.
states will be a problem. But if
Yeah.
trust me, if you pick Obi and Zulum, and Obi says, okay, I'll do 4 years
The Christians say
inside their room,
the Christians say
and
we'll
then
vote
after
against
4 years,
P2B
we'll give
for
Zulum
a
for
Muslim
8 years.
Tinubu. I'm not so sure.
No. Forefather, the Christian states in North Central, to them, anytime, any day, they see El-Rufai like a terrorist.
Yes, that's the problem.
Period. Whether it's true, it's not true, that's how they see him.
Yeah, but
The
they
guy
So don't even go there.
help himself
also
at
see
all.
Tinubu and Shetima as Muslim ticket. So I don't know.
No, El-Rufai never saw precedent that is going to grow. It was too. It comes out too much. This compensation of the Boko Haram compensate them. They are killing Christians. He didn't do no nothing.
But Zulu
Forefather,
is
if you live in Kaduna, if you stay in Kaduna very well, the Christian population is bigger than the Muslims in Kaduna. So you'll be wondering why.
50-50 or so, around 50-50.
So you'll be wondering how come these people are ruling like that, and every other thing. And remember,
Someone just joined us. Let's have him have his
and
say now.
remember, El-Rufai
You
also
must
do
have
the
been listening.
Muslim
Why did you have this
ticket
thing?
in
Try to tell him
Kaduna.
that
Paul, Obe, you have to jump in. Or this man won't let
why
you
should
stay.
you have this
Is
thing?
that how it works?
You
Is
let me
that's how it
sorry,
works, bro.
Obe, before Obe come in, let me say one thing in 10 seconds. So let me tell you what big opportunity we miss with Peter Obi though. So Buhari actually did a lot of work
Yes.
with the electoral system.
Yes.
If Obi was the president, Obi would have complete that job. Nigeria would have had a good electoral system to work with going forward. But I knew if Tinubu come in, you're not gonna have that. It's not gonna happen. So that was one big opportunity because I'm not canvassing politician. What I really canvass for, I want the power to be with the people. So that if you are not doing good, the people have the reason why they talk the way they are talking, right? They think they can use money, they can use power to do whatever they like. But if
And
the
they have
power
the
is with the
Supreme
people,
Court also.
yeah, if the power is with the people determine who rule them. Trust me, all these politicians, they will have a routine. They will change their thinking.
That's just what.
Yeah, but you see, what we just found out is that it's possible to unseat him, even based on because there are some presidents that there's nobody that can unseat this guy. Like in the case of Wike when he was in Port Harcourt, a River State, there's no way you can unseat him because he wasn't just powerful, he was also popular. But
Yes.
people can be unseated.
Well, from my own perspective, it's obvious.
Opposition.
Hello?
Go ahead, Yobe. Go ahead.
Well, from
Everybody
my
can
own
hear you.
perspective, it's obvious that he has shown to Nigerian that he stole the election from all his actions. He's he's not even doing anything along. If you see the character of Yaradua, you could differentiate the personality of these two people. This guy is tactically showing that since I steal that one, stealing is going to be difficult for me. Using another tactics now to do the stealing. It's no longer grab it and whatever he was talking about.
Wrong with
So the rate of bullying is just too much. The rate of belittling Nigerians is just too much. They will need to pay him back. That's what I think it will become. But Obi's case, Obi must not be VP to anybody, otherwise division ends at that level. He will make
Yes,
the
I
biggest
agree.
mistake of his life.
I agree.
So it can't be
He
VP
is
now. It's
not. He isn't going to do
one
that.
5 million, 6 million
Yeah,
votes. He can't be VP now.
all
And
what they are doing now is
Atiku
that
cannot run.
they are frustrating the structure that will spur him out into the field. That's what they're doing, so that to make it to put a lot of rancor, a lot of trouble, to make it not to be organized, and that's the tactics they are using. I think this guy has a strategic planner who is trying to exploit these options to see how they soften the ground for him to come back. Because if Nigerians allow this guy to come back, man, I don't know how we're going to be looking at ourselves.
We are
It
It's
will
not
finished.
be like
Nigerians, it's the opposition.
no,
Don't blame
because
him.
it's
Blame the
bros,
opposition
wait to
party.
if we have 99% of elections,
From
there's no way
P2B,
he
all
will
of them,
raise
blame
them
all of
in
them.
now.
They are the cause.
Oh, we?
No, in Nigeria, you see, even his first election, blame the opposition. The opposition is the problem in Nigeria. They split in split. He wouldn't have made it into office. He got 36% of the vote. He wouldn't have made it into office if the opposition wasn't broke, including Kwankwaso, all of them. If they were in the same party that they were supposed to be, this guy will not
Fofana,
be
do
in office.
do you know that a multi-party system was actually a strategic plan too? They knew disadvantage of two parties. Like American, they came to copy from. Did they copy very well? They didn't copy very well. Did they do midterm election? They didn't copy that part, man. They didn't
Yeah.
copy midterm part. They didn't copy the two parties
That's
and
exactly
independent
time one.
party. They only just copied what they will fine tune into cheating. That's what they did. It was all systematically
We
done.
really need that midterm bit because it tends to slow these crazes down.
Exactly.
Yeah.
American that didn't know why they put it there. Know why
Put it
it's
there.
there to checkmate the excesses of this idiot that is there now. That's why it's there.
Then on top of it, America again, it is states that also run state election.
Correct.
You understand?
Correct.
Not like federal run the state election. America is state that run state election.
Yeah, so like I said, he blamed the opposition. In the case of Nigeria right now, even if you look at all these states that APC has won so far, and even governor, it's the opposition that is decaying. It's not APC that is okay. Yeah, Tinubu is doing machination behind the scenes, but still, it's still the opposition that is failing, including Labour Party. Can you even imagine that? A party that P2B
But
won
Labour
5 million
Party is
votes,
now
just acting silly.
it's a branch of APC now.
So hold on.
I
Everybody
don't
knows
understand
that.
them even. I really don't understand them
Ode,
sometimes.
No,
hold on.
Abure is
Aboli is an
Tinubu's
agent now.
agent.
Aboli is an agent.
Everybody knows
hold on.
now.
All those one has been bought.
There's
All
nothing
those
like
one has
Labour
been
Party
bought.
anymore.
Of course.
Even the Supreme Court, what I find most funny is they went to court. Supreme Court gave a ruling. Nobody can interpret the ruling. Even the Nigeria is finished. Even the Supreme Court didn't even get shame. Those people, those justices, they are so shameless. Are they not in their houses where everybody is interpreting their judgments differently?
All the that's not fair. All the that's not fair.
So how can that not be fair now?
All the that's
They
not
should
fair.
clarify what their judgment is.
That's not fair. I don't understand. Look, when people say these things, sometimes it pisses me off. How do you expect a Supreme Court judge can't send their children to go school in ordinary UK? So make everybody they make money, make me I don't make money. Sometimes they even write the result for the Supreme Court. Say, just read this one out.
I get where you're coming
from.
I'm telling you.
You know, but you know, so that's the problem. Even the Labour Party people, you know, they have gone to court. You know, who is in charge? Somebody tell us now. You know, everybody's claiming.
Only when you're growing up, have you by chance seen Manowa and Boy Scout fight on the streets?
Let me. I need Forefather to answer.
This is Manowa Boy Scouts.
That's answer this question for us. Forefather, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
But I think I think the election 2027 is in the pocket of Abubakar Atiku. He will decide. Yes,
he will decide.
My question to you, Forefather, why are you surprised that Labour Party get a movie to PC and all that? Why are you surprised?
I wouldn't say totally surprised, but I just feel like the opposition party in Nigeria, because before now they used to at least hold ground a little bit. They did like under APC Buhari. Yes, you see PDP members defecting. After all, Governor Ayade defected to APC. You see that happen, but this one is I think especially after Fubara. All of them were like, we surrender. We don't know what's going to happen. Let's surrender.
All the way from Edo election, everything was just a signal. A sham, yeah. It was a signal. You're right.
I need to help Forefather so he will not have an outbreak.
No, I think you have already fixed my Forefather. You don't finish more.
Every time I kept telling Forefather, Nigerian politicians are the same. They will tell me, no, you don't know what you're talking about.
So I thought Tinubu was special.
These guys are the same.
You speak from two sides of your mouth.
No,
one minute Tinubu is special, the next thing is not special anymore.
No, it's made in a criminal way now. It's not
criminal way. No.
Ruthless politician.
No policy statement. No policy.
No, Tinubu
no ideology.
From the other politicians, then.
How?
In terms of he's better than the others.
I said Tinubu is a ruthless politician. You don't understand the meaning.
He's not even doing any medication.
I thought you are UK.
No, I know it's a
medication.
But you also
say. Did you see what Tinubu did with the Speaker of Lagos State House of Assembly? Did you see what he did with the Speaker?
Well, guys, I'm going to take my leave. I think it was really a good one.
Let's pin AY down now.
I'm going to take my leave. Good night, guys. Yeah, bye.
How old is she? 99.
It's P2B.
I can't hear you.
You have to unmute me, unmute and start talking to some other person. Is P2B a ruthless politician like Tinubu?
No, P2B is not a ruthless politician.
So by saying that they're already different.
No. So Forefather, you cannot just generalize. You cannot generalize.
They're already different. You are just acknowledging that they're already different. That is my point. We've been saying this to you forever. You refuse to admit it.
Hold on. The reason I kept telling you, so you will not be disappointed. That's why I kept telling you, the politicians are the same. You don't understand it. So let me tell you the mistake we usually make with bloody civilians. Politicians, they don't think like us at all. If you want to be a politician in Nigeria, they don't understand any logical reason. They don't understand any justice. They don't understand those stuff. So it's we that are talking. No, politicians don't understand it. Politician is interest. Is their interest. That's what they pursue. They don't. So if you talk to a Nigerian politician today, you will be shocked. If you are not careful, you gotta be thinking completely. It's anything that will benefit you. They will knock anything out of the way that will be obstacle.
In other words, they're Machiavellian,
Yeah, they are very ruthless. So politicians are very ruthless.
That's how politicians are supposed to be. They were built like that. But the nature of politicians shouldn't necessarily encapsulate just that ability to be ruthless. It has a purpose. That ruthlessness is supposed to have a purpose. That is what you see in Nigeria. That is they are very shallow.
So So, forefather, that is where ideology and policy supposed to come in. You understand?
But Paulo, do you know that 90% of these guys that we're talking about, so they're leading that country, they all lived abroad.
Yes,
obviously.
Yes.
No.
So where is it disconnect? Where is
In fact,
So you might understand something. If you know that American government, Obama, play a very strong role to make Tinubu win that thing, and Tinubu went, they welcome him, give him a red carpet and every other thing.
You mean Buhari?
Sorry, Buhari. I am so sorry, Buhari. If you know these things very well, you understand. So where you see the difference now, Jonathan can still leave power, still can't say anything. That's a weakness.
Yeah.
That's a weakness.
And Buhari,
for Jagaban,
that's a weakness.
Like means that he has a backing from somewhere.
So if you are in power, even if you are in power, if they can threaten you, they can gag you. You still leave power, you still cannot talk.
Yeah.
That's a weakness of our people.
For me,
we don't even know what we want.
It's obvious that this guy has a backing of certain structures. I think so because he's so heady in his operation. He's so like nothing anybody can do. That's the way he's acting.
No. Everybody can play that same game. They can play that same game. If you want to talk about it, if you want to talk about outside to go play the international game, everybody can play the game. What type of deals do you cut before you play? You understand? And everything. Everybody can play that game. But when you're
does anyone see someone like Wike ditching Tinubu in any way? Let's say, because Wike made a comment once when he said Atiku could not run.
No.
And that he wanted the ticket to be in the south. That is at least that's his excuse he puts on the top all the time. So what
they
if
can only
choose a
win
ticket in the south?
after the return in 2027? That's the only one they can have him to do it. But now he's very useful to the system.
Let me say this.
But what if they choose a southern governor in the major parties? And
Wike will still be irrelevant.
Those stuff will not happen. But let me say this. I think you guys are giving him too much power now. Let me tell you, the large jacket of Wike is Tinubu right now, nothing more.
Federal might.
Of course.
No,
Federal might.
tell you anything. See.
Federal might. That's it.
Let me complete this. If Tinubu, if Wike was not in power working with Tinubu, what you see in Rivers State will not happen.
It's gone.
That the governor of Rivers State does not understand politics. If I was in that position, oh man, Tinubu will throw away Wike. So what you see going on in Rivers State, Wike left position as a governor. He became a governor again. He's literally a governor. So what that means is he has the resources to fight even a city governor. The resources of Abuja, that's what he's using to fund the party now. That's what was going on. So it's not that he's like one super. Yeah, you understand politics, you understand the dirty politics they play in Nigeria. But trust me, it's not what you think. If Tinubu,
the thing about Wike is that did you hear Wike? Wike seems to be a Teflon character. Actually, did you hear Erofai when he was talking about this coalition stuff that he was thinking about or proposing? He said they are not going to remove Wike because Wike is performing well.
No, it's not. He didn't say Wike. He said Bosu Tijani. He said.
Is it Bosu Tijani? I thought he was Wike in Abuja.
Yeah, Bosu Tijani, not Wike.
Who is Bosu Tijani then? I don't know who that is.
Minister of Digital.
I thought it was Wike. I could have sworn it was Wike.
No, he said Bosu. Go check it again. It's Bosu Tijani.
Then, forefather, you must understand that Tinubu is still going to betray Wike. But what Tinubu is doing, when he successfully rigged the election, when they challenge him, Tinubu will tell you how he play better politics. Like 52% of his cabinet is Christian. And they said, I have Muslim ticket. I even have an opposition party. So now I understand this thing. I even have an opposition party in my government, knowing fully well that he's going to go rig election, but he will use all these things as defense. You understand?
Okay, Paul, before we go,
a strategy. It's a long-time strategy.
Can you give us a breakdown? Sorry. I think we have to go. Sorry, AY. let me just do this because I think we've not talked about any other place other than all the major groups. There is this stuff going on in Nigeria that I don't understand. Very confusing, but I'm sure the man with 9 lives probably knows about
Just
it.
oh, you take me back.
Carried out. Days after the allegations were made, protesters under the umbrella of the Warri Indigenous Peoples Movement gather in Okere, Warri South local government area to deny those allegations as they voiced their dissatisfaction with the outcome of INEC's delineation field work. They marched through key areas of Warri, maintaining that the process has been compromised.
The Ijo and Robo stakeholders should not misinform the public with their deliberate misinterpretation of Supreme Court judgments. They claim to be law-abiding and peaceful in the wake of the 2022 Supreme Court judgment. So, we advise them to also abide by all court judgments in Warri Federal Constituency, particularly the 10-12 Ward judgment in Warri South. The Supreme Court judgment affirming Okereigo as the correct name of the Nigerian Maritime University, not Okerekoko. The High Court judgment barring the Ogbijo and Agbara people from contesting land ownership with the Shekiris in Warri South. We restate that we are not against the Supreme Court judgment on the ward delineation, but we maintain our stance that INEC must follow its own guidelines.
They also call for review in line with Supreme Court directives and INEC's original framework that Warri remains traditionally Ishekiri land.
Warri Kingdom is an inheritance of the Shekiri nation. We are calling on federal government, the state governor, to call their staff to order. Boro Oputu cannot use the instrument of government to oppress and intimidate the Shekiri people. We have been law-abiding for these years. We are not cowards. We are not lazy.
In a press statement to correct what it describes as misconceptions about the proposed delineation, INEC says it held consultations with stakeholders in Warri on Friday, April the 4th, 2025, where copies of the draft report were presented to the representatives of each of the parties connected with the issue to give them the opportunity to raise concerns they might have. The overall objective was to arrive at an amicable agreement endorsed by all parties involved. Meanwhile, the Commission says it's yet to take a final decision on the delineation of wards in the Warri Federal Constituency, assuring all parties that all issues will be resolved in their best interests.
So, yeah, can you give us a breakdown what this is about? I gather that it has something to do with delineation, they call it. You know, it's almost like what they call it, gerrymandering in American politics, where they are adjusting.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, like you hear this funny thing for a very long time. I'll use Lagos now to tell you the biggest local government in Lagos that have the highest population is Alimosho. I've been hearing that thing all my life, and it still remain like that. Like people don't move from one demographic to another demographic. You understand? Failing to understand that good percentage of these people must have moved also to the new Lagos, the Lekki likes and the thing, but people just believe one place. Now, this delineation thing that they're talking about is 12th ward. So the 12th ward, when INEC did all these things, when they did the last registration, they review everything. And they discovered all the places that these Warri people claim just because of this so-called elite politician kind of people. No human being live there. You understand? So this 12th ward that we are talking about, so INEC went back now and share it very well, let it go round to these 3 tribes. This is what the Shekiris are fighting. You don't have the numbers, nobody live there. How do you want to talk about the 12th ward that Urobo going to take one You're going to take one. You're going to take 10. Then it make you get more influence because your word. You understand? Remember when we talk word, now you are talking about councillor. Councillor is the kind of House of Assembly member in a local government. You understand? So in every local government, the assembly member is the councillors. It is from there you're going to pick your own speaker. You understand? Like the way we have states, now we're talking about local government. So Ishekiri has been enjoying all these things. And they still use this thing to say, oh, from this world, we are sending these people to go all this rig work, go do this oil work, go do all this contract. Many of the jobs there are contract kind of job. Now, when you talk about the Ogbujos are big. And the Ogbujos is where Tompolo come from, Baramotu Kingdom. And never that. You know, so you'll be so shocked. Are you fighting? Are you fighting for landmarks or are you fighting for people? Or are you fighting for history? Many years ago, the Ishekiri people, to some extent, also migrated from Saple very far to Warri. Because back then, if you know Delta, Bende State very well, if I'll go back to Bende State, it was Saple that was doing very well. You understand? Over time, before Warri started picking up, seaport, everything was in Saple. So before they started building an annex, that's how Warri started opening. And British people, they deal with the Shekiri more because the Shekiri are the first people, due to this Awolowo thing and everything, embrace education faster. You know, the Ijaw people and the Urhobos didn't really embrace education early. And they catch it more during the Awolowo time with the free education. One of the vice chancellor in UNN for many years, you come from Ishekiri. So any Ishekiri fee, just finish secondary school, this thing that we are talking in the north, go UNN. If you make friend with any Ishekiri person, all of them, UNN. You understand? It just is.
So are you saying that from the previous conversation we had, the something that happened in the South, the legacy still remains today? The Shekiris are still somewhat more educated than the people around.
Ishekiri are very educated.
Oh, very, very educated. I mean. Oh, they copy the Yoruba. Yes, they copy the Yoruba because Awolowo is trying to extend the Oduduwa race. So they copy the Yoruba method because they are like Yoruba, they bear Yoruba name. They have the similarity is almost there.
Not that they are like Yoruba.
Why are you saying that they were slaves?
No, you know why I say like Yoruba, because if you tell them Yoruba again, they'll disagree. So let me just stop there. They benefit from it, but they'll disagree. So let me not go talk what you understand. So these are the thing. But it's about numbers, it's about people. You understand? So many things is coming together. So fighting, the worry is this, the worry is that. I will always go back to this king thing. That's even bringing
videos if the Urhobos and the Ijaws have been there even before they arrived.
The Urhobos has been there. The Ijaw, remember this is a place where to some extent you call a piece of land surrounded by water that we keep pushing and everything. You have to remember it's just a small place, but over time they push it and everything. So this is how this thing comes. And the Shekiri never had problem. You understand? Like when we are talking about conquer, like you talk about I'm deviating now, like you talk about the Oromion, you talk about the Yoruba, you understand, your empire, conquer the Egba people, that is the Abeokuta people, all the way down. That is the history of where you hear this Ogun people called Abeokuta. You understand? The Egba people run under the rock. That is the meaning of Abeokuta, under the rock. That's how your empire was so strong. They conquered. But when you talk about the Ishekiri, they didn't conquer the Urhobo where you say, okay, we conquer you, so you become our ward. They didn't conquer the Ijaw people, say, we conquer you, you become our ward. Everybody mind their...
They said that is because they were not like a kingdom, that they were just settlements. You know, it's almost like the way Igbo people live. Where they were just
they are. That's why we say it is Olu of Ishekiri. But because of the Awolowo thing now come become Olu of Warri, where Urhobo live, Ijaw live. They you now use one big umbrella, say, I am the king of all this place. So now when the multinationals are coming to come do any business, they go straight to the king palace. You go cut a deal where you want to go take something in an Urobo's place, Urobo's land. You want to go get oil from a just place, you know. But over time, people started waking up. Then people started fighting back. And when they started fighting back, the Shekiri never fought like. So look the word very well. There was no time they fought about land disputes. Is it not funny? Because one of the things where you hear in things like that is supposed to come with land disputes. They didn't fight land. Where Urobo dominates, Urobo were still selling their land peacefully. Where Ijo dominate, they never drag land, but just
there is
position and
something you
power.
are not saying. There is something you are
Okay,
not saying. Prophet,
okay.
let me yab poor people a little
I know
bit.
what is the talk.
Urobo
No
people.
start.
So actually, Shekiri, I don't know the history. I don't know the history of who the lie, whatever. But Shekiri, their power long time ago is education. They are very educated. Even their
I said
war
it
with
first.
Niger, that was the advantage.
I
So
said it
they
first.
have people in position. If you see how they have people in federal
in high
government,
office.
military, everywhere. They have positions, right? So what I wanted to I want to jab Yaba small.
I know.
When in Shekiri you are going to school, working hard, the Urobo men, they marry more women. They know to go school. They know to do anything. So the Ijo the same thing, right? So the Ijo and the
The
Urobo, they
Shekiri
are
were
now
doing.
also.
That's why you get so many what the Nigeria will call half caste, mixed breed kids. So we call them ashawo. We call all these things taboo.
Exactly.
You know, we were so cultured.
Exactly.
Culture that never favor us.
So now the Ijo and Urobo, in fact, everybody don't get the education, right? So that's why you see they are now challenging the authority, try to. But again, you know, say me, I don't like division. If that place now country now, share the for all they say they want to divide it to three now. You see the problem I'm talking about. But however,
Ewa, you know one funny thing? One funny thing. Why this thing is going on is a politics of wait, there will be a big disaster.
It's a politics.
Disaster in the sense that if Tinubu win again, everything will change because the first lady is an Ishekiri person. So why this thing, you see the Shekiri keep running from Arise to channels to AIT every day. They are still using soft power. Let us enlighten people. Let us spend money. Let us do this. But if they use this power now to say, oh, Supreme Court because for father, when Supreme Court judge case, what are you protesting? Is it not the same Supreme Court that said Tinubu president, all of us go to bed and sleep, start thinking of 2027?
Look at it now. It was a woman that single-handedly made Kasaba the state capital of Delta State.
First lady now.
It was
Maria.
IBB wife now. That's going to make Kasaba the state capital. So if you look at Delta, the capital could have been Warri, right? So
no, Ugele. Because Warri don't even have the land.
Yeah. So you see the politics. That is the politics that is playing out all over. People do this. But I think the Olu of Warri and the leadership of Warri in general, I think they need to see that both the Joy Iwobo Shekiri, they need to have peace among themselves. So
they will never. It will not happen.
The Shekiri are creating an anomaly that is going to remain because if you are taking on an unfair share of land and political influence, that's a problem.
They need to look for a way. Here is it. They need to look for a way to have settlement because you see that Warri. A Furi alone, gone where they that place, gone where they a Furi. You see that Warri, Paul will tell you.
I think from what I can see, the Shekiri needs to give way because the others are really complaining that
they need to have strong discussion.
For father, and you know the funny part, like I always say these things. For father, it may be like a thing of shame. Assuming if they had conquered the people, it would have even been a different thing. You never conquer them, you didn't drag land with them, because the first thing that you hear in issues like this, you understand, is land dispute. Like when you talk about Kwara now, trying to extend Usman Danfodo and everything, we see the Kwara, how they have the Gambari of Ilorin. You understand? Where they say Hausa is ruling the Yoruba place. At least they conquer the people. But this one, you did not even conquer the people. There was no land dispute. There
Some of
was
them
no
were just
nothing.
saying they were slaves. They were this. They were like, geez, man.
Let me tell you the honest truth. Even if you conquered them before, you gotta see. That time has passed. You gotta respect them. I was having discussion with my friend today. As regard, like when you read about the Benin Kingdom, the Oba used to be so powerful that he will pronounce, you can't go against it. Forget now, people Oba will talk. People will like, I bet, stop disturbing the
Now, Paribu over the stick.
You need to
straight up with caution.
going on here, especially this Gen Z. They don't say your papa. They go insult you. You need to understand the temperature of today and try to walk along with people. Because you will not want war in Delta State. The Shekiri, they need to come together. The leadership, the king, try work things out. Respect everybody. That's
and anyway, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Fofather, this Olu,
by far the largest group there.
Fofather, yes, Fofather, and I'm so sorry. This Olu of Warri is a young man that just came into the throne some 2 years ago, 2023.
Yeah.
You understand? Then let me tell you the funny part. The Olu came into the throne. You see dignities all over, federal government presence all over, and everything. And there is no Urobo person there. There is no Ijo person there. Another card they can even play. If I even let them even say Urobo betray themselves. Bring Urobo there into your cabinet.
Why are people like that? It's common sense. They are next door to you. Why are you not bringing them in?
Exactly.
I don't understand.
Fofather. I heard when Paul raised that issue today. How can you say, I'm not supporting anyone, how can you say you are Olu of Warri, you have the Ijo, you have the Urobo, you are the Shekiri. As long as you say you are Olu of Warri, you want to govern everybody, you got to bring people closer.
Yeah.
You got to bring people closer and try to form that unity. Otherwise, if they will just I just pray the Christ there will not be crisis, but they need to look for a way to settle these kind of issues.
Yeah, they definitely need to do it because if they carry on the way they are carrying on, that is actually people.
Fofather, and also it's a threat, it's a threat, national security, as Tinubu will say. Remember all the oil installations and everything. Problem will start coming from that angle too.
Yeah, they are talking about completely shutting down. One of them was like, "We'll shut down all these wells, everything, all of them." That's what he was saying. I was like, but it turns out that it was sometime 10 months ago. He said it also. So Tinubu wasn't that hot. Now Tinubu is very hot. If anybody says that right now,
I have said it right. The only region that can really hold Nigeria to their jugular to ransom, now that South region. You see that?
Yeah, if they mean business.
You see that axis, especially that Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom are peaceful people. You see, especially those 3 states, tri-state, or more.
They see Akwa Ibom, I don't know how they manage it. They see as a different tribe. I don't understand how they manage themselves very well. But anyway, another funny thing again, you know this governor in Delta State.
Just do a German for them.
So this governor, this Oborowori,
I think that's
this Olo. So anyway, let me make you laugh with this Oborowori. So for that, the governor in Delta State now, in quotes now, some people say is an Urobo man. But in the whole of Urobo Kingdom, which is the majority of Delta states, there are two tribes in the Urobo Kingdom that will say they usually call themselves this Igbo Port Harcourt thing. Where this man comes to, is from Okpe. Okpe will say we are not Urobo, we are Okpe. It kind of make you weird. There's another part again called Orogun. You understand? Near the Delta State, Abraka there. Orogun will say we are not Urobo, we are Orogun. You understand? What? It's like a worry person say I'm not Urobo, I'm worried.
Can you hear that?
So now hear this funny thing now. So now hear this funny thing now. how if Tinubu now want to settle this matter, I will call the governor and say, go and settle with your people. The governor will look. If I support Ishekiri, I lose all my votes from our Orobo people because the man now claims say, I'm not Okpe, I'm Orobo. But when he enter power second time, now he will say, I'm Okpe, I'm not Orobo.
Oh God.
You see all the nonsense that it's like not saying I'm from the
What is
United
wrong with our
Kingdom, I'm
people with
from
their
Wales.
identity?
Forefather, hold on.
Oh, father, you get
I
tired.
want to
They
add
don't
to
know how
what
to
Paul.
use identity well. What's wrong with them?
Forefather, I want to add to what Paul is saying. See, when sometimes I'm listening, I'm just listening to people speak on this channel. You know my conclusion. Nigerians, they don't know Nigeria. A lot of Nigerians, they only know their region. You see how good they talk about Warri now, right? I don't live in Warri. I've worked in Warri for like a year with Globalcom. I was living in Ogboroke. I lived in Ogboroke for 1 year. I was in Alute. Like we were literally walking from there down to Kiyama. So I know Patani, I know all those areas, I know those zones. See,
you do things.
the problem with Nigeria, they don't know Nigeria. So
that is
you discussing about Bonu, people just talk. We don't know our people. We don't understand the dynamics of Nigeria. Nigeria is very complicated, bro.
They told Ovie. They tell Ovie, say where Ovie come from. Say where Ovie come from is the end of Nigeria. That's what they tell Ovie today. They say where you come, Ososo is the end of Nigeria.
Bro, Fofana, I'm telling you real life. You see that worry when you hear. I said gun when they are fully low, they go stop the gun when they are full.
Wow.
They're even not peaceful. Said before, this small thing you go hear Tatana.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Warri has always been known as the hot area.
Before, you can drive and go and buy sugar at the store. When you are coming back, they don't block road. God, not the light.
They light up on that.
They've calmed down now. That's good to know that they've calmed down.
Father, you don't know the suffer. The military stayed here for over 20 years after the crisis stopped. That's exactly what the Southeast is facing today, that they are complaining that we have more checkpoints than anywhere in Nigeria. You understand? Even when it look like it's peaceful, it become business allocation, people's allowance. So they just stay there. They just turn it to home.
You know? Like
Nigeria is a very, very funny place, because if they had like given they break up states so that they don't have ethnic
then Father, you know this funny thing now. So let me tell you this funny thing now. You talk about my daughter now. Say, where are you from? She say, oh, I'm from New Jersey. Then you talk about my son now. Where are you from? He will tell you I'm from New York.
Bam.
But me that is born and raised in Lagos, you ask me now where I'm from now. I will say I'm from Delta State, even when there was no Delta State where I was born.
Exactly.
it used to be Bendel State.
Yeah,
I was born in Lagos. I have my original birth certificate. But they tell me that I'm from Bendel State. Now, no Bendel. I'm from Delta State. And I'm writing Delta State.
Nigerians are not serious. They are fighting for something that they want to. They claim that in a nation, but they want to behave like their own nation within a nation.
So
that's why
we need to keep eye on the ball. It's just like when somebody was discussing the Muslim state. When issue of Muslim state happened in 2023, I kept telling these people, this is a distraction. It's a political statement. There is nothing attached to religion. That's the government you hear now. Tinubu government is like 64% Christian. So it's telling you that these people don't care about it. They don't care about your tribe. They just look for a way.
It's their
interest. The politics you saw in 2023 when Tinubu went to pick Shetima, it was purely politics. So it was a distraction for people to even get involved. Oh, they want to Islamize Nigeria. It's Muslim ticket. Blah blah blah. Oh, Peter Obi is there. Well, I want a situation.
But they want to Islamize Nigeria too, though.
I don't know about
no country that is a Muslim nation don't want to Islam. No country that has significant population of Muslims don't want to Islamize that nation. You know that now.
We saw it in Turkey.
That's part of their belief.
That's how they grow in Turkey anyway. Turkey today.
It's part of their belief. They don't have a choice.
But let me say this, right? Let me say this. One truth we need to tell ourselves, right? When you have population, even the tribe we're talking about, just like today, we accuse Hausa Fulani, oh, they want to rule Nigeria. The truth is, these are power struggle. If you have evil Urobo ruling Nigeria, they have power, they will not give up easily. That's just the reality.
That's true.
So it's just politics. This thing they also play around it, right? It's just humor. Look at what happened in Ethiopia now. You know, minority were ruling Ethiopia, Tigray tribe.
Yeah, the Tigray.
For
Yeah.
a long time.
Long time.
By the time another person, Ahmad, when he became the prime minister, the president, then they were revolting. That was what caused the war you saw in Ethiopia.
Yeah. And he wanted to take control of the military.
Yes, now so this stuff sometimes they are power struggle. I will want a situation where I will see somebody. I want a Nigerian president that will look at every look at cranny of Nigeria as his or her constituency. Like, I want this country to work. Nobody is really saying don't be your tribe, but you can achieve a bigger goal, because what we don't know as people, right? If the whole country is, if any part of the country is failing, the whole country will suffer for it.
I'm a bit shocked though how tribal to an extent Tinubu is. I didn't. I knew it was going to be favor Southwest to an extent, but I didn't know it was going to be this steeped to the point whereby even pissed off the entire North.
Therefore, father, look at another funny thing again.
Even
Look
me,
at
I was
another
shocked.
funny thing again. I'll still use America again. So take for example now, my daughter was born in New York. You understand? She's living in Arizona. She cannot get any benefits because of she was born in New York and she lives in Arizona. She got all her benefits where she resides. She cannot vote in New York. She cannot do anything in New York because you're not a resident there. It's just a place of birth. It is where you resident. She moved to a state, 90 days, you can contest election and you can
That's the way
vote
America
for
is.
election.
Even the schools,
Just simple.
even the schools. If you want to go to school, you have to use your residence.
State on school,
For
you're
you to get
resident.
any benefit, any loan.
You understand? Why will I was born in Lagos, but it is hard for me to go to Lagos State University, but it is easy to go to Delta State University. That I never live one day in that state. Only go there for
One
birthday.
other thing that they do. One other thing that they do, like when you are applying for passport here, like let's say you're a British citizen and you want to apply for Nigerian passport because you have a Nigerian parent. They will tell you after you already got NIN, you think NIN is okay. Then they will tell you that you need a local government letter. I'm like, what is the point of having NIN when you have NIN is your state and local? They will tell you to go to local government to go and bring a letter.
Attestation from your local government.
Yes,
and you
like, what is the point of that?
Me and you will not go there. Just to create stupid farm for people. Did you go there? No.
Let me say this, right?
Just useless.
Ode was saying one thing, right? So the problem you see in our civil service in our institution in Nigeria, you have these dumb people that don't know what they are doing. They
Farm
don't
for
know
the
how
boys.
to
They are not dumb.
modify the system.
AY. They create farm for the boys. They are not dumb.
Somebody has NI. NI contains all those things.
All the information.
Before you get NI. And yet they will tell you you have to go to the local government to go and get it. It's like, why?
So
and did you go to the local government? But guess what? You got it. But you just send somebody go pay money.
But on the most
and after you get it to the immigration, then immigration will turn it to something that they can use. It's like, why?
On the more serious note, Nigeria needs a total overhaul. It needs a reset. What we call it.
Better one.
I will tell you this, right? So today, Very Dark Man was analyzing issue in the East. He said they closed some people's shops. This
God! You watched that video?
Drugs, right? Yeah. Let me say this.
Jesus.
I want to bring something out. You close their shops, right? Okay. Let's assume some of them you are selling fake drugs. Why are you not arresting the people selling fake drugs? Prosecute them. You went ahead, you closed their shop for like a month, then you came back, you are telling them pay 500,000, pay
500,000 to open their store.
Why are they paying the money? What do you want them to pay the money for? Are you
What do
okay?
they want to do with the money?
So it's just similar to what police will do, right? It's just like EFCC. They run after Yahoo boys. Police, SARS, what they used to do.
With your
For
phone.
me, if you are arresting these boys and make sure they leave crime, I'm 100% in support. But that's not their intention. Their intention is arrest them, collect your own share of the money, and let them go.
I let them go.
That's your point.
And now give them your phone numbers. Anytime when you get problem, call me.
I swear.
That's another one you get. Let's create a relationship.
Some
Me
Yahoo
and the
boys,
criminal.
they get contact with DPO, like they pay them money. If you touch them, they will just control the DPO in that area. They will say, leave that, let my boy, leave him, let it go.
Not just that. You know the funny part of it. So they will arrest a Yahoo boy, they will collect money from him. Then they will tell the Yahoo boy, say, we can use these things to make money. Just give us it for another person. You will get your own commission. So another person will come and hit 40 million and brag that he hit 200 million. Then you will call your EFCC guy. Your EFCC guy will go catch that person, say, go and bring 60 million. Then the person will swear, true to God, it's only 40 million I hammer, and I've already spent 10 million. You struggle, then you go pay yourself with 10 million. Then they'll give a cut to that person. So even though within the Yahoo boy, they started stabbing their own self, and EFCC is just winning. EFCC is not fighting crime. EFCC is only benefiting from the proceeds of crime.
What about our police? See. Even though you carry one pistol, police stop you for Nigeria. You tell them, "Oga, take 500K, I bet." He go let you go. He go let you go. It's so bad.
Like, it depends on what you have, though. If you have something, they will think, this guy's got more. They will take more. They will demand for more. The Nigerian police, they're just they are businessmen to an extent.
If you are not, that's why don't be too loud. If you are not too loud, they will charge you based on what they are saying. But if you make yourself too loud, now they charge you more than what you even have because you make yourself too loud. You understand?
So I think we have a lot of work to do, Sha. I'm not gonna lie you. Like sometimes.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let's round up for today. It's 9 hours long.
What happened? Why are people they do condolence for you? What happened? Everything okay?
Oh no, I had a bereavement in the family. That's why I was absent for 2 weeks, and other things too was going on.
Okay.
No, people pass on now. So that was
it's like
I think Dr. Damage probably told some people last week. That's why they were saying condolences.
Okay, Bele.
Wow. So sorry for your loss.
Yeah, thank you for that. Gentlemen, thank you for everything. Clearly, AY has now agreed politicians are different. It's obvious.
No, they are the same.
This debate is going to go on forever.
They are the same.
He just admitted that. Okay, don't worry now.
That's why they don't break my heart. Even if I think I'll be the capital APC tomorrow, it no go move me. I no trust.
That one was not going to shock me because he has a history of moving.
There is nothing that can shock me with politicians.
He will tell you that. Let me explain to you. This is why. It's the same why that every other of them do too.
Let me thank Blackbone, Oscar Blackbone. Thank you for the $5 US dollars. You are the only contributor today. Tracy Jacobin, I see you there. Thank you for joining us.
Tracy, you know they donate.
They
Tracy,
don't donate.
You know they donate.
I see you there too. And if I didn't mention your name, sorry about that, but we have to round up. If I have this thing, I might even do something today because there's bank holiday tomorrow. So I might do a show today, something on a different note, like philosophical stuff and something like that.
What is tomorrow? What is tomorrow? Do you mean? You mean Monday or Sunday?
Actually, today is Sunday. Time.
Yeah, Sunday.
Today is Sunday. Yeah, it could be today, this evening.
Okay, because we have holiday on Monday in America.
Yeah, same here too. Bank holiday. All these banks are very powerful.
I have holiday on Monday. Fofana he don't host show during the week. He is busy with his.
I have to try to earn a living now. I have to earn a living. We have to.
Are you sure it's living or you have extra side?
No, there's no extra.
Anyway, you know, say sometimes person is tired. I myself too. I get tired these few days. I just run. It was so shocking that I get tired. And sometimes some kind of topic that they will bring, some type of people that I just see, I said, no, you don't even watch it. You understand?
Yeah. Sometimes you
I
need
just read.
myself, to be honest.
Yeah,
I just
I
try
won't
to.
lie to you.
Yeah. All
You
right.
know,
Till next
mostly
time,
when there's a lot, sometimes when there's a lot in the news, that's where I would say, no, you know what, I'm not coming.
Paul, we are going to do some other time. Let's round up for now. Till next time, gentlemen, we'll catch you all again. Bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you. Yeah.